farms could produce more under less unfavorable circumstances. Look at Japan, and to this extent the Polish experience should not be seen in too negative a light. Nonetheless, the record of Poland and Yugoslavia is not reassuring. What, then, should reforming socialists be advocating? Should it be a system of free, or freer, cooperatives of the Hungarian type? Should there be various species of farms coexisting, depending partly on producers' preference and partly on the nature of the productive activity? Peter Wiles used to speak of left-wing crops and right-wing crops, and this is not a bad way of highlighting the fact that mechanized cultivation of wheat on the prairies might call for very different scale and organization, compared, say, with the cultivation of vines or onions. Then what of a country, be it Poland, or for that matter Denmark, France, Canada, where farms of varying size are owned and operated by a family, with a little hired labor? Once again, we would have to take producers' preferences into account. A voluntary cooperative is no doubt excellent. A good Israeli kibbutz is run by committed enthusiasts, with anyone who does not like the communal principle free to leave. Forcible collectivization is surely to be avoided. Neither Marx nor any sensible socialist did, or should, envisage coercion of small producers as the appropriate solution. It should not be the job of a socialist police. But let us return to the lessons which Poland and Yugoslavia teach us. The chosen mode of production must realize economies of scale where they exist, must no obstruct efficiency. Strict limits on size can have deleterious effects, whether size is measured in hectares, in livestock numbers, or in the value of capital assets. Yet to have no limit on size could well lead to an undesirable concentration of agricultural production and land in the hands of a few private entrepreneurs. What of the potential of coexistence of state, collective and private agriculture? State farms exist in both Poland and Yugoslavia, and while in Poland they appear to have operated inefficiently, in Yugoslavia their yields are much higher than those of peasants, though allowance must be made for the fact that the state farms are mainly on much more fertile land. Should socialists oppose private farms which employ no or little hired labor? If producers' cooperatives are efficient, if they accord with the desires of the peasants or farmers, then of course there would be a legitimate preference for such units in socialist ideology, but would this need to be reinforced by prohibitions or strict limits on individual agricultural enterprises? I must admit to a deep prejudice against the use of police to prevent people from producing goods and services which others want and are prepared to pay for, unless, of course, they are noxious as such, like drugs. If large-scale production is indeed more efficient, it would not need extra economic coercion to prevent the private farmer from competing. But if, say, wheat, maize, milk and butter are amply supplied by large farms, but private enterprise finds it advantageous to supply mushrooms, raspberries, green peppers and goat's milk cheese, or indeed if individuals can be more efficient in the production also of milk and butter, it would surely be wrong to stop such production in the name of socialism. Then there is another issue, applying equally to individual and cooperative, collective, farming, which relates to differential rent. Some areas of land are naturally more productive, more conveniently located, than others. It follows that productivity will tend to vary. The same effort, the same skill, produce more in one place than in another. Such contrasts are particularly great in Yugoslavia, though they exist in some degree in all countries. Left to themselves, some individuals and cooperatives will therefore be, undeservedly, much more prosperous than others. How can this be corrected? In a model in which agriculture is undertaken by wage earners, in which the wage of tractor drivers, milkmaids, and the like, is centrally determined, differences in net revenues can be absorbed through financial redistribution, within a ministry or via the state budget. This method is inapplicable to individuals and cooperatives. It should be possible to deal with this question by a differential land tax, and this is done in some East European countries. In the USSR a more clumsy method is used. Lower prices are paid to farms in areas of greater natural fertility. However, experience in many countries, including also China, shows that what ought to be seen as differential rent does in fact find expression in peasant income differentials. Finally, let us devote a little attention to a concept introduced a few pages back, that of producers' preferences. The words consumer preferences are more familiar. In one sense, this is as it should be. The object of production is to satisfy need, and in a conflict between producer and consumer about what should be produced, the consumer is generally right. But this does not and should not apply to the question of how it should be produced, under what conditions of work. The citizen who wants milk, cabbage, pears, is entitled to have his needs satisfied. But if the producer prefers to work in a family unit, derives satisfaction from being in charge of his or her own work, does not want to join a large collective operation, and if this preference does not adversely affect the quantity and cost of milk, cabbage, pears, should we not take this into account? We shall return to this theme later. Maybe socialist economists should recognize that small can be beautiful, and be acutely conscious of the many forms taken by diseconomies of scale. Of course, there is a great deal more to be said about self-management, but it is being postponed until Part 5. The Polish experience, the road to catastrophe. The inadequacies of Polish smallholder agriculture, referred to above, must be seen in the context of an economic crisis which culminated in catastrophe in 1982. This book is not intended to be a description of events or an economic history. Nonetheless, it would be appropriate to look at what has happened in Poland, if only to see if any more generally applicable lessons can be drawn. Was the catastrophe due to peculiarly Polish circumstances, or is it the first stage of the disintegration of Soviet-type economies? Poland had the good fortune to possess three distinguished socialist economists, Lang, Kalecki, and Lipinski. Various proposals to reform the Central East planning system were discussed in and after 1956. For reasons which must be largely political, no effective reform was adopted, and the measures taken were half-hearted and contradictory. There is a good description of these measures and an analysis of why they did not work by W. Bruss, to which interested readers can refer. Point 22. Apart from the inadequacies of the reform measures, there were two other negative factors, both political. One was the isolation and unpopularity of the communist leadership in a country deeply Catholic and traditionally anti-Russian. The other was the adoption of exceptionally unsound policies for investment, prices, and incomes, policies which would have demolished even the best laid scheme for reform of the economic mechanism. Already in 1956 there had been a popular outburst against the hardships caused by overinvestment in the preceding period, as well as against the pro-Moscow communist leadership of the time. Gomulka came to power amid scenes of popular enthusiasm. Workers' councils were created, a new spirit seemed to be arising. 14 years later, hopes had been disappointed. Workers' councils had been emasculated. Investments were again increased. Cultural and economic controls were tightened. An attempt by Gomulka to increase food prices in December 1970 led to riots and strikes, although food prices were indeed too low. After some shooting, Gomulka resigned and was replaced by Gierek, who reversed the price increases and then launched the disastrous policy of simultaneously increasing both investment and consumption by very large percentages. Investments rose in the 5 years 1971-5 by 130% and money wages by over 60%, this being sustained by massive borrowing from the West. By 1976 it was essential to change course. An increase in food prices was more necessary than ever, since Poland could not sustain so high a level of subsidized consumption, especially of meat, and the subsidies represented a big burden on the state budget. Gierek's attempt to increase prices in the summer of 1976 led to yet more riots, and he hastily backed down. The next 4 years were years of drift to disaster, with ever-rising debts, food shortages, and imbalances and disequilibria in many sectors. Remedial action was urgent, but politically impossible. Poland became a big grain importer, at a time when the balance of payments situation went from bad to worse. The high expectations raised by the artificial boom of 1971-5 were sadly disappointed. In 1980, yet another attempt to increase food prices contributed to the disintegration of authority, the rise of the Solidarity Trade Union, the resignation of Gierek and his replacement first by Kania then by Jaruzelski, amid far-reaching discussion of political and social renewal and of drastic economic reforms. Meanwhile, there was a continued drift towards economic catastrophe. Output fell sharply, partly because of strikes, partly because of the exhaustion of foreign exchange, food shortages, and supply bottlenecks. Solidarity became a powerful economic and political force, elbowing aside the official trade unions and achieving an effective veto on government action. There was talk of a government of national salvation, with the participation of the party, Solidarity, and the very influential Catholic Church. However, formidable obstacles stood in the way. One was political. On one side was the party's claim to undisputed political leadership, with as a corollary its control over basic economic policy and over appointments, i.e. the Polish version of nomenklatura. Some of the leaders were very unwilling to compromise on this, and they were reinforced in their obstinacy by pressure from Moscow, which was increasingly alarmed by the turn of events. On the other hand, Solidarity inevitably became the focus of all political opposition, in the absence of any other legal opposition organization. In its ranks were trade unionists anxious for higher wages and shorter hours, nationalists, many sincere socialists, many equally sincere anti-communists. Its democratic and free assemblies gave expression to a wide range of mutually inconsistent views. It was too much to expect the emergence of a coherent policy from so heterogeneous a group, even if circumstances had been normal. But circumstances were far from normal, for economic catastrophe was here. Rationing had to be introduced, rations reduced, prices, at long last, increased. As output and exports fell, imports had to be slashed. Living standards had to be cut, key priority sectors protected. So, even if the party leaders and Solidarity had a clear idea of what sort of economic reform should be adopted, it was hard to see how it could have been adopted in the chaotic situation which existed, and which provided strong reasons for continuing rationing and the reinforcement of central control, rather than extending the use of the market mechanism. Consequently, no coherent economic policy, other than coping with immediate emergencies, came from either the government or Solidarity. The latter was in any case split on the issue of whether it should take responsibility for harsh measures which, it was argued, were a result of the errors and incompetence of the party leadership. By December 1981, the political claims of Solidarity, free elections, a free press, legitimate opposition, the continued drift towards economic disaster and the evident powerlessness of the government to enforce any policy, together with demands from Moscow to re-establish order, led Jaruzelski to launch his repressive coup. Martial law enforced by military officers, with the party apparatus pushed aside, represents a quite new situation, and the outcome is far from clear at the time of writing. Perhaps the military will impose much needed reforms in the end. They are asserting now, January 1982, that this is their intention. It seems pointless to guess what will happen next. Let me instead answer the question raised earlier: is Poland a sign of things to come? What lessons can be drawn from Polish experience? The following points could be made in reply. A. Poland's leadership adopted an economic policy of possibly unique unsoundness, and the resultant destabilization was all the more risky because the political foundations of the regime were so weak. Romania, by a different route, also arrived at a critical economic situation in 1981, but authority and the police were strong enough to prevent the emergence of any opposition. B. Opposition in Poland, unlike, for example, Hungary and Czechoslovakia, was based very largely on the working class, and therefore took a trade union form. This had the advantage of causing much ideological confusion in the ranks of the party, supposedly the vanguard of the working class. It had the disadvantage that such an organization developed primarily negative power, It could stop the government from acting and embarrass it by making political demands, but neither its structure nor the convictions of its mass membership facilitated its taking responsibility for policy. C. The experience of the Solidarity Union raises in very sharp form the question of the role of trade unions in societies claiming to be socialist, and in societies genuinely socialist too. In its first manifestations, alongside fully justified complaints regarding conditions of work, Solidarity demanded higher wages, shorter hours, and no rise in food prices which, taken together, were impossible in the economic conditions of Poland. Its actions contributed to a further decline in productivity. Understandably, as a focus of all opposition, it began to make political claims also, but without a coherent or united economic policy or the will to take responsibility, as indeed is not the task of a trade union. An important question arises as to the aims of the mass of the membership of Solidarity. They certainly had no desire to restore capitalism. There was a lack of confidence in management at all levels, political and economic, a widespread demand for workers' councils, a generalist feeling that fundamental reforms were needed, with no consensus about the sort of reforms that were wanted, e.g. on the role of the market mechanism. This raises more general questions about obstacles to economic reform, and of the attitude of the masses to them, which will be discussed later. D. The lack of legitimacy, in the eyes of the masses, of the government and party, the leadership's ineptness and or lack of commitment to necessary change and its unwillingness, until December 1981, to use force or terror meant a continued drift towards catastrophe. E. Other countries share Poland's systemic weaknesses, and the contradictory attitudes of both the ruling stratum and the masses to economic reform. However, Poland's combination of official incompetence, illegitimacy, popular anti-Sovietism, and Girek's economic adventurism is not to be found elsewhere, which is not to deny that grave economic problems exist in other countries, not least the USSR, which could have political consequences. G. Marcus, the Hungarian philosopher who now teaches in Australia, recalls that socialism was supposed to overcome and liquidate the cyclical, crisis-ridden character of capitalist economic development. The existence of cycles in Eastern Europe has been noted by a number of economists, including T. Bauer and J. Goldman, but nowhere has it been taken to such extremes. Marcus writes, "Indeed, one has only to look at the present state of the Polish economy, which can be compared to a country devastated by global war, to see the extent of destructive economic fluctuations possible under a regime where there exist no economic or social mechanisms of direct control over even the most mind-boggling mistakes of planning undertaken by a hierarchically organized apparatus ruling over the whole society. It was in Poland that the whole social malaise of East European societies exploded with unexpected force and clarity. 23 Will the other countries heed the lesson and avoid the Polish disease? Is the unreformed economic political system capable of immunizing itself against it? I do not possess a crystal ball. China, leap forward, cultural revolution and reform. It may be appropriate to return to the ideas of Coward and Ellis, already quoted in Part 1. In China another revolution in ideology is taking place, overthrowing the idea of delegation, management, the handing of power over to representatives, or responsible individuals, ideas which are the keystone of capitalist production relations and bourgeois democracy. This represents in somewhat extreme form a misunderstanding both of the cultural revolution and of the practical possibilities of any real-world situation. Many Marxists shared this misunderstanding. Charles Bettelheim bases his theoretical critique of the Soviet system upon contrasting the supposedly successful class struggle and building of socialism in backward China with the doctrine that socialism required the development of productive forces. This latter doctrine he called economism. Of course it was the Mensheviks, and the latter-day Koskai, not the Bolsheviks, who believed that the Russian Revolution had been premature because of the underdevelopment of the productive forces, but the Bolsheviks gave top priority to industrial growth after the seizure of power, and certainly saw in growth a precondition first for socialism and then for the advance towards communism. Bettelheim is, of course, quite right to stress the idea that Soviet power plus electrification, i.e. Lenin's shorthand for industrialization, was not a sufficient condition for the building of socialism, but was it not a necessary condition? No, Bettelheim replies, that too was economism, as was demonstrated by the Cultural Revolution in China, where a real socialism was being created in a very backward country, where the class struggle had priority over economic development. Being read was more important than being expert. Bettelheim himself has been rethinking his position. He would now surely agree both that the Cultural Revolution did not take the form that Marxist theory envisaged, and that much damage was done by it, which must now be painfully repaired by Mao's successors. What lessons can be learned from China's experience? In the period 1949 to 57, the Chinese planning system evolved in the direction of copying the Soviet model, and progress was assisted by a sizable volume of Soviet aid. While all large-scale and much small-scale industry was nationalist, the authorities were conscious of the need to use scarce entrepreneurial capacity, and there were many instances of former capitalist owners continuing to run their factories as managers. Urban cooperatives were encouraged. The peasants were collectivized by stages, after a rather bloody anti-landlord campaign, and there was little damage done to agriculture in the process, in contrast with Soviet experience, probably because the Chinese communists had operated from rural bases, and so had been much closer to the peasants than their comrades in Russia had been. Nonetheless, collectivization was also a coercive process in China. The preferences of the peasants were not taken into account. Production in town and village rose rapidly, and one important reason for this was simply order, replacing the chaos, civil war, foreign invasion, and domestic warlords which had been plaguing China for 100 years. It was no accident that the main centers of industry before 1949 had grown up in areas under Japanese control, such as Manchuria, or in foreign concessions, especially Shanghai, where order was maintained. Then came 1958, and with it the Great Leap Forward and the split with the Soviet Union. The Great Leap may have been Mao's attempt to find a Chinese road forward, utilizing the vast size of its rural population. However, there is a parallel with the strategy adopted in the USSR in 1929-32, which also involved the adoption of extremely ambitious growth targets and the mobilization of the masses. In both cases the warning voices of sanity were denounced as right-wing deviations, and there was immense waste of effort. There were differences too. Thus there was no Soviet equivalent of the backyard foundries and other excesses of rural small-scale industrial plants. These proved impracticable and, along with excessive mobilization of peasants for public works, diverted attention from agriculture and led to a serious food shortage. There was also the creation of the people's communes, with attempts to introduce extreme forms of communal living and to restrict or even abolish the peasants' rights to private plots and livestock. By 1959 there was such chaos and confusion that economic statistics ceased to be published, limited publication was not resumed until 1979, and the leap was abandoned. Apparently Mao's personal position was adversely affected, with power passing to Liu Shaoqi and Zhou Enlai, whose more moderate policies made it possible to repair the damage and to resume progress. However, the system remained highly centralist. Thus state enterprises retained virtually none of their profits and most materials were centrally allocated. Urban cooperatives were brought under such tight control that they came to be in a position similar to that of state enterprises. Though there was talk of decentralization to provinces, in practice Peking controlled the bulk of industrial production. In the villages, the commune's productive functions were reduced, with agricultural production organized by brigades, corresponding in size and importance to Soviet collective farms, or even in teams, subdivisions of brigades, though controversy continued over their respective roles, and to this day this is a subject of some confusion. Incomes are supposed to be based upon each team's net revenues, but these revenues are partly the result of what the team has been ordered to cultivate by the brigade or the commune, so that wide disparities in income are due to circumstances extraneous to the work or efficacy of the team. Private plots were again tolerated. but private enterprise in towns was rendered virtually impossible. Progress was interrupted by the launching of the Cultural Revolution. Its history has been written so far mainly by its victims or opponents, and this must be allowed for. It had a number of elements, which, though linked, should be carefully distinguished. One was the effort by Mao to recover his dominant position, to defeat Liu, who controlled the party machine, by mobilizing a mass movement against them, accusing them of being capitalist roaders. This line of attack involved an appeal to the most radical elements, to the revolutionary spirit. It developed into a vicious attack on culture, and perhaps the most lasting damage was to education, numerous sources testifying to a 10-year gap which had adverse effects both on culture and on technological training. Thousands of intellectuals were sent to the countryside for re-education and hundreds of colleges and research institutes were closed or disrupted. Mao encouraged the zealots, though in the view of some observers, Jack Gray, for instance, they went further than he had wished. 24 There were attacks, sometimes physical, on management, and many instances of officially fostered indiscipline. Though wage inequalities persisted, there were spasmodic campaigns against so-called bourgeois right, a stress on the supposedly superior notion of moral as against material incentives. In the villages too there was a revival of anti-private plot measures. The role of the army, of Lin Piao, and his mysterious death, of the so-called Gang of Four and their relationship with Mao himself at different stages of the Cultural Revolution, raise questions far beyond the scope of the present work. It is clear that the Cultural Revolution was very unpopular in many quarters, and especially in its last years was a cause of serious economic damage, the full extent of which cannot be measured until more statistics are available. After Mao's death, policy changed. When I visited China in 1979, reform was in the air, the priority of economic development over ideological radicalism was reasserted and efforts had begun to repair the damage to education and culture. At first it was thought possible to adopt a large-scale industrial modernization program, relying on substantial imports of Western technology. These plans were quickly shelved in the face of daunting obstacles. There were major economic disequilibria. Agriculture was in urgent need of material inputs and incentives if the population of close on 1,000 million was to be fed, and incentives for peasants meant the rapid expansion of light industry. Major modernization programs would have to wait. We one-sidedly sought high speed and high accumulation rates, and hankered after large-scale capital construction. In relations of production we gave undue stress to the transition to a higher level of ownership of the means of production. 25 Noting that the productive forces are still very backward, the present official policy goes on to re-emphasize the priority of agriculture and of light, consumers' goods, industry, the shift of heavy industry towards providing the means of production for the consumers' goods industries, and the increased attention to be paid to services. Reforms are being introduced which have the aim of strengthening the market mechanism, though it is far from clear yet how far they will go. Public ownership is to remain predominant, but there is repeated criticism of the premature transition to a higher stage of ownership, disregarding the actual level of productive forces and willfully raising the degree of socialization, that is to say, the elimination of cooperatives and private enterprise, when objective circumstances favored their continuation. Consequently, it has been decided to loosen controls in agriculture, to give the 800 million peasants for the first time the right to select different systems of responsibility for agricultural production, which determines the forms of labor organization and the ways of distribution according to work. The plots for private use may be enlarged or even doubled, increasing from 7 to 15% of the total cultivated area. In cities, the so-called individual economy, which was once regarded as the tail of capitalism, and the small-scale cooperative economy which had been looked down upon, are all being encouraged by the new policy. 26. China is an exceedingly poor country. Its population is close to 1,000 million, yet its arable land area is only half of that of the Soviet Union. Its poverty is a function of the fact that its 800 million peasants can only just feed themselves and the existing cities. China's experience, positive and negative, is of the very greatest interest and relevance, especially to densely populated less developed countries, LDCs. It is of particular value to compare its progress with that of India. While growth rates have not greatly differed, China may claim an advantage in the eyes of socialists, in that no one actually starves and there are no very rich people. India's democratic voting is a disadvantage in tackling such deeply ingrained causes of inequality as the caste system. China, in turn, is seeking to study and learn from the experiences of other planned economies, which is why I was invited to lecture in China on the Soviet and Hungarian economies. As for the viability, or indeed the final shape, of the new model which China is now seeking, it is far too soon to make any comment on what is still a very fluid and rapidly changing situation. China is, of course, an ancient state with the longest continuous history of any. As in the case of the Soviet Union, revolutionaries did not and could not start with tabula rasa, and the habits of centuries had their effects on both leaders and led. Biankowski, whom we have already quoted, has much to say about the Chinese experience, and forecasts the emergence or maintenance of an egalitarian despotism which was also an aim of Chinese emperors. One need not agree fully with Biankowski's analysis, but it would be foolish indeed to refuse to recognize that there could be peculiarly Chinese solutions to economic, political, and military problems, and that socialist principles and slogans would take very different forms when translated into Chinese. At the same time, as has been stressed earlier, the problems themselves have much in common with those encountered in other countries. They cannot be resolved or overcome by writing them in Chinese characters. Part 4. Transition. Some introductory remarks. If you do not know where you are going, all roads will lead you there. So goes a modern saying. The revisionist, Edward Bernstein, wrote that the goal is nothing, the movement is everything. It is therefore a little dangerous to discuss the problems of transition before answering the question, transition to what? I disregard the danger, however, for two reasons. One is that, while the goal is not and cannot be nothing, bitter experience teaches us that means effect ends. If to get some version of socialism clear to an incorruptible fanatic leads through blood and terror, requires a prolonged one-party despotism, strict censorship, and so on, then we may be reasonably confident that the road will not get you there. We might arrive at something which will be called socialism, in which anyone who suggests that this is not so would be courting instant arrest. We may have some idea of the direction in which we wish to go, but the final destination is bound to be affected by the nature of the journey. Indeed, whatever the goal, there cannot in social life be a literally final destination, except ultimate extinction, I suppose. Marx in his more romantic moments may have envisaged full communism as a stable golden age, but most Marxists, and surely also Marx himself in unromantic moods, would probably agree that while there is life there is contradiction, that the ideas of what constitutes socialism will alter with experience, that conflicts will not cease to exist. It would be silly to assume that such conflicts and contradictions would be non-antagonistic. Marx was right in refusing to discuss detailed blueprints of a future socialism, though, as argued at length earlier, he was wrong in many of his indications about the economics, and politics, of an envisageable socialist society. Part 4 divides itself into three main sections. In the first we shall consider some ideas and experiences of a transition from a developed or semi-developed capitalist society. In the second, the question of how to move from Soviet-type socialism towards something more acceptable, socialism with a human face, if one would like a familiar label. In the third section I shall take up the issue of developmental socialism, but not at the length which the subject doubtless deserves, and this for the following reason. Developmental socialism is bound to be underdeveloped socialism, geared to the task of modernization of the productive structure. This could be held to apply to Stalin's Russia, of course. As we saw, the French socialist thinker Charles Bettelheim thought that the Bolsheviks were guilty of the deviation which he called economism, which consisted of believing that the basic task was to develop the forces of production and that this would lead to socialism, whereas in his view, Mao's China was proving that a correct class line would enable even a very backward country to build socialism. Priority, he thought, should be given to class struggle and cultural revolution. Subsequent developments in China must have shaken Bettelheim's beliefs, except of course that he was right in one respect: economic growth in no way guarantees the triumph of socialism, even if the government is in the hands of a party which claims to be building it. Marx long ago, and correctly, pointed out that a sheer poverty socialism is bound to be an abortion, that if one shared out poverty then soon things would return to the same old rubbish. Engels, in a famous passage, wrote that the worst thing that can befall a leader of an extreme party is to be compelled to take over the government in an epoch when the movement is not yet ripe for the domination of the class he represents. 1. From this it follows that he believed, rightly, that material abundance, or at least an end to penury, was a sine qua non, a necessary, but not sufficient, condition for any sort of socialism that he could envisage. As I suggested at the very beginning of this book, economic development in the name of socialism has strong attractions for many in the Third World, for reasons we can or should understand. However, in the constructive final part of this book I shall be concerned with feasible socialism in an industrialist, modern country. The use of the singular will at once cause dogmatic hackles to rise. Socialism in one country? Impossible. Given the time scale which underlies this entire study, conceivable in the lifetime of a child already conceived, universal, worldwide socialism is surely a far-fetched fantasy. Of course, just as we have a West European common market today, so it is possible to envisage a socialist customs union or federation which embodies a number of countries. This is not utopian, and is evidently desirable. It is anyhow rather pointless to consider socialism in one small state, such as Austria or Belgium. The debate on socialism in one country in the Soviet Union in the 1920s is often interpreted in a confusing way. The USSR was very large indeed, but isolated and underdeveloped. The protagonists, and many subsequent commentators, did not distinguish clearly between the following possible reasons for a negative answer. A. Power, external. Given the overwhelming military and economic preponderance of the capitalist world at that time, Soviet Russia would be defeated unless there were world revolution. B. Power, internal. Given that the peasants were numerous and the proletariat was small, given also the problems of capital accumulation, the effort to build socialism in Russia in isolation would fail. C. Definitional. Socialism is defined as international and worldwide. It is, of course, possible to combine all of these. Thus a critic could argue that, by turning in on itself, by devoting a disproportionate effort to the military sector, by using mass coercion against the peasant majority, the USSR in its Stalinist guise can be said to have built a socialism which good socialists should reject. However, there is a vital difference between asserting that the USSR could not build socialism because of external and internal obstacles, and defining socialism so that it could not be achieved in any one country, whatever the circumstances and obstacles. Anyhow, no one doubts that in the transition period a country or countries will be trying to move towards socialism with external economic relations very much on the agenda, with a degree of dependence on the outside world. To repeat, if one were to assume that socialism is only possible on a world scale, this amounts to denying its possibility within a century, or at all, and ensures that the dogmatist who makes such an assumption will be able to reject any and every real embodiment of a socialist idea, a posture recommendable to those who wish to be in eternal opposition, but not otherwise very useful. Transition I, from capitalism to socialism. No developed capitalist country has ever become socialist in any acceptable sense of that word. Of course, a number of countries under social democratic rule have adopted a series of social reforms and expanded the nationalist sector. But it would be stretching the meaning of words too far if we were to speak of a Swedish socialist republic, and not only because it is a kingdom. To say this is not to criticize or denounce what has been achieved in Sweden. We have seen a number of attempts to lay the foundations of a basic change in property relations and in the social structure, and discussions as to how to proceed are very much on the agenda, for instance, in France before and after the election of Mitterrand, and in Britain within the Labour Party. There had earlier been the experience of the French Popular Front government of 1936–7, and also that of the Popular Unity in, semi-developed, Chile, both ending in failure. It so happens that these, and also Portugal, were the subject of an interesting and original analysis by S.C. Com, published in a symposium. 2 As a student I attended the giant July 14 demonstration in Paris in 1936 and, in much more mature years, taught in Chile in the last year of Allende's ill-fated presidency. My analysis of Chilean policies and their consequences forms part of a published symposium. 3 The pages that follow owe something to Com and to my own experiences and ideas. Of course I appreciate that these are controversial questions. Opinions should differ, and certainly will. There are some typical and dangerous misapprehensions commonly held by those on the left, and which can lead to disasters, both political and economic. Since disasters should be avoided, these matters should cause concern also to individuals located far further to the left than the present writer. The first relates to income redistribution and its relationship to productivity. It is widely believed that the welfare of the poorer sections of the community can be significantly increased by taking from the rich. Unfortunately, several difficulties arise. Thus part of the wealth of the rich cannot be redistributed. For example, a painting by Van Dyck can be confiscated or hung in a museum, it could be sold abroad and its proceeds distributed, but only once. A privately owned firm can be nationalized, with or without compensation, but it cannot be distributed either, though its future output could be. A privately owned chateau could be turned into a public museum, but not distributed to the poor. Though a few families could be lodged in it, its contribution to the housing problem would scarcely be appreciable. Land, of course, can be redistributed, and land reform is both possible and desirable. However, in many leading Western countries, e.g. France, West Germany, Scandinavia, either the bulk of cultivated land is already in the possession of peasants, or, as in the USA, there are no peasants. The redistribution of income is complicated by the relatively small number of the really very rich. Let us suppose that, say, in Britain, 20,000 high-income recipients each have an income of £20,000 a year to spend on luxuries. Note that any income that is saved and invested would probably also have to be saved and invested by a socialist government, and so would not be available. This large-looking sum would give the average wage earner in Great Britain 50 pence a week or so, the equivalent of 10 cigarettes. This is no reason for tolerating the existence of super-rich people. But the fact remains that their excess incomes, if redistributed, will make no decisive difference to the material welfare of the masses. Yet left-wing propagandists almost invariably cause their supporters to believe otherwise. Fair payer les riches, let the rich pay. This sets up an unrealizable expectation, ensuring future disappointment. In practice, when governments do try to achieve redistribution, they have to affect adversely the interests of a far wider group of people than the very rich. This is rendered necessary if sufficient revenue is to be raised. This, however, has political consequences, of which more in a moment. Some also seem remarkably unaware of the consequences of nationalization without compensation of the big companies. Again, they must be mesmerized by their own propaganda about the small group of super-rich, les 200 familles, who are supposed to dominate and own the large corporations under monopoly capitalism. The important role of big businessmen is undeniable, but what is overlooked is the importance of institutional investors, among them the big insurance companies and pension funds. Their investments are doubtless managed by financiers, but the savings are those of many millions of people, many of them trade unionists, who would not take kindly to losing them. Indeed, a sizable portion of those who are members of the working class on any reasonable definition, i.e. who sell their labor power, and hold no senior managerial post, own some property, a house, a car, other expensive consumer durables, pension rights, insurance. A policy posture that ignores this can lose the support of a large segment of the working class, even in countries where, unlike America, there is a traditional working class attachment to socialist sentiments. Political and social realism also requires the recognition of the fact that there is a large class or stratum which considers itself middle class, even if in terms of property relations most of them could be seen as workers. Some have low and middle level supervisory tasks, some are specialist technicians and engineers, computer programmers and other kinds of skilled office staff, small shopkeepers, working owners of small businesses in a wide range of activities. The last of these may be seen as small capitalists in the strict Marxist sense, but they also work, and they are not a negligible quantity, numerically, politically, or economically. Chile was brought to a halt by a strike of lorry owners. It turned out that, on average, each owned 1.5 lorries. While certain small businesses, notably shops, have been declining in number, it must surely be recognized by non-dogmatic Marxists that the old simplified notion of proletarianization, of a polarization of society between a small class of monopoly supercapitalists and the mass of workers, whose misery brings about their revolutionary class consciousness, has not been borne out by history. A wealth tax, and more severe taxation of inheritance, are attractive ideas, which also sometimes have quite unintended effects. It is one thing to hit large fortunes, or vast landed estates, but quite another to break up medium-scale or small businesses. Yet just this can happen. The super-rich go to live abroad, while the successful farmer or small factory owner finds that he has to sell off part or all of his property to pay the capital transfer tax or whatever is the contemporary equivalent of an inheritance tax. Limited companies are not so penalized, since they are impersonal, sociétés anonymes, as they are called in France, and therefore in the physical sense immortal. So the paradoxical and quite undesired result is to break up small and medium-scale family businesses or farms, while leaving the big corporations unscathed, thereby actually assisting in the process of concentration of capital. A levy on personal accumulation of wealth is indeed desirable, on grounds of social equity, but if this levy is confined to very large fortunes, the yield will be disappointingly small, while if lowered to a level at which the yield would be substantial it will help to alienate the middle classes. It has, however, definite symbolic significance. Such a tax has been introduced by the Mitterrand government in France, and its effects are worthy of careful study. In Marxist journals the notion of deskilling has been discussed. This is the view, also to be found in Marx, that machinery replaces skilled workers and, so to speak, homogenizes the rest into a pool of universal unskilled labor. Surely, while machines eliminate some skills, they create the need for others, replacing a great deal of manual work in factories, on building sites and in offices. It is sometimes said that the new species of skilled work is repetitive and boring, but then so was much of the unskilled heavy work which the machines have replaced. The driver of a bulldozer is not more bored or less skillful than the dozen or more navvies or coolies with picks and shovels. There are, it is true, examples to the contrary, and it is sad to register the fact that some skills have indeed been vanishing. Let us just say that the effects on skills of technical progress are indeterminate. Some, for example, the late Nicolas have sought to save the purity of class analysis by defining workers very narrowly, non-supervisory, manual, productive, i.e. essentially working in factories and mines and construction. But in developed countries this is a minority of the working population, for a socialism introduced by and on behalf of a minority class hardly accords with the Marxist or any other socialist tradition, except in so far as the Leninist model is applied, but this relates to countries with peasant majorities, and not, of course, to Western Europe, or even to semi-developed countries such as Chile. Of course, mass unemployment is quite another matter. It now threatens all working strata, small businessmen, skilled engineers, factory workers. This is indeed a major issue, and we shall be discussing it in a moment. But let us return, after this necessary detour, to income or wealth redistribution. It is no accident, it follows from all that has been said above, that serious measures of redistribution cannot be confined to taking from the rich, as the amount so obtained would make no significant difference to the poorer segments of the community. Therefore, to obtain the needed resources, it is necessary to hit and to hurt the middle strata too. Let me cite a parallel derived from Soviet policy towards the peasants in 1928. Faced with a grain shortage, the authorities decided to use coercion against the kulaks, the so-called rich peasants, in the name of the class struggle. They were said to be holding the Soviet regime to ransom, hoarding grain, and so on. It turned out that the rich did not have enough grain, and the campaign inevitably hit the so-called middle peasants, indeed the majority of the peasantry, for only thus could the necessary quantity of produce be procured. In Russia the resultant discontent could be, and was, suppressed, by methods which we are surely not prepared to defend, or to tolerate. No socialist in the West should advocate a policy which envisages a police state coercing the majority. One sometimes wonders if some of our extreme left intellectuals ever undertake a realistic class analysis of their own countries. There does exist a solution that makes possible an improvement in the material conditions of the poorer section of the community, without entailing an attack on the interests of the middle strata: higher productivity, a larger cake. Where there is underutilization of productive resources, as in Chile in 1970 or in many countries today, a larger cake can be the short-term consequence of reflationary, or inflationary, policies, though the longer-term effect must not be exaggerated. But even in this form, this whole approach has never stood high on the list of priorities of the West's left-wing groups. Indeed, the very phrase "a larger cake" is apt to elicit cries of derision. Why? First and foremost, it is because of the priority given to the class struggle, and the view of industrial relations as a zero-sum game. This was touched upon at the very beginning of this book. Higher output under capitalism seems to strengthen the class enemy, increases profits, may also increase unemployment, as when 5 workers with a new machine can do the work formerly done by 10. It is common for militants to demand wage increases without strings, often by percentages vastly in excess of any rise in productivity in the given industry or in the economy as a whole. Their motives and degree of understanding vary. Some sincerely believe that they are redistributing income away from the capitalist class, and indeed neo-Ricardian theorists provide a kind of rationale by their treatment of the division of GNP between wages and profits: what one gains the other loses. There are also pseudo-Keynesians, who believe that higher wages for producing the same output stimulate demand, and are surprised to find the gains eliminated by cost-based price rises. The more intelligent revolutionaries well understand that the wage demands they are making cannot be met, or that if they can it is only through increases in prices. Insofar as it is not just a question of sectional interest, i.e. leapfrogging, getting ahead of other workers in the wages league, they see militancy, strikes, inflation, the closing of factories, as contributing to the breakdown of the system. They act as enemies of it. British and American planes, or IRA terrorists, who blew up factories in the Ruhr, or in Belfast, did not wish to increase productivity. The aim was to destroy, to cause demoralization and collapse. As one dogmatist put it, we must demand higher wages, then still higher wages, until finally we destroy the wages system. Not many of their fellow citizens wish for this outcome, most would surely oppose it if they understood it. Still, the aim is logically pursued. These extreme leftists wish to overthrow the system, they wish it not to function, they have every interest in causing productivity to fall, as this would sharpen the struggle. For them, the worse, the better, until they seize power in a true socialist proletarian revolution. Then, of course, productivity becomes important. They believe it will increase, when the masses are no longer exploited, are freed from the shackles of capitalism, and so on, though they usually have not the remotest idea of how a complex industrial economy operates, or could operate, and treat such studies with open contempt. It is worth noting that in the early years of the Soviet regime the left also opposed the Soviet government on this issue. I am not referring here only to the conflict over the militarization of labor and the trade unions, but also to the more normal conditions of the mid-1920s. When the leadership put productivity high on the list of priorities, Zinoviev retorted, "How could one exhort the workers to raise productivity when wages were still below pre-revolutionary levels?" They were, of course, but the causal link seems to have escaped his attention, a typical blind spot. So it is not just a matter of division of spoils with the capitalists, it is a whole mental attitude. One hardly needs reminding, in Britain, that nationalist industries suffer quite as much as the private sector from unreasonable wage demands and restrictive practices. This includes such non-commercial sectors as the hospital service, for instance. So nationalization as such does not resolve the issue. Indeed, given the belief that the state can print any amount of money, while private business does in the last resort go bankrupt, it can make matters worse, so far as productivity is concerned. But I shall have more to say about nationalist industries in a moment. A preoccupation with income redistribution and a lack of preoccupation with productivity is associated with opposition to wage control and a predisposition to believe in the desirability and efficacy of price control. Even if the need for a wages policy is recognized, it is then made conditional upon strict price control. This is in a context in which the policies pursued, for instance, higher welfare and other social expenditures, as well as higher wages, lead to increased inflationary pressures. Prices of necessities, so it is argued, must be held down as part of the process of income redistribution. To increase them is to benefit the better off at the expense of the poor. The consequences of price policies can be far-reaching, even decisive. I have argued elsewhere, e.g. in an economic history of the USSR, that the price policy pursued in the period 1926–8 would have wrecked the new economic policy even if no other decisions had been taken. Price control made its contribution to the economic disasters in Chile. It played an important part in the Polish catastrophe. In the form in which it is advocated by some of the labor left in Britain, it would certainly lead to trouble here. May I stress that this is not meant as a condemnation of all and any price control, especially in times of crisis or emergency, when it, and rationing too, may be essential. In more normal situations too, price control is justified where monopoly power is strong. But it is no recipe either for efficiency or for the combating of inflation. Worse, it has profound social and economic consequences, usually unforeseen, and political consequences too, especially in a mixed economy. In a Soviet-type system, prices also cause trouble, as we have seen. A good example of an obstinately blind mentality is provided by typical labor counselors, not all of them of the extreme left by any means, faced with the self-evident fact that rent control plus security of tenure for tenants diminishes the supply of rented accommodation, thereby imposing hardships on anyone not already in rented accommodation. All they can ever see is that it is an anti-landlord measure, therefore good. All kinds of specious arguments are then trotted out, for instance, that rented accommodation would have declined in any case. One should distinguish a price subsidized for social reasons at which supplies are sufficient to meet demand, let us say vitamins for pregnant women, or the Paris metro, and a price at which supply and demand do not balance. The goods concerned could be anything: steel, timber, meat, footwear. The consequences inevitably are either shortage or administered allocation, rationing. The introduction of consumer rationing in peacetime is intensely unpopular. Shortages are sometimes tolerated in the name of equality, because a higher price appears to favor the rich. But low prices favor the black market, and the rulers and administrators are tempted to allocate what they need to themselves, avoiding the long lines that wait outside shops. The private manufacturing and services sector finds great difficulties in obtaining supplies, and is in turn suspected of evading price controls and supplying the black market. Dealers, traders, also corrupt officials, make fortunes. This is held to call for still tighter controls and punitive measures, which must still further alienate the middle strata. In Chile they grew angry both as consumers. I heard housewives banging saucepan lids nightly in protest at food shortages, and as producers or traders. Conditions are created in which success in obtaining a license or an allocation becomes a means of enrichment, either by sale at inflated prices on the side or by barter. It becomes worth a house owner's while to bribe or otherwise induce a tenant to leave, since the value of the house increases hugely with vacant possession. The extremists use these facts as arguments for tighter controls, municipalization of rented property, measures against private traders, and other acts which are bound still further to antagonize the middle. In Chile, food in short supply was distributed in some working class areas by the so-called JAPs, Juntas de Abastecimiento Popular. This not only infuriated the middle classes, but left out a large number of the poorest who were not in regular employment or happened neither to be organized nor resident near a functioning JAP. Universal price control is highly difficult to administer even if there is no significant private sector, as Soviet experience abundantly shows. Partial price control, for essentials only, tends to divert effort and resources from essentials to the more profitable non-essentials. Extremists then blame capitalists and traders and demand stricter measures, prosecution, wider nationalization. The mixed economy operates in a market environment, and disruption of the market cannot but cause confusion and loss, and shortages. As I am writing this, the British Labour Party is committing itself to price control, to no control over wages, and saying it intends to help small businesses. Gott im Himmel. Shortages can be mitigated for a time by imports. This brings me to foreign trade and payments, a sector where the negative consequences of the policies outlined above would become speedily apparent, and must react back upon the internal economic and political situation. Chile in 1971-2 is a classic example, but France in 1936-7 followed the same pattern, and so would Britain under Tony Benn. Higher wages increase industrial costs and reduce exports. At first the higher demand may stimulate a domestic mini-boom and reduce unemployment, but the stimulus to imports will be greater. Even if the flight of domestically owned capital can be checked, foreign capital will be withdrawn, worsening the balance of payments situation further. Import controls will have to be introduced, with results that are bound to disappoint those who desire them and, if severe, cause further disruption and increased discontent. As a sizable part of the labor left believes in import controls as a solution to British problems, it is worth spelling out the reasons for anticipating negative, indeed highly dangerous, consequences. One would be a breach of whatever trading pact or customs union the country is involved in, EEC, Andean Pact, or whatever, and also of a number of commercial treaties and agreements. These would have to be renegotiated, presumably on a bilateral basis, if selective import controls are intended, selective both by product and between countries. The hoped-for results of import controls are the stimulation of those domestic industries particularly affected by foreign competition, and the saving of foreign currency. But the degree of interdependence and international specialization is grossly underestimated, if indeed studied at all. A large number of specialized machines and components used in British manufacture are imported. A large number of different British machines and components are exported to be used in foreign manufacturing, for example, in Swedish cars. Some multinationals make certain models or products in Britain, some of which are exported, while other models are sent to Britain from abroad. As for consumers' goods, some are hardly made in Britain at all, and many that are, e.g. textiles, clothing, footwear, are imported largely from developing countries and Eastern Europe. It hardly seems to be behavior appropriate to an internationalist ideology to play beggar my neighbor and cause loss to other and poorer countries' workers, though this attitude is typical of trade unions in many lands. It must be added that some economists of quite moderate political complexion, such as Wynne Godley at Cambridge, persist in advocating import controls, claiming for them advantages which could hardly materialize in practice. The macro assumptions underlying their analysis have been devastatingly criticized by Paul Hare 5, and it may be no accident that Hare is known as a leading expert on the Hungarian economic reform, and so is well acquainted with the trading practices of Eastern Europe. He points out that Godley's model incorporates implausibly optimistic assumptions about the behavior of wages and prices, the supply response of industry and the reactions of foreign countries. There is no sign that he and his friends have done any of the necessary micro-homework, that is, exploring the consequences of import duties and or quantitative restrictions on particular industries or the supply of particular commodities. It is even argued that a sizable import duty on most if not all manufactures, say, at the rate of 30%, would not lead to higher prices, higher wage demands and higher inflation, or to the devaluation to which such an import duty is seen as a preferable alternative. Godley himself favors non-discriminatory import duties, but many on the left envisage discrimination, and are usually quite unaware of the bureaucratic nightmare that is implied by the negotiation of bilateral quotas for thousands of different products with hundreds of different countries, which would be highly damaging to a country heavily dependent on foreign trade. I have nowhere seen an attempt to work out the detailed consequences of serious, all-embracing import controls. Presumably most food and raw materials, and most semi-manufactures intended for further processing, would be exempt. In the British case, leaving the common market would enable some foods to be imported much more cheaply, which would be an important gain. The consequences to British farming would be devastating unless large subsidies were paid. But let us just take the group of products: textiles, clothing, and footwear. A full list of such products runs into hundreds of thousands of designations. In many instances the cheapest items in the shops are imported, from a variety of countries such as Taiwan, Korea, Hong Kong, Brazil, India, Romania, Poland. What is proposed? A tariff of, say, 50%? Global quotas. Specific quotas negotiated with each of these countries. Quite apart from the problems of negotiations and of reprisals, what would be the effect on domestic supplies, prices, wage claims, and inflation? Or suppose that certain imported steels are 30% cheaper than the domestically produced variety. Ban the import. Impose a 30% duty? Would this not add to the cost of steel used in British industry? With what consequences in costs and competitiveness? Should we ban imported liquors, and expect no one to take reprisals against Scotch whisky? As for machinery, have any of the advocates of import controls actually examined in detail what is imported, what can be made here, what consequences would follow from restrictions? All this needs micro-quantification. By this I do not mean that someone has to work out the exact future value of imports of doll's eyes from China or Peru, but one really must consider the scale of the intended cuts in imports in relation to the practical possibilities. Otherwise one would be adopting the typical posture of a conservative counselor who knows that massive savings can be made through the elimination of waste in government. Of course there is waste in government. Of course some savings can be made in imports. Some British industries could revive if adequately protected. Let me give an example. The cotton cloth industry in Lancashire has been declining for many years. Can imports be cut? Of course. Suppose that a sizable proportion comes from India and China. As already pointed out, this could damage the interests of poor countries. But in addition, these countries may well discriminate against British exports. If we put a ban on West German salami, Mercedes cars, and radios, what would be the effect on British exports to West Germany of confectionery, metros, and tractors? What happens to non-discriminatory undertakings enshrined in GATT and a long list of most favored nation clauses? How many labor left-wing advocates of import controls have seriously considered such questions? It is an unfortunate effect of the Godley, Cambridge, model that it purports to answer them, though in fact it either makes optimistic and highly questionable assumptions, e.g. on prices and wage claims, or simply ignores them, by remaining at the macro level. Some of the above arguments relate specifically to the British situation, and it may well be that some of the protagonists would not extend them to other and more industrially successful countries. Thus Cripps stresses Britain's industrial senility, urges a strategy of reindustrialization, expresses alarm, not without reason, about what the situation will be when North Sea oil supplies are exhausted, and sees limits on import penetration as necessary in the context of state-financed industrial expansion. 61 Can envisage situations in which measures of this sort would be justified, together with control over export of capital. It would also be desirable to use for industrial and other productive investment the huge sums which so-called institutional investors dispose of, notably the pension funds and insurance. Protection for senile industries would protect traditional inefficiencies, but would or could be justified in the context of a major modernization program. In a country such as West Germany, the above arguments lose much of their force, and one can scarcely imagine that the Cambridge School would advocate them there. These are not arguments against all forms of protection, nor are they intended to exclude ad hoc restrictions when an import flood threatens a particular industry. Japanese cars are a familiar example. But as a generalist and apparently long-term solution, in the form in which it appeals to the left extremists, it is a recipe for chronic crisis or disaster for a country which must import raw materials and food and whose manufactures must be competitive. Godley's plan is intended as a short-term solution of our immediate problems, and is in this respect different. It is one thing to administer a siege economy in time of crisis, another to envisage some British version of the state monopoly of foreign trade. The intended or unintended effect of the policies of the Labour left would be the suspension of the convertibility of the currency, strict controls on foreign exchanges and devaluation. Judging from precedents elsewhere, some would then advocate multiple exchange rates, varying by degree of necessity of the import, necessity being determined by government officials, and a sizable gap must then develop between the official and the black market rate. Amounts doled out for travel abroad would have to be cut. There would be loud denunciation of currency speculators. Prices of imports would rise sharply, or would need to be allocated between users by government agencies, again administering a priority scheme. This was in fact familiar in Britain in wartime, when it was indeed essential. The attempt to divide important from less important is familiar also in Soviet planning experience, as is administrative allocation. The cost and defects are notorious. All this would hit not only big business, but also the middle, the small business community, professionals of all kinds. The combined effect of all these policies is bound to be to drive the political center to the right. In Britain, fear of the consequences of such policies is driving part of Labour's own supporters to the new SDP, Liberal Alliance. In Chile, the alienation of the petty bourgeoisie in 1971-3 was a major factor in the overthrow of Allende by a military coup. Most Chilean left-wing exiles recognize this, and stress that this alienation had not been intended, and indeed it was not. Allende had perhaps a clearer view than the Labour left has in Britain of the vital political importance of these strata, and Chilean communists had too. It was the combination of excessive wage increases, price controls, and the balance of payments crisis which forced the government to take measures which hit the economic political middle. In discussing both Chile and France, correctly points out that a left-wing victory in elections is only possible if the center moves left. The effect of the sort of policies outlined above is to push the center to the right. In France in 1937 this led to the erosion of the Popular Front majority, a rightward shift in the parliamentary balance, in Portugal to the disintegration of the left, in Chile, to a coup. A left-wing government with socialist aims can act in one of two ways. One is to attempt a gradual shift in economic power away from big business, national and multinational, in alliance with small business, or at least keeping it neutral. Nationalization raises questions to be discussed in a moment, but is clearly an important way forward. The government's supporters will seek immediate gains in the form of higher wages and improved social services. Some way must be found to keep these within the limits set by actual gains in productivity. This may prove the biggest obstacle of all. Trade unions pursuing the narrow sectional interests of their members may well clash with government. Political, socialist, influence in the unions would be necessary, unlike the paradoxical British situation in which unions' power over Labour's politicians has actually been strengthened. Since there would be a mixed economy, with a large and important private sector, market forces must be allowed to function, and not be disrupted by a combination of price controls, import restrictions, and material allocation. Limits on wage increases will clearly be vital, and by no means easy to achieve, in the face of strong pressure from the extreme left. Then and only then can there be a likelihood of not losing power at the next election to a mighty right-wing backlash. There is an alternative strategy, which may well be in the minds of thoughtful left extremists. There would be no next election. In Chile in 1972 I had a long argument with André Gunder Frank. I pointed out the consequences, which were plainly already visible, of the policies being pursued. An increase in real wages by 30% in 1 year was a recipe for disaster. Reserves were exhausted, shortages were growing worse, and so on. Frank replied that the policy of immediate benefits would have made sense if it had been used as a springboard for the effective revolutionary seizure of power, but that of course President Allende was not a revolutionary, and so the consequences would indeed be disastrous. The idea, then, would be to take advantage of a temporary leftward swing of opinion, reinforce it with some immediate distribution of benefits which would empty the treasury and exhaust reserves, and then take political action to prevent the right backlash from lashing, by appropriate changes in the constitution towards a people's democracy, plus the strengthening of the socialist police, the creation of a workers' militia to replace or fight the army, and so on. A variant of this strategy can be studied in Czechoslovakia in 1945-9. This too was a country with a large middle class, an independent peasantry, and a tradition of parliamentary democracy. The Communists went into the election of 1946 promising full support for the small manufacturers, traders, and peasants. They repeatedly stated that only the big monopolists and wartime collaborationists would have anything to fear. They scored the highest vote of any communist party in a free election. Within a very few years small businesses had been forcibly liquidated, the peasants compulsorily collectivized and any protesters taken to concentration camps. The strains and stresses which developed as a result, inter alia, of price control and, party-controlled, trade union demands were used as pretexts to eliminate private enterprise, which was presented as consisting of speculators and black marketeers. Of course, this was only rendered possible because the Communist Party held the levers of power. 7. Let me hasten to add that I do not suppose that Ben and the majority of Labour's left wing have the slightest intention of taking this sort of action, which makes it all the more important and relevant to take into account the probable consequences of their policies. The above-cited article by Com should be required reading for them. But, as Hegel is alleged to have remarked, the only lesson to be learned from history is that no one learns lessons from history. It is one thing deliberately to engineer a crisis in order to benefit from its consequences, to achieve irreversible changes, that is, to acquire power to prevent opposition from opposing. It is quite another to generate a crisis unintentionally, and then find to one's astonishment that the enemies of socialism are the chief beneficiaries of one's policies. If any left-wing socialist has read so far, he or she may be saying, this is propaganda for the new British Social Democratic Party, if not simply anti-socialist. To this my reply would be, wherever my sympathies in fact lie, the fact remains that policies have certain consequences, and it is willful blindness to refuse to consider them soberly and anticipate them. A sad émigré in Mexico after the coup told me that Chilean left-wing intellectuals had spent much time in denouncing international finance and the multinationals, but unfortunately had never studied what their actual role was, and what would happen if links with them were broken. A critic might reproach me for having devoted no space to the actions of anti-socialists, who would surely seek to obstruct, if not sabotage. Indeed, the opposition will oppose. This can be taken for granted. My object was to point to certain policy errors which would have the unintended effect of assisting the opposition in its task. While this book was being written, Mitterrand took power in France, with a comfortable parliamentary majority. Allende in Chile was handicapped throughout by being in a minority in Congress. By the time this book is published, we shall know much more about what Mitterrand will do. It is my hope and expectation that he will do his utmost to avoid the errors that have been described above. Alas, he seems to be on the verge of committing some of them. Some thoughts on nationalization. Nationalization of the British species arouses no enthusiasm in the minds of most socialists and anti-socialists. It would probably be agreed that hopes which reposed on nationalization have been disappointed. Conservatives hold that this is due to defects inherent in nationalization, that private enterprise based on private ownership is inherently superior. Mrs. Thatcher's government tried to ensure that this was so by preventing essential investments and ordering the nationalist industries to sell off their more successful undertakings. Obviously, socialists cannot agree. Yet the kinds of nationalization frequently encountered in Western countries cannot give them satisfaction. Let us examine the problems involved. The original notion was that nationalization would achieve three objectives. One was to dispossess the big capitalists. The second was to divert the profits from private appropriation to the public purse. Thirdly, the nationalist sector would serve the public good, rather than try to make private profits. Be it noted that the last two objectives could easily contradict one another. There would be no profits to be diverted to the public purse. To these objectives some, but not all, would add some sort of workers' control, the accountability of management to the employees. Capitalists are indeed dispossessed, in the sense that they no longer control, but it has usually been found necessary to compensate them, if only for reasons already referred to. Many institutional investors operate with monies advanced them as insurance premiums and pension contributions by quite ordinary citizenry. So interest payments appear as major financial burdens, and the distribution of wealth is not significantly affected. If policies are followed which seek to avoid price rises under conditions of inflationary pressure, losses are probable, as certainly happened in Chile, so that, far from benefiting the exchequer, there is danger of these industries becoming a financial burden. As already indicated, there is also a danger that the workers will demand higher wages regardless of the financial situation, since in their eyes the government has a bottomless purse, and a printing press. This not only happened in Chile, it happened under Labour and Conservative governments in Great Britain. Many steel workers and the miners and their unions not only show themselves unmoved by financial deficits of their public corporations, they are also quite indifferent to the fact that if costs go up and they then demand a ban on imports, other British industries will see their costs rise and become less competitive, with higher prices for the consumer. Or, if they do realize it, they simply demand subsidies, from the bottomless public purse. But there are other and equally serious matters to consider. What should be the efficiency criteria under which nationalist industries operate? Who should determine them? What should be the relationship between management and the political organs of the state? I have written quite a few words on this subject, but some of them belong here, in the context of the tasks of a transitional government. When in 1945-6 the Labour government nationalised a number of industries, its members had hardly any ideas as to what criteria should govern their operation. Thus Shinwell, the minister responsible for coal, admitted that he started with an empty desk. The industries should serve the public, should put social considerations high on their list of objectives, presumably should cover their costs and operate efficiently. But these worthy aims were vague. Clearly, inefficiency means that resources needed elsewhere are unnecessarily wasted. What, however, is efficiency? Part of the answer depends on the presence or absence of competition, and on the nature of the good or service provided. Let me illustrate with examples. The Renault car company belongs to the French state. It operates in a competitive environment in France and in export markets. there is no reason why its operations should not proceed on normal commercial criteria, subject to what could be regarded as normal limits, e.g. conditions of work acceptable to the labor force, environmental protection rules observed, and so on. The essential point is that competition, the right of the user to choose alternative sources of supply, should normally ensure that efforts will be made to satisfy the customer. True, in the event of failure, there would be claims for a subsidy and for protection, but this is a natural reaction even if the firm in question is privately owned. Capitalists and workers hold the begging bowl together. Nor is this always wrong. A very different example is water. By long tradition, and rightly so, water authorities consider it their duty to supply water regularly to households, and this overrides profit and loss accountancy. No one would say, to supply the new suburb with tap water does not pay, so let no water be supplied. Water is, of course, a homogeneous commodity, H2O. Everyone uses it. Consumer choice is limited to such issues as fluoridization. Consumer needs are clear: clean water should flow from the tap. It is customary to cover costs by levying a local tax or rate. Costs should be minimized, on condition that the above objectives are safely met. So, although water supply is a monopoly, criteria for water authorities seldom give rise to any economic or political controversy. This cannot be said of a wide range of nationalist industries, whether these produce goods or services. Let us see why. In most of the economy, goods and services can be provided in a number of different types, with quality an important variable. User demand varies too. So does the degree of monopoly power of the nationalist industry concerned. Of course, total monopoly is rare. There are usually substitutes, some close, some less so, some from private sources, some from other nationalist undertakings. Nonetheless, some monopoly power is frequently encountered, and the larger the portion of the economy that is nationalist, the greater it is likely to be. In this context we must see the ambiguities of such terms as efficiency, commercial operation, the public good. Labor and conservative governments in the 1960s tended to see these three objectives as one: efficiency equals commercial criteria equals the public good, since the efficient use of resources is in the general interest. Economic advisors were chosen who advised accordingly, subject to very general guidance as to objectives. Management was to behave in the same way as private enterprise was supposed by the textbooks to behave, except that target rates of profits were substituted for profit maximization. Investments had to meet a cut-off rate of return, derived from the profitability of private investment, with due allowance for inflation. In the British experience none of this was done quite consistently. Thus some prices and charges were uncontrolled, in other cases the government's approval was necessary. This in turn was given by reference to different criteria at different times. On some occasions price rises were deliberately minimized, while under Mrs. Thatcher orders were given, for instance to the gas board, to charge higher prices than the management considered necessary. There was also very considerable inconsistency and confusion with regard to the division of responsibility between government departments and the management of the particular industry. The latter understandably argued that, if it was to be judged by financial commercial criteria, then it had to be allowed to take decisions. It would be unreasonable for it to be directed to provide some good or service at a loss, and then be judged adversely because profits fell. It would also be unreasonable to judge it by the quality of the service it provided, e.g. fast punctual trains, if investments which it considered necessary for the purpose were disallowed by a government department because, in its judgment, it would not meet the target rate of return on capital. Similar issues were discussed at length in a NEDO, National Economic Development Organization, Document 9, and the questions of mutual responsibility and authority proved extremely complex. The recommendations finally made evoked protest from management of the industries concerned, and were not implemented. I shall not dwell on the details, I refer to this only to draw attention to the difficulties encountered. More important, in my view, is the inherent ambiguity of the criteria already referred to. It is a weakness of conventional monopoly theory that it concentrates attention on two variables only, quantity and price. This omits a large number of other dimensions, such as quality, punctuality, after-sales service, and reliability, to name but a few. Many of these can be subsumed under the term goodwill. In a competitive environment, if you have to wait in line for an hour in a shop, if the television hire firm fails to respond to a call to repair your set, if razor blades are blunt, if the steak is tough, then you, the customer, can go elsewhere, and the knowledge that this is so, that loss of goodwill is commercially damaging, provides the manufacturer or trader with a material inducement to satisfy the customer. Very few textbooks on economics mention goodwill. Samuelson briefly refers to the fact that it is a saleable asset, but does not discuss it in any other way. Most others do not refer to it at all, and indeed hardly any textbooks have an index entry for quality. The reason is not hard to find. Conventional microeconomics prefers to treat each product as homogeneous, and each transaction in isolation, or, more precisely, they are related to the market and not to each other. The fact that one act or omission by a firm reacts upon the profitability of other acts of the same firm is untidy, unquantifiable, inelegant, therefore best ignored. Yet in our context it is vitally important. Suppose the customer cannot go elsewhere, or the only available substitutes are inconvenient and expensive. Then there is no particular advantage in goodwill. We are back to some of the most familiar deficiencies of the Soviet-type system. It is possible to fulfill plans, whether these are expressed in terms of a profit rate, in quantity, or in value of turnover, at the customer's expense. Goodwill costs money and effort to acquire and keep. Under monopoly conditions this ceases to be advantageous for the enterprise concerned, whether nationalist or private. Let us recall some examples. A line of customers in a shop improves its productivity per shop worker, lowers costs per unit of sale, increases profits. So does overcrowding on public transport. It pays to keep the customer waiting until it is convenient and least costly for the firm to send the repairmen to put right that TV set. If razor blades are blunt, then, unless he grows a beard, the user will have to buy them more frequently. And so on. To counter this, it is necessary to begin by seeing clearly two things. First, that the conventional textbook picture of commercial behavior by real firms is dangerously oversimplified, and, secondly, that nationalist monopolies cannot function efficiently unless their performance is related to duty, purpose, function. How this is best defined and enforced is a question which is complicated in practice, and varies greatly in different sectors. It is indeed difficult to balance these matters against the financial considerations which are also an integral part of efficiency criteria. Let me give an example of the incorrect doctrine at its most extreme. Evidence was given to the Select Committee on Nationalist Industries of the British House of Commons in 1968. The late Dennis Munby, an influential Oxford economist, observed that the head of London Transport considered that he had a kind of social contract with Londoners, and Munby's reaction was to assert that with such a conception it is not possible to provide transport for London efficiently, that it made no social or economic sense. Point 10 Surely it would be more correct to say that, without such a concept, efficient operation of London transport would be devoid of meaning. Imagine a firm operating a fleet of lorries to transport their own goods, and then detaching the concept of efficiency from the task of punctual and reliable transportation of the goods in question. Governments in the 1960s and 1970s unfortunately also tended to accept criteria which downgraded the importance of complementarities, what could be called systemic elements, as well as externalities. Of course, their existence was not denied, and cost-benefit analysis was sometimes used to justify otherwise unprofitable investment, such as London's Victoria Line. But these were seen as exceptional. Yet it is precisely here that nationalization should show advantages over fragmented private enterprise. Instead, the tendency has been to fragment, to insist that each separate activity and investment should pay, to denounce cross-subsidization as evidence of misallocation of resources. One could describe this as the external leasing of internalities, instead of vice versa. Mrs. Thatcher's government is trying to compel nationalist industries to sell off profitable complementary activities, but this is probably due less to incorrect economics than to ideological prejudice. An elementary example will illustrate the situation in which denial of cross-subsidization is evidently fallacious, and at the same time emphasize the element of system. Imagine a railway or bus network that just covers its costs, at a standard charge. Since costs per passenger mile vary widely, half of the network will appear not to pay, while half more than covers its costs. Are we then to close the half that does not pay, unless it is subsidized on social grounds, or are charges to be varied in accordance with varying costs per passenger mile? Either solution would be incorrect, because it disregards the indivisibility complementarity aspect of the system. Investment or current operational decisions can be related to the system. Marginal decisions within a network of interrelated activities are multidimensional. Needless to say, it may be rational to close down some part of the system, but the decision should be taken in the context of the effects on the system as a whole. Another British example of muddled thinking on nationalist industries relates to the Post Office. Ever since its foundation it has been run as a government department, directly under a minister. This is still so in most of the world, even in the USA. Why? Because governments appreciate that its functioning has a direct effect on both human welfare and commerce, printed catalogs, parcels, telex, etc., which relates only very indirectly to the profitability of specific postal operations. In other words, so important are externalities, and cross-subsidization, that it is considered essential to regard profit and loss as subordinate to its public service aspects. Who turned the British Post Office from being a government department into a commercial corporation? A Labour government. If even the posts are to be regarded as primarily a commercial activity, subject, to be sure, to the obligation to deliver letters even to outlying islands, if the criteria of the operations of nationalist industries can be seen as no different from those of private enterprise, then why nationalist at all? Mrs. Thatcher's denationalization fanaticism seems almost reasonable, if private enterprise criteria apply, and if the profitable parts can be separated from the unprofitable ones. Why, for example, have a BBC if its operational criteria were identical to those of the commercial television and radio network? The net effect is that nationalization has been at least partially discredited in the eyes of the users. Comedians can raise a laugh merely by referring to the British Nationalist Gas Board's repair service. Many citizens believe that the deplorable unpunctuality of British Rail is due to nationalization, which is plainly not the whole story, in view of the excellent record of the French, West German, Dutch, Swiss, and other nationalist undertakings. Let me make it clear that it is not being argued here that nationalist undertakings must give poor service. The point is that there is much hard thinking to be done about criteria, in the course of which some oversimplified microeconomics needs to be rewritten or disregarded. Where competition is weak, criteria must give sufficient emphasis to function, to quality, to purpose. So far I have only discussed the operations of nationalist industries from the standpoint of the users of their products, or the evaluation of their operational efficiency. Many socialists consider that of at least equal importance is the position of the workers in these industries. It is certainly of great importance, and a source of much misunderstanding. Let us therefore discuss this question. Like so many others, the answer is complex and in some respects contradictory. On the one hand, workers in nationalist industries can be excused for feeling that they are not involved, that management is remote and in no way responsible to them. On the other, most workers and their trade unions regard the idea of association with management functions with deep suspicion. The job of managers is to manage, so it is widely held, while the job of trade unions is to demand higher wages, shorter hours, and better conditions for their members. Any union official who joins management is widely regarded as having joined them. What, then, ought to be the role of the workforce, of trade unions, in the management of nationalist industries in the transition period, under a government aiming at some species of democratic socialism, and therefore concerned also with not being defeated, either in an election or by less democratic means. We have seen, in discussing the Yugoslav model, that there exists some serious deficiencies in its kind of self-management. I shall return at length to the issue of the role of workers in management in a model of a functioning socialism later on. At present I shall confine myself to a few propositions of importance in the present context. One must appreciate that the interests of the producers and the consumers are not identical and can conflict. Just as managers can improve their financial results at the expense of the customer, so can workers. It is, of course, sentimental nonsense to expect them to be less selfish than anyone else in society. Goods are not and should not be produced, or services provided, primarily to suit those who produce and provide. However, British experience over the past decade suggests that we have succeeded in making the worst of both worlds. The labor force and the unions have no responsibility, yet have the power to disrupt operations and insist on overmaning, the power also to demand large increases in pay without the slightest need to concern themselves with the consequences, including the consequences for other workers. Management thus lacks the authority to manage, while trade union power is used negatively as far as output and productivity are concerned, positively to put up costs through wage demands. The Labour government was defeated in 1979 in part because of widespread disgust at union militancy. Public opinion polls suggested that those disgusted included many million union members. The most damaging militancy was in the public sector. Would the sharing of authority with the representatives of the labor force, or some kind of self-management, lead to a constructive and moderate attitude, or on the contrary strengthen the pursuit of narrow sectional interest? Much depends on the answer. Can the trade union movement rise above short-sighted sectional considerations and support, or even itself initiate, a wages policy instead of a free-for-all? It is clear that in any socialist economy worthy of the name there would have to be regulation of incomes, as a precondition for achieving something close to full employment while avoiding continuous conflict and accelerating inflation, with or without physical shortages. Some mature trade unions, for instance, in Scandinavia, have shown that it can be done. In Britain the situation is complicated not only by ingrained zero-sum game attitudes but also by an antiquated trade union structure and lack of power in the central trade union organs. Bienkowski puts the problem well in his excellent book. To link the prestige of the party with nationalization, to present it as a panacea for all problems, can easily be the equivalence of placing a noose around one's own neck. After the seizure of power, it gives rise to political pressures for a speed-up of the process. It reveals, within and on the fringes of the party, forces, usually defined as ultra-left, pushing for action which contradicts reason and social interest, and may wreck the whole plan of evolution. The disruption that this would cause can have grave political consequences if democratic institutions exist, since the masses do not wish to bear the costs. 11. Militant leftists would certainly denounce all this, in the name of an imaginary socialism. If pressed, they would accept that in the transition to the socialism that they envisage there would have to be an incomes policy, when purely sectional claims would be regarded as impermissibly selfish. However, the socialism they envisage is some version of Marxist utopia, no vertical division of labor, the end of the wages system, a totally undefined workers' control and, of course, abundance. We have been over all this before. The superdogmatists, I have a particular one in mind, would accept that workers' demands for more should be limited if, and only if, there were no elite, that is, no one was in charge, in authority. They do not, however, envisage producing their own periodicals without an editor, nor having the printers vote on their contents. Even if such a society were conceivable in a remote future, it is of course totally inconceivable in any transition period, whether under a democratic or despotic political system. The despotic variant copes with the difficulty by emasculating the unions and arresting strikers. But let us return to the management of nationalist industries. They must be responsive to the user's needs, operate economically and with technical efficiency, they must reflect government policy where this affects them, they must conform to directives concerning objective, duties, and standards and, last but not least, they must associate their employees with the decision-making process, so that they have some real sense of belonging, some pride in quality and achievement. More effective representation of the users, the consumers, is vital too, unless their interests are taken care of through competition, which is by no means always feasible. It is no simple matter to reconcile all these objectives. It will require great efforts by all concerned. It might also require new thoughts about what should be nationalist, and how. These matters will be further discussed in the concluding, constructive part of this book. It is sufficient at present to question the usefulness of the notion that one nationalises a complete industry and puts it under one centrally appointed management, responsible to the government. In some industries this makes perfect sense. For instance, electricity, with its interconnected grid, is recognized as a single system even by marginalists of the most blinkered kind, and not even Mrs. Thatcher's anti-nationalization fanatics have, at least yet, contemplated selling a profitable power station to private enterprise. But there are a great many activities which may be undertaken by separate state or cooperative enterprises, using or responding to local initiative, producing a wide variety of goods and services, in competition with private or state, or other cooperative, enterprises. Their relatively small scale makes meaningful participation much more practicable. It is hardly necessary to recall that we are in a period of high unemployment, and also that technical progress tends to be labor-saving, that chronic large-scale unemployment contributes to social disorder, and represents waste of human resources, not to speak of its demoralizing effects on the persons concerned. Rather than compel or subside state or private enterprise to employ labor surplus to its requirements, should there not be systematic encouragement of cooperative enterprise? Small scale, de-alienating, good for training workers in running their own affairs. These could be based on bankrupt private firms, or started afresh with assistance in the form of low-interest credits, or the state could lease its property to a cooperative. Of course, like all solutions, this one does not lack difficulties. What of cooperatives that fail? How much loss, if any, should be borne by the members and how? Might there be difficulties with trade unions, and with private entrepreneurs in similar activities who might complain bitterly of unfair subsidized competition? Could temporary protection be provided against imports, using the infant industry argument? Anyhow, this can be an area of experiment, promising experiment. Do it yourself is not only a good alternative to unemployment, i.e. doing nothing, it is good in itself, providing opportunities for small groups to show initiative and develop responsibility. The investment policies of nationalist industries could take effects on employment more directly into account. In Italy there is a kind of nationalist holding company, IRI, whose investment plans for one industry are consciously related to the effects on labor of the plans of other nationalist industries. Thus the closure of a steel works or a shipyard can be timed to coincide with the construction of some new state industry, requiring this kind of labor, in the same area. In Britain it is not clear whose responsibility it is to consider these matters. Governments have a short time horizon, in Italy as elsewhere, while IRI remains in being, although it has been making heavy losses in recent years. One last point must be made, which is only in part concerned with nationalist industries, but has much to do with unemployment and with work sharing, the question of shorter hours of work. At present, neither employers, state or private, nor unions show the slightest sign of facing up to the issue. The unions, it is true, demand a shorter working week, but insist simultaneously on higher wages, and their members, usually with their organization's support, strike if lucrative overtime opportunities are withdrawn. Indeed, most demands for shorter hours are consciously directed towards obtaining more and higher overtime pay. Employers also find it convenient to go on in the old way, After all, the cost of paying unemployment benefit does not fall on them. The need for a new approach is perhaps clearer than the means of effecting the desirable change in attitudes of all concerned. Again, this not by any means easy to achieve, but not, I hope, wildly utopian either. It remains to stress that the above pages do not pretend to be a recipe for transition to socialism. It would indeed be presumptuous to pretend that I know the path that leads there. All that has been attempted is a discussion of some issues, obstacles, and problems which are very likely to be encountered on the way, together with the errors which appear all too likely to be committed, judging from past experience and the resolute refusal of many left-wing socialists to learn from this experience. Apart from identifying actions likely to be counterproductive, a few positive steps could nonetheless be indicated, subject to many provisos and reservations, to be sure. A new approach to nationalization, new both in its endeavors to involve the workforce and, where possible, in providing for competition. This naturally depends on the sector. It would be silly to have several competing electricity generating networks, though electricity does and should compete with gas, coal, and oil for heating. It is far from silly to have a state-owned shipping service competing with a private or a rival state line on routes, such as that across the English Channel, with a sufficient volume of traffic to justify it. Nor is there any overriding need to nationalize an entire industry, rather than specific firms. The latter has been and is the method favored by French socialists. The advantage of encouraging industrial and service cooperatives has already been mentioned. They too would be operating in a competitive environment, which would or should concentrate their minds on efficient operation and pleasing the customer. As important would be the introduction of elements of workers' participation into the management structures of private corporations. Left-wingers are inclined to turn up their noses at the mention of West German Mitbestimmung, yet there is much to be learned from it. The role of the state as an investor could become particularly significant, and justifiable on non-political grounds, at a time of recession and mass unemployment. We see pressure in this direction today even from employers' organizations, anxious for some recovery in business. A moderate socialist government could proceed in this direction with a considerable degree of popular consensus behind it, and might retain public support so long as the public sector operated with reasonable efficiency and the whole strategy was not wrecked by the refusal of trade unions to cooperate. This cooperation might be conditional upon some restriction on distributed profits. At present the level of profits, seen as a major source of investment finance, is obviously too low, and control over investment abroad. But so much would depend on a whole series of unknowns: the domestic political situation, the extent of recession and unemployment, the state of world trade, relations with trading partners and their domestic political situation, that there seems little point in concretizing what are no more than broad indications of possible lines of action. Of course all this implies a mixed economy, with the stresses and strains that inevitably accompany it. But stresses and strains we have already. Transition from socialism to socialism. It is unnecessary to dwell yet again on the economic defects of the Soviet model. To these must be added important political and social shortcomings: privilege, a despotic relationship between rulers and ruled, the suppression of criticism, recruitment of the ruling oligarchy by co-option, the reduction of democratic processes to plebiscitary unanimity, and so on. The economic mechanism fails to respond to user requirements and generates far too much unintended and avoidable waste. Its centralization faithfully reflects and reinforces political centralization. What could be done to correct all this? There is a vast literature on economic reform in Eastern Europe. It is now being added to by similar discussions in China. Of course, communist-ruled countries vary greatly in size, resources, and level of development, and so it would be wrong to imagine that transition of the kind envisaged here should or would take identical paths. Nonetheless, one is struck by similarities rather than differences. The USSR and China might seem to differ very widely, and the bitter political ideological quarrel might be expected to widen these differences. Yet, when visiting China in 1979, I was struck by the fact that the proposals being discussed by the Chinese for reforming their centralist economy were very much like the proposals which had been debated in the Soviet Union in the previous 20 years. I said just this in Peking in the presence of a Soviet China specialist, who nodded his head vigorously in agreement. The first and major obstacle to overcome is the vested interest of those in power in the continuance of the existing situation. It is one which suits them. They allocate, they decide, they never forget themselves, to quote Trotsky. They enjoy power and as many of its fruits as they consider it politic to divert for their own purposes. Any conceivable reform threatens them collectively and, in most cases also, individually. Whether or not one agrees with those who see the ruling stratum as a class collectively owning or controlling the means of production, they are the system's principal beneficiaries, and so a change must seem to them inevitably to transfer some power elsewhere, to other strata, or to some automatically functioning economic mechanism. The one sort of reform which might appear to preserve the center's authority may be called for short computerization. Mathematical programs would find the best way, the most efficient way, to achieve objectives determined by the top leadership. However, apart from the practical difficulties of implementing this sort of computerization, discussed earlier, this too could threaten the power structure. It would enhance the role of specialists in programming, and as greatly reduce that of middle-level officials, who now play so large a role in replacing the invisible hand by the visible hand, their hand. If the system suits the needs of the ruling stratum, why, then, should it adopt reforms? In a Western country, what Marxists call the ruling class can be expected to resist changes in a socialist direction, but they are not in direct control of political institutions. It is therefore possible to discuss what would happen if political power were achieved by those who desire change, and in the resultant conflict it is by no means certain who would win. In a Soviet-type society, the top political and economic leadership are one and the same. Conflicts within the ruling stratum occur, of course, but they would surely close ranks if challenged from below. Yet change is not excluded. The reason is that the system's malfunctioning, already discussed at length, can create a situation which is intolerable not only for the ordinary unprivileged citizen, but also for the leadership itself. Its own priority objectives become unenforceable, and among these objectives is the necessity to secure popular acquiescence, to satisfy the rising material expectations of the people. Failure to do so is as much a potential threat to stability in the USSR as is mass unemployment in the West. If the system literally cannot deliver the goods, cannot cope with technical progress, cannot catch up with the West, then those responsible for its management must look seriously at remedies, even if these remedies threaten many a vested interest. Nonetheless, we must expect the ruling stratum or class to resist change for as long as possible. One of the main obstacles to reform lies not only in the negative attitude of those who are able to impose their priorities, but also in lack of commitment to any coherent alternative on the part of other strata of the population. It may be thought that the managerial group favors reform. Managers do write articles which point to inefficiencies, and criticize excessive supervision from above. This may lead to the conclusion that they desire responsibility, and indeed some analysts even suppose that they wish to be capitalists. Unfortunately, or fortunately, according to one's viewpoint, this is not so. A few captains of industry may wish to be more independent, but more typical is the attitude well described by Aaron Katznellenboyjan. They ask that the state set for them a low plan for output and a guarantee of selling any kind of products that they produce, b. high expenditures and guarantee of supply of all necessary resources, including the coercive attachment of the workers to the factories, c. freedom for activities inside the enterprises. Point 12. In other words, many managers seek a quiet life, have not the slightest desire, or aptitude, for facing the cold winds of markets or, God forbid, competition. They do, however, desire more authority over their subordinates, security and, of course, promotion. This last point is overlooked by those analysts who imagine that they wish for ownership. Why should they? They are economic officials, within a vast bureaucracy. An official wishes to move up in the hierarchy, not to own the place where he happens to be working. The manager of a small factory wishes to be moved to manage a big one. The manager of a big factory can aspire to become head of an industrial complex, or a deputy minister. Security in the enjoyment of the privileges due to rank is an understandable aim, no doubt, but hardly one which is consistent with the efficient operation of a reformed economy. So the managers should not be seen as a reform lobby. Nonetheless, some managers do favor economic reforms which enlarge their area of independence, from those above them and those below them. As for the ordinary citizen, the worker in factory and office, he or she is in an ambivalent situation. Obviously they would oppose the management's desire to control them more tightly in the manager's interest. Equally obviously they are the principal victims of the economy's inefficiency, the flow of goods and services, their quality, the responsiveness of the system to the requirements of the customer, give solid ground for dissatisfaction. However, greater efficiency requires realistic prices which balance demand and supply, and in many instances this means higher prices. At the same time, greater mobility of factors of production, including labor, requires workers to move, which conflicts with widespread practices of feather bedding and overmaning, which the management connives at, since the money comes from the state anyhow, and the extra labor might be needed to deal with unforeseen contingencies. Like his Western brother, the Soviet worker appears to prefer both low prices and the regular availability of the underpriced goods. He would like to keep the advantages of traditional labor practices and reap the fruits of other workers' higher productivity. Therefore, far from there being a workers' lobby favoring necessary reforms, fear of hostile reaction from below may be seen as an additional obstacle to change, though, like those of the managers, the views of the individual workers naturally vary. This dilemma can be studied in particularly sharp relief in Poland. The workers gained large increases in nominal wages, but with prices frozen there developed a grave shortage of goods, and a catastrophic rise in indebtedness and balance of payments deficit. As we have seen, this situation was largely created by a totally unsound boom strategy pursued in the 1970s under Girek's leadership. But, whoever was to blame, it became necessary to deal with the crisis. The Free Trade Union, Solidarity, had an effective veto on any action, which, in the circumstances, had to include painful measures to bring nominal wages into touch with reality, i.e. to lower them in real terms, and urgently to stimulate higher productivity. This had to mean a drastic change both in prices and in the clumsy over-bureaucratic planning and management system. The ruling stratum, which in Poland was reduced in 1981 to a state of fear and demoralization, might well have accepted reform. However, Polish workers had rioted and gone on strike several times to compel the government to reverse price rises which, on economic grounds, were not only essential but many years overdue. The logic of a market-type reform encountered grassroots opposition. It may be that the key in Poland will be found in political change, if, instead of an unrepresentative despotic regime, seen as responsible more to Moscow than to its fellow citizens, the hard decisions were taken and sacrifices imposed by a government seen as national, necessary changes could be implemented. Or they might be forced on the people by the military regime. But it must be added that the market-type flexibility which will be advocated in the succeeding pages is peculiarly difficult to introduce in a situation of acute shortage. There is a dilemma here: unless catastrophe stares one in the face, the obstacles to change cannot be overcome, but catastrophe is not the economic climate in which the needed changes can be made. A catch-22 situation, to say the least. There appear to be two potential political scenarios, diametrically opposed. In one, the central political authority becomes convinced of the need for reform, imposes it upon the middle-level conservative bureaucrats, and the rest of the population accepts it. This was roughly the Hungarian pattern. The other version relies, on the contrary, on the weakness and the disarray of the center, on effective pressure from public opinion. The above remarks have concerned political power and the will to act. But to act how? Which way forward from what Barrow called real existierender socialismus to some more acceptable version of socialism? Unfortunately, Barrow himself puts forward a program in which utopian features predominate, overcoming the division of labor, and the creation of largely self-sufficient communes, etc., proposals which have little connection with immediate practice. However, he and many other socialist critics, Brus, Zelenyi, Bolotserkovsky, even, in his own way, Bettelheim, do stress one factor of unquestionable practical importance: the need to enhance the influence of the ordinary person, as a producer, as a consumer, as a citizen. This contrasts with a very different solution, defined by Katznel and Boyjan as aristocratic, and actually advocated by another émigré, Nove, the reinforcement of hereditary privilege, and the enforcement of social discipline on such a basis. It must be added that such an aristocratic evolution is more probable in the USSR than the restoration of capitalism by the elite. They hold power through rank, and they understandably want secure tenure of office, promotion, and the right to pass on privileges to their children. In fact, some hold they have gone a long way already in the achievement of these aims. Rejecting this, we have only to consider, briefly, one other alternative: the democratization of the planning system without the strengthening of market elements. The attentive reader will have a sense of déjà vu, or more precisely déjà lu. I sought at great length earlier to demonstrate that marketless socialism can only mean centralist planning, in which a large and necessarily hierarchical and bureaucratic organization issues instructions, allocates and coordinates. Such a form of organizing production can only have as its counterpart the hierarchical and bureaucratic organization of politics. This is a proposition fully consistent with Marxist analysis, which stresses the political and economic consequence of combining political power and economic management. Reform requires steps towards achieving a separation of powers. If a local community, cooperative, factory, or shop were to have the right to act autonomously, it would have to have the possibility of acquiring the means of doing so. Unless one assumes an impossible degree of self-sufficiency, two methods, and two methods only, are known by which these means can be obtained. One is by administrative allocation, with consequences already discussed. The essential point is that they then cannot obtain the means to act without a decision by a hierarchically superior and remote allocating authority. Whether it is called Gosplan, Goshnab, or a People's Supply Office matters not at all. No means can be devised to democratize this process, unless it is seriously thought that the allocation of 10 tons of metal, 1,000 meters of cloth or electric components should be voted on. By whom? Where? On the basis of what information? The sort of abundance, with perfect foresight, which full communism implies, can be excluded. We are referring to a transition which begins in the existing situation, which is evidently one in which not only does scarcity exist, but in which the allocating bodies justify their existence by the need to ration resources that are inadequate to meet known requirements. Radoslav Salucky, in his admirable book, puts the point very well. If there were exclusive state property in the socialist state, the proletariat would be left propertyless, with no direct economic power, with no economic base for its class rule. In this case, those that govern would have to be at the same time both the representatives and the employers of the ruling class. However, such a situation would be absurd. Point 13. If dogmatists reply that all should rule, and then quote Marx on the Paris Commune, where he speaks of self-government of the producers, then we are back to the centralising logic of the marketless economy. It cannot be too strongly emphasized that the dominant position of the apex of the political hierarchy in the Soviet-type system has a very solid economic base. A planning system of this type not only demands hierarchy but concentrates all major decisions at the center, since only there can the separate producing units be coordinated, a coherent plan elaborated. So it is not only logical but in the spirit of Marxist analysis to see in the diminution of the vertically exercised economic functions of the political economic hierarchy a necessary precondition of political and social democratization, necessary but not sufficient, needless to say. The adoption of the type of reform here discussed by no means ensures any genuine democratization. The only alternative to vertical subordination is horizontal links. But horizontal links, that is, between producers, and between them and consumers, either directly or via wholesaling agencies, equal production for exchange which, again, is some species of market. The only method by which means of production can be obtained, other than by hierarchical administrative allocation, is by purchase, by contract with the producers, or through the intermediacy of wholesalers. As the Russians say, Tret'ego ne dano, there is no third alternative, tertium non datur. There are many reasons why the authorities have not accepted this, some of them bearing only a remote relationship to the economics of the reform model as such, e.g. the diversion of massive resources to the arms race, but one reason, as already stressed, is the very one for which socialists should advocate it: it loosens the grip on society of those in power at the center. The most immediate and easiest steps forward, in my view, would be, first, to relax the control of the party and state over agricultural production, and, secondly, to allow the creation of industrial and service cooperatives. Agricultural collectives are cooperatives in law, let them be so in fact, let them genuinely elect their own management and decide what to grow, how to grow it, what animals to keep, how to organize production within the farms, instead of being ordered about. This would require a more flexible, more rational price system, but not an increase in the average prices paid to farms, as these are already very high, owing to the high cost of inefficient production. Not even the most dogmatic neo-Marxists would seriously object to setting the peasant producer collectives free of bureaucratic control. Or perhaps they would. The word market is, for some, as the red rag to the bull, and deprives them of reason. As Bolot-Surkovsky correctly observed, producer cooperatives in industry and services achieve two objectives simultaneously. They provide greater freedom of choice for the consumer, and greater freedom of choice for the producer too. He can choose to join a group of his fellow citizens and undertake productive activities on his and their initiative, or work for a state institution. This, of course, implies competition for labor, which would have greater freedom to decide for whom to work, competition for customers. The possibility of success will naturally be accompanied by the possibility of failure. As also in the case of cooperatives in transition from capitalism, this will cause problems: how and whom to penalize for failure. There will doubtless have to be trial and error, here as elsewhere. Since competition is seldom popular with those who have to endure it, there would be protests, with appeals to that aspect of the socialist tradition which emphasizes cooperation, in the other sense of that word, rather than conflict. Yet it still remains to be shown how choice can exist without competition of some sort. We have already noted that Bolot-Surkovsky sought to distinguish between benign and noxious forms of competition. He had in mind the contrast between, say, manufacturers offering attractive wares to discriminating buyers and million-dollar advertising campaigns to market identical kinds of detergent, or something very noxious indeed, such as efforts to persuade mothers in backward countries to bottle feed their babies. This distinction may not be easy to define, or to observe in practice, but it is an important and significant one, and we shall return to it. For the cooperative sector to flourish, it would have to be able to purchase inputs. Indeed, the same should, be said for the state's own factories. They too should be producing what their customers, whoever they may be, actually require. What else should they do? These customers could be other state enterprises, cooperatives, consumers. In fact, no one, all the way from Brezhnev to the most far-out fanatic, can disagree with the proposition that goods and services are for use, should generally be those the user requires or prefers. The question, as has been pointed out at length earlier, is how to achieve this desirable objective. Is democracy the answer? Mihailo Mihajlov thought that it would compel the leadership to satisfy the consumers, for fear of losing the next election. 14 This view is surely mistaken. Were he right, it would be enough for the top leadership to be convinced of the need to produce more for the needs of society. They repeatedly inform us, in speeches and articles, that they are so convinced, that they desire nothing better than greater efficiency, technical progress, more consumers' goods and services, production closely attuned to user demand. Democracy is indeed desirable, even essential, for the righting of many abuses, and for determining broad economic priorities too. But, as has been argued at length earlier, the system is now so clumsy that the expressed desires and plans originating with the highest political authority are frequently frustrated, or produce perverse results, including unintended waste of scarce resources, and production for plan fulfillment statistics instead of for the user. Surely the moral is clear. Whatever else is done, production for use requires a shift of economic micropower towards the consumer. The contracts made, the purchases desired, should form the basis of current production decisions, directly and indirectly, that is, those who produce the needed means of production should also be guided by the requirements of their customers. So far I have done no more than paraphrase the relevant paragraphs of several of Brezhnev's speeches. The trouble is that he and his comrades continue to believe in the necessity of subordination of production units to ministries and party officials, a line of responsibility running not to the customer but to one's own hierarchical superior. They still insist on the overriding need to fulfill plans imposed from above. They still consider it necessary to retain the clumsy and complex material allocation bureaucracy. And, finally, they reject a price system which would be essential if any reform were to have a chance of success. It must be clear that the only way forward is the one attempted in 1968 in Hungary, in broad principle, not necessarily in detail. It can no doubt be modified, lessons can be learned from the difficulties which were encountered. There simply is no other way. A number of intelligent Soviet economists have been saying so for many years. They are aware, too, of the need for caution and for a variety of different organizational forms. Whatever may be appropriate for energy, steel, or heavy chemicals may be totally inappropriate for knitwear, canned tomatoes, electronic components and buttonholing machines. Some decisions must clearly remain centralized. Also it must be appreciated that no reform can have a hope of success so long as there is excess demand, which now exists for both producers' goods and consumers' goods, with all its deleterious consequences. It would be important to define carefully the role of the central planners in the field of investment, and its relationship with the decentralized credit-financed investment which would also be necessary. New thinking would also be needed about incomes policy, the use of profits, taxation, differential rent, the avoidance of mass unemployment, the role of trade unions, forms of worker participation in management of nationalist firms, and other predictable and less predictable issues that will doubtless arise. Many of these matters will be discussed again in Part 5. Sherlock Holmes can be paraphrased as saying that if only one solution of a problem exists, however undesirable and unlikely, then it must be the one chosen. The alternative may be to have no solution. The alternative for Soviet-type systems is to stagger on, in an increasingly ineffective way, with or without political change, or political convulsions. It appears to me that the creation of small autonomous units, especially cooperatives, would be the most urgent and the most acceptable first step. Most of these would be in the area of consumers' goods and services, and would cover notorious gaps in the sort of minor items Brezhnev recently listed as in short supply: toothbrushes, needles, thread, babies' diapers. Some cafes, a small rural bakery where there may be none, a hairdresser, a holiday home agency, a car repair shop. And if a good cook and his wife wish to open a small restaurant in Tomsk, might not the citizens benefit? Should the cook be treated as a criminal exploiter if he goes so far as to employ a youth to wash the dishes? Horror, oh horror, will cry the ultra-dogmatists. The market is being brought into being, capitalism is on its way to being restored. Objectively, their refusal to countenance the only workable form of devolution of economic authority downwards can only reinforce the centralisers, the bureaucrats, the elite, whom the ultra-dogmatists also denounce. A perplexed and honest dogmatist once showed me an unpublished paper entitled The Two Antis. He had in mind the proposition that one can be both anti-bureaucrat and anti-market at the same time. It occurred to him that this was inconsistent. It occurs to me that he was right. I will end by again invoking the support of Leon Trotsky. Commenting on Stalin's bureaucratic central planning in the early 1930s, Trotsky argued strongly for the need to combine plan, market, and Soviet democracy throughout what he called the transitional epoch. He stoutly defended the need for economic calculation, a sound and stable currency. Far from agreeing that collectivization of private agriculture provided the means of reducing the area of commodity-money relations, i.e. the market, he thought that, by reducing peasant self-sufficiency, it made possible and desirable the great extension of such relations. 15 True, Trotsky envisaged the ultimate achievement of full communism in which they would cease to exist, and would therefore have strongly disagreed with some of the other propositions which this book contains. But we are dealing here with the transitional epoch and, in the above cited statements, so was he. Developmental socialism. It will not be possible here to do full justice to a vast and complex theme. Many of the deformations which threaten, or have accompanied, so-called socialist solutions have in fact been discussed already. Chile was a semi-developed country. But in any case many policies have similar results virtually regardless of the level of development. Thus price control, below market clearing levels, leads to shortages and black markets in Algeria, Libya, Ghana, and Bangladesh, and would do so in Great Britain or France. The methods used to cope with the situation may be cruder. Thus in Ghana the military government, having decreed lower prices, proceeded to combat inflation by whipping market women who were alleged to have overcharged. In some cases speculators would even be executed, which had the predictable effect of making shortages worse and putting up the black market price to reflect the higher risk. An important factor is the relative scarcity of planners, statisticians, and organizers of large-scale activities. Far too often there are resolutions about planning, but vagueness about what precisely ought to be planned, how, what kind of planning there should be, indicative. Soviet-type directive, what mix of private, nationalist, and collective enterprises should exist, what is to be the role of the market, of foreign investments, how foreign trade should be conducted, by whom, with whom, on what criteria. Even in Chile, culturally well above the average third world level, during the Allende administration there was total lack of clarity about planning, no effective power to plan even the so-called area social. Market forces were disrupted, but no substitute for them was introduced, thus making the worst of both worlds. Serious study of the experience of other countries' planning was not undertaken. This seems typical of less developed countries. Also typical was the fact that in Chile a mathematical model was duly developed, by a skillful British expert, though the means to apply its results was lacking. In other countries the statistics upon which to base complex computations are considerably less reliable than in Chile. This, and much else, sets severe limits to the practical application of programming techniques, econometrics and other sophisticated methodologies. To generalize about the Third World, in this or indeed any other context is a highly risky undertaking. Some countries are large, with immense potential, and already partially industrialized, Brazil, for instance. India's social and economic problems, and level of culture and development, are quite different from those of, say, Tanzania or Haiti. So anything that follows is bound to be inapplicable somewhere. Nonetheless, the risk will be taken. So here goes. A vital first question is, what kind of socialism, what kind of development, is being sought? A country could opt out of the industrialization rat race. It might choose instead to follow doctrines made up of a mix of Russian populism and Ivan Illich. Populists, Narodniki, in Russia were a heterogeneous group, who shared the belief that Russia could follow its own road and avoid capitalism and its evils, finding inspiration in traditional peasant communal institutions. The leading Narodniki, For instance, Mikhailovsky, Nikolayan, were well acquainted with Marx's doctrines, and he in turn showed interest in theirs. It will be recalled that Marx had an ambivalent attitude as to the applicability of his doctrines in what would now be called less developed countries, as can be seen from the several drafts of his reply in 1881 to a letter from an early Russian Marxist, Varazay Sulich. Lenin and his followers strongly opposed the Narodniki, and believed that Russia's path ran inescapably through capitalist industrialization to a proletarian revolution. Then there is Ivan Illich, who rejects the bulk of the institutions and way of life of industrial civilization. Indeed, there is a case to be made for building a society which avoids industrial slums, the alienation that goes with large-scale industry, preserving where they exist communal customs and institutions. Then one avoids creating favelas or bidonvilles, insanitary overcrowded shacks, which disfigure the overgrown cities of many developing countries, or the urban ghettos of Chicago and places nearer home. What is so good about megalopolis anyhow? Keep out foreign Western ways, limit severely the import of Western technology, discourage or ban Western investment, cultivate the simple life, self-help in the villages, rural cooperation. In a mild form this sort of policy has been followed by Burma. In a fanatical, extreme, and ruthless form it was imposed on the unfortunate people of Kampuchea. If Mikhailovsky and Illich socialism is what the bulk of the citizens desire, and one can abstract from national defense problems, it would be improper for an outsider to raise doctrinal objections. An ideology containing socialist phrases can serve anti-capitalist, anti-landlord purposes. Foreign trade can be kept to the minimum required to obtain essential imports. Without the murderous extremism of the Pol Pot regime, this is a possible variant of the socialist idea. The trouble is that many developing countries are past the stage at which this is a feasible alternative. Great cities already exist, the taste for the consumable fruits of industrialization has extended far beyond a small group of landlords and capitalists. The upper part of the working class has already an aspiration for cars and refrigerators, or already has them. The underemployed, the marginados, want urban jobs. Who could attempt to deurbanize Mexico City, Sao Paulo, Calcutta? Besides, in many countries the rate of population growth makes it impossible to maintain, let alone improve, living standards without the growth of industrial and service sectors, without urbanization. However, here is the key to dependency. If development means industrialization, the country taking this road is necessarily engaged in copying the techniques and the products already developed in the USA, Western Europe, and Japan. In this sense the USSR too has been dependent. This extends far beyond technology. Millions are attracted by the American way of life, often, it must be admitted, its more garish and materialistic aspects. Some might argue that this is due to Western penetration of mass media and advertising agencies, but this cannot be the whole story, since the same aspirations are extremely strong in the Soviet Union and Eastern Europe, and even in China, although the mass media are under strict control and there is hardly any advertising. Of course there was, sometimes is, also political dependency, colonial or semi-colonial status. But Celso Furtado, the eminent Brazilian economist, has correctly noted the dependency-creating effect of aspiring to the Western way of life. Naturally, it then becomes simplest to buy Western products, or, if engaged in import saving, and industrial leasing under cover of import restrictions, to buy Western technology and know-how, and or let Western multinationals in to do the producing. Socialists, or indeed any serious analysts, must surely reject both the historical analysis and the practical implications contained in the doctrines of Samir Emin. It is simply not the case that the metropolitan countries have underdeveloped the Third World, the phrase is actually André Gundar Frank's, unless one defines underdevelopment as a lopsided form of development which is linked with the world market, in which case the conclusion is in the premises, as all development has everywhere been lopsided. Can it really be said that foreign investment, foreign-owned subsidiaries, the remittance of profits or their reinvestment, cause a country's development to be retarded? Retarded in relation to what? In Chekhov's famous play The Cherry Orchard, in the last act, an impecunious landowner enters with a happy smile, and starts repaying his debts. Look what happened. 2 Englishmen came, and found some sort of white clay under my land and have paid me all this money. Can it really be argued that the underdevelopment of the then Russian Empire was due in any way to these 2 Englishmen? They may have made a lot of money out of the clay. It would no doubt have been better for the host country if its own entrepreneurs had invested in this clay, but the fact is they did not, and the Englishmen did not prevent them from doing so, but got their opportunity because they were not doing so. This is not an argument for the unfettered entry of foreign capital, nor do I wish to deny that genuinely excessive profits were made by foreign interests. I will come to these questions in a moment. It is intended only to question the odd way in which history is written, or rather rewritten, because Marx and Lenin both regarded the penetration of Western capital into backward countries as progressive. The practical conclusion of a means argument can only be, since underdevelopment is due to relations with the world market, since by this route the developed countries siphon off wealth, and since it is due to this transfer of surplus that they are wealthy, why, the obvious thing to do is to cut off economic relations with the developed world. Since the West, the multinationals, in addition foist inappropriate technology on the hapless Third World, then one should refuse to accept Western capital, assert independence, create one's own R&D base, and so on. Point 16. Surely this is a recipe for disaster, based upon an incorrect analysis of both past and present. Of course, the Third World's many countries have had a wide variety of relationships with the developed powers. Who can doubt that colonial subjection delayed and obstructed economic activity in some well-documented instances? Thus the British colonial government forbade Kenyan native peasants to grow certain cash crops, compelled them by money taxes to hire themselves out to work for Europeans, and so on. But even in this instance, one can hardly confidently assert that Kenya would have been a developed and prosperous country but for British colonial policy, or that its problems today are caused by links with the world market. Tribute from colonies, sometimes differing little from robbery, for instance, in India, the slave trade, plantations operated brutally with slave labor in the West Indies, these are indeed part of history. But it does not entitle one to argue that Jamaica or India is poor today because of their links with the West today, or that socialist governments in these countries would improve their people's lives by cutting off these links. Unless, that is, they opt consciously for what I have called the Mikhailovsky-Illich model, which Amin, Gundar Frank, and their ilk do not do. Because these countries are poor, their intellectuals are not entitled to waste the people's resources on reinventing what has already been invented elsewhere. As Gerschenkron pointed out, it is one of the latecomers' few advantages to be able to utilize the experience and technologies, and learn from the mistakes, of those who came before. Nor, because of past crimes such as enslavement, can one assert that, say, Malaysia, Nigeria, Venezuela, or India, would develop faster, at lower cost, in some better way, by removing themselves from the world market, in which they sell, from which they buy. It is unnecessary to believe in the simple comparative advantage doctrine, or to accept Heckscher-Ohlin, to recognize that evident advantages follow from utilizing the international division of labor. Once again, Trotsky can be cited in support, writing at a time when the Soviet Union could trade only with capitalist countries. 17. But it could be said that now things are different, that developing countries can trade with each other, and with communist-ruled countries. If, as Amin and also Emmanuel argue, resources are transferred from developing to developed countries through unequal exchange, this would seem a proper policy for socialists. Yet this view can easily lead to perverse decisions. Of course, 2 or more countries with similar governments and aims could and should collaborate, draft joint plans based on mutual specialization, establish a customs union. Some are simply too small to attempt any serious industrial activity on their own. Few can match the achievements of such city-states as Hong Kong and Singapore. But let us return to the odd consequences of accepting the Amin or Emmanuel doctrine on unequal exchange. According to this misinterpretation of the Marxian theory of value, when trade occurs between, say, Tanzania or Bangladesh and the USA or Japan, the latter pair of countries benefit from a transfer of values to them. They exploit Tanzania and Bangladesh through the prices at which trade takes place. This is partly because the more developed countries have a higher organic composition of capital, and partly because they have higher factor incomes, especially higher wages, under conditions in which capital is mobile between countries and labor is not. Note that the argument is not based upon any analysis of the actual prices at which trade in fact takes place, or of any real or imagined adverse movement of terms of trade. It is, of course, the case that the exports of a developed country would, at the world prices ruling, contain fewer hours of labor than are contained in its imports from a poor country. Extremists of the Amin type argue, or imply, that this is indeed a cause, or even the cause, of the greater prosperity of the developed country. Theoretical errors apart, these doctrines produce quite perverse results if used as a basis for trade policy. In the real world, many poor countries export a range of manufactures and import some food and raw materials, while some of the largest exporters of primary products are developed countries, such as the USA and Australia. Suppose that you are the chief planner of Tanzania and wish to acquire tractors and rice, while selling copra. Suppose that tractors and rice can be bought from, and copra sold to, the USA, the USSR and India. Which of these purchases and sales would be most beneficial to Tanzania? Surely, the answer would be in no way affected by the organic composition of capital, or the relative wages or profits, in the countries concerned. In what sense, other than theological, would Tanzania be transferring values if trading with the USA and not transferring them in trading with India, when selling the same product at the same price? If, at the negotiated prices, specifications, delivery dates, trade with India is more profitable, then naturally India is to be preferred, and vice versa. Conversely, if India has 1 million tons of steel to sell, and could sell it either to Tanzania or to Great Britain, would it transfer values to Britain and not to Tanzania, and so gain more by choosing to sell to Tanzania because Tanzania is poorer and has a lower organic composition of capital? If this seems like reductio ad absurdum, this is because the argument is absurd if applied to an analysis of relative gains from trade. As for the causes of the much greater prosperity of the USA, it is worth trying to calculate what proportion of America's GNP, or profits, arise out of trade with the Third World. The causes of poverty are complex, but I doubt if even Amin would seriously assert that, say, Malaysia would become more prosperous by ceasing to sell rubber, tin, and palm oil in world markets. Or that the poverty of India and China is due to trade with capitalist countries. Much more to the point are the barriers to migration, without which the very large disparities in incomes could not be long maintained. That, however, raises a host of other issues, social and political as well as economic, which will not be pursued here. It may be objected that in the preceding pages I have not given sufficient weight to the unequal exchange argument. Point 18. So let me briefly probe deeper. I would not wish to deny the obvious fact that the advantages from trade can be unequally distributed. Of course they can. Of course there have been instances where disproportionately large profits accrued to Western capitalist concerns. However, the available statistics do not suggest that Western capitalists always obtained, or now obtain, higher rate of return on their capital in the Third World than they did at home, especially when allowance is made for risk. Had this been the case, then the forecast of Hobson and, following him, Lenin, to the effect that most manufacturing would shift to the Third World, would have long ago come to pass. There is, anyhow, a clear difference between an unequal distribution of advantage and an actual loss from trade, the latter being the implication of a means argument. There is also a good case to be made against those Western countries that preach the virtues of free trade, and then erect barriers against imports of Third World goods, to protect their own industries, beet sugar producers, etc., from competition. This forces the producers to sell cheaply in the restricted markets open to them. However, the logic of this sort of criticism is that the West should live up to its principles, not that free trade is a means of impoverishing the poor and enriching the rich. More to the point is another and well-founded argument, put by Arthur Lewis, for instance, in his contribution to the symposium held in Glasgow on the bicentenary of the Wealth of Nations. 19 Wages are low in most third world countries primarily because of the low productivity of tropical agriculture, and its effect on the incomes and living standards of the peasant masses. This is particularly clear in both India and China. This keeps down the level of incomes in industry, in services, and also in those branches of the economy which export. It is not labor productivity in these sectors which determines the incomes of those working in them, it is opportunity cost, the low productivity of alternative employment. Thus, the example is my own, the logic is Lewis's. An Indian lorry driver is not less productive than the American lorry driver, yet he is paid very much less. The same applies, say, to an Indian teacher. I have seen some highly productive Chinese factory workers who were paid a miserable wage by Western standards, in no way proportionate to their skill and productivity, yet my Chinese hosts were concerned that this apparently miserable wage is too high relative to the masses of the still poorer peasantry. The low level of wages affects the profitability of mechanization, and, because prices are cost-based, also the terms of international exchange. As Lewis puts it, if tea were a temperate crop and wool a tropical product, tea would be dearer and wool cheaper. This is so, but what can or should be the practical consequences? Emmanuel is surely wrong to ascribe the general relative level of wages to institutional factors, as if this level could be substantially raised by government decree or trade union militancy above the limits set by the general level of productivity. It would be surely absurd to treble, say, the wages of Indian tea workers, to make them a labor aristocracy, paid 3 times as much as workers in other branches of the Indian economy. The consequences of this, or of an export tax, on revenues from tea exports are problematical. The chances of an effective tea OPEC are not great. It is also important to appreciate that such commodities as tea are only a part of the export trade of the Third World, that many other items, minerals, foodstuffs, manufactures, are sold in competition with similar products made in countries of the developed world. American rice, even American cotton shirts, can be profitably sold in competition with the more labor-intensive rice and shirts of much poorer countries. It is not being argued here that international trade solves all or even most problems of underdevelopment, or that free markets will even out inequalities in factor rewards. Apart from the restrictions on labor migration already mentioned, there are examples of durable regional inequalities within the same country, Italy, Yugoslavia, and also China, 20 which show us clearly enough that the so-called self-correcting mechanism can fail to function, that government intervention can be essential. This point was made by Myrdal over 25 years ago. But this is not an argument against trade. Thus no one in Italy, Yugoslavia, or China can seriously argue that the less developed areas should be cut off from the more prosperous regions of their respective countries, even while accepting the case for discriminating in favor of the less developed areas. Similarly, we can and should recognize the special problems of the poor countries of the world, without asserting either that their poverty is due to the rich being rich, or that the remedy lies in autarkic development cut off from the world market. A third world country which seeks to develop under socialist auspices will clearly have to face the fact of dependence on foreign trade. In many instances it will be a growing dependence, as its import requirements increase. This has happened in countries under very different economic systems which have attempted import-saving industrialization. An example perhaps unfamiliar to some readers is Hungary. In its Stalinist period this relatively underdeveloped country launched a very ambitious industrialization program, and appeared to some observers to be aiming at autarky. Yet because many of the machines, materials, and fuels were unavailable from domestic sources, the effect was greatly to increase the dependence on foreign trade of what had previously been a predominantly agricultural country. A different example is Cuba. Given the size of the country and of its internal market, the strategy that has been followed relies heavily on one major export crop, sugar, which, because of the US boycott, is bought largely by the USSR and its allies, at a price which is favorable for political reasons, a price which the USSR does not apply to other countries of the Third World, or to its other allies within Comecon. Capital goods and a wide range of manufactures are bought out of the proceeds of these sugar sales. While overdependence on one export product is risky, and arguments for diversification are strong, one has sympathy with Peter Wiles's remark, that those who on principle are reluctant to export primary products are returning the gifts of nature unopened. If a Bolivian family can become multimillionaires by selling tin, and Australia derive wealth from exporting iron ore and wool, then a socialist government must try to do at least as well, since it must be aware that its own development plans will call for more foreign currency. A word on trade with communist countries. So far as prices are concerned, these differ little from world market prices, being, as we have seen, based upon them. Trade is most often conducted on a bilateral barter basis, with or without long-term credits at low interest rates. Advantages and disadvantages are mixed. Sales in the world market for convertible currencies enable one to use the proceeds to buy whatever and from whoever one wants. Bilateral barter ties one to this one supplier. On the other hand, this may provide a market for goods which cannot be sold in Western capitalist countries, either because they are not competitive or because of import restrictions. Low interest rates, if offered, are naturally attractive, as is the prospect of repaying the loan in goods. But one must look also at quality and suitability of machinery, and a whole host of other factors. It is not an accident, surely, that the USSR and its allies had great difficulty in selling their machinery and other manufactures in countries where buyers can choose Western or Japanese goods. The developing country which has, by force of circumstances, been compelled to transfer its dependence onto communist countries is Cuba. There is no doubt that not only the Cubans but also the USSR would be pleased if Cuba could trade with the USA. It is primarily American policy which prevents this. There are other problems connected with foreign trade, currency convertibility, the desirability of a state monopoly of such trade, various forms of import licensing and tariffs, import priorities, e.g. a ban on luxuries, and so on. Choices have to be made, influenced, in these and in so many other respects, by such considerations as enforceability, smuggling, corruption, black markets, and the like. In many countries at all sorts of levels of development, a big gap between official and unofficial exchange rates stimulates massive evasion with large currency holdings held illegally. A friend in Chile who went into a bank to change a dollar traveler's check in 1972 was told by the bank clerk, "Madam, do not be absurd, come outside and I will give you 5 times the official rate." In Yugoslavia it has been found desirable, from the state's point of view, to allow some, limited, convertibility, even allowing foreign earnings and remittances of Yugoslav citizens to be kept in the Yugoslav state bank in foreign currency. The limits on the right of Yugoslav citizens to purchase foreign currency with dinar are justified by the balance of payments crisis. The intention was to allow full convertibility. This may make sense in other countries too. The issue of foreign investment is also frequently a source of mental confusion. Indeed, this was rightly pointed out by so left an economist as Emmanuel, he of unequal exchange fame. He drew attention to the fact that virtually all developing countries, and even the Soviet Union itself, actively sought foreign credits of various kinds, so that they cannot be all bad. 21 There is, however, a very important distinction to be made. While the borrowing of capital from abroad, often related to the acquisition of foreign technology, is frequently found to be highly desirable or even indispensable, there are different ways in which it can be done. I could illustrate the distinction by citing examples with negative connotations, all from Latin America. In one, a Mexican economist was indignantly referring to the latest American investment in Mexico, a factory to produce canned dog food. Orthodox economists might say, if the demand is there, why not? Socialists would be justified in referring to the human needs of the Mexican people, for whom canned dog food is hardly important. Of course, the demand is a consequence of a highly skewed income distribution, and it is this, as well as, rather than, policy on foreign investment, that should be the subject of action. Another example is taken from Bolivia, where I was told by local economists that the direction of most foreign investments was determined not by the Bolivians but by the American Aid Office. In another instance recounted to me, many years ago, American aid officials vetoed a Brazilian road building project which they were helping to finance, until it was rerouted to avoid crossing a province of whose provincial governor they disapproved. The common denominator, that a government of socialist tendency should have control over the purposes for which foreign investment is undertaken, making it attractive for projects that fit into its development plan, disallowing others, by reason of social priority, import content, export potential, etc. In some circumstances a state development plan can be set at naught by the decisions of multinationals and other foreign interests. But experience shows that they can be negotiated with, that foreign capital and the know-how it brings is essential. A word about appropriate and inappropriate technology, a subject about which much nonsense has been written. Thus multinationals, cast always for the role of villains, are said to be responsible for introducing it, yet domestic capitalists also favor labor-saving technology. Partly this is due to the fact that the type of labor the technology saves is costly and, if skilled, scarce. Minimum wage legislation and high social security contributions are another factor. There is also the country's price and exchange rate policy, sometimes designed precisely to favor imports of capital goods. The problem arises because labor-saving technology seems to be the most economically advantageous and profitable. However, this does indeed present a major problem where unemployment or underemployment and large-scale immigration from rural areas call urgently for more employment opportunities. There could be substantial social external diseconomies involved, and so the adoption of technology designed for a quite different context may sometimes need to be discouraged, but imports there must be where the economic advantages are substantial. It is sometimes said that the USSR found the right answer in the 1930s, but I am convinced that this view is based on a misunderstanding. The Soviets bought the latest kind of technology whenever they could, but as they were short of capital and foreign exchange, they used a great deal of labor-intensive technology alongside it, e.g. for materials handling, and in non-priority industries. These things have to be paid for. Evidently, as in all things, one tries to secure the best possible terms, to ensure that the advantage exceeds the expenditures, whether the latter take the form of profit remittances, interest payments, cost of know-how, or whatever. One should not then claim that the poverty of the country is due to this extraction of surplus. Obviously a country would be better off if borrowed capital, and imports of machines and raw materials and food, were supplied free. There are times when some Western countries must feel that this is what is meant by a new international economic order. Such issues as commodity agreements, the desirability or possibility of an OPEC for commodities other than oil, and many other matters of evident current importance would take us far from our subject, and so are left aside. A socialist development plan, with socialism itself a very distant prospect, however defined, is a subject for several books. So much depends on size, resources, and political circumstances. One thing to be learned from Cuba is the possibility, evidently also the high priority, of a drive for universal literacy where illiteracy is widespread. A development plan mobilizing domestic and borrowed foreign resources must in no circumstances become a leap forward. Soviet experience in the early 1930s, China's in the late 1950s, point to the acute dangers of over-enthusiasm, of plunging into unsound projects at the cost of much disorganization, waste, and human suffering. However, conventional microcriteria, linked as they are with incremental decisions, are of only limited use. It is a major challenge to the economics profession to devise dynamic long-term criteria, linked with a strategy of economic development, to quote the title of Albert O. Hirschman's book. The strategy recommended by Hirschman includes what he called unbalanced growth. This can be misunderstood. Hirschman himself thought that the Soviet development model was one of balanced growth, in the sense of input-output consistency. The implication of his argument is that in a Soviet-type planned economy there is no need for deliberately creating imbalances, as a stimulus for further action. Yet his approach is in fact applicable to the Soviet model too. There were not only extreme imbalances between sectors, with consumers' goods, agriculture, and housing neglected, but the Stalin type of plan also contained deliberately unbalanced elements, to act as a goad to action, to mobilize the party and state apparatus to overcome bottlenecks. The potential weakness of this approach is that in practice the pursuit of creative imbalance might justify plans so unbalanced as to cause chaos, of the Chinese Great Leap Forward type, or as in Poland in 1971-5. However, the underlying idea is correct. It is unrealistic to assume that the planners, politicians, managers, of any third world country, other countries too, will not need prodding and cajoling. One purpose, and not the least, of a long-term plan is its public relations aspect. It has a mobilizing function. Enthusiasm is an important element for success, hence the value of ideological appeals and socialist phraseology. It was Gerschenkron who acutely observed that latecomers to industrialization, where many of its natural preconditions are lacking, require a conscious ideology. 22 In some countries this was nationalism, and a pioneer of national economics was List in Germany, 150 years ago. This is not the place even to begin to discuss planning techniques, let alone the actual content of any plan. Several points, however, are worth making, albeit briefly. The first is that the word planning may mean several different things: Soviet-type directive planning, with administrative allocation of inputs, or planning confined to the major investment decisions of structural importance, or some permutation and combination of these. Linked with this question is one on the role of private and cooperative enterprise, in industry, crafts, agriculture, wholesale and retail trade. Here I must admit to strong personal views. In most developing countries a mixed economy is infinitely preferable, and its logic needs to be carefully studied. By all means let the commanding heights be in the hands of the state, as was the case in the NEP period in Soviet Russia. Large-scale industry, the big mines, the marketing abroad of the principal products, banking, say, but not small-scale industry, trade, restaurants, miscellaneous services. Note that this is the conclusion reached by the Chinese leadership, which has criticized the premature transition to a higher stage of ownership, see above. The attempt to impose a state monopoly is bound to cause grave discontent and great inefficiency, frustrating grassroots enterprise and causing a mushrooming growth of petty, and probably corruptible, bureaucracy. If a Marxist dogmatist objects to such arguments, I would repeat and underline the fact that Marx nowhere said that the petty bourgeoisie should be liquidated by a socialist police. The attempt to do so can only lead to a police state, since only by organized terror can a petty bourgeoisie be prevented from arising when objective circumstances call it into being daily, hourly, every minute, to quote Lenin's words slightly out of context. Similarly, agricultural cooperation is a desirable aim, but in no circumstances should it be enforced upon an unwilling peasantry. This again is a recipe for a police state. As Engels said 100 years ago, it is essential to proceed very carefully and patiently. Peasants should be led, encouraged, warned, but not coerced. Great is the cost of such coercion, in human misery and agricultural productivity. It is also a common error in many countries to equate development with industry, with the urban sector, and to adopt policies which have unfavorable effects on agriculture and the peasants. It can have unfortunate results also on the balance of payments. Many third world countries become net importers of food. It also neglects the interest of those who are usually the poorest in the community. It therefore follows that a typical third world country which starts to develop in the name of a future socialism should do so with a mixed economy, with some large state enterprises, and a great many private and cooperative ones in towns and villages. Therefore the market must play a major role, and its logic, especially in the area of price policy, must be taken into account. The state is the major investor, and it may be proper to adopt or adapt the phrase state capitalism to describe this stage, without using it pejoratively. But whatever one calls it, the delicate balance can so easily be wrecked by the wrong kind of price control. The consequences have already been mentioned in discussing the case of semi-developed Chile. Similar actions have been, or are being, taken in large numbers of third world countries, from Algeria to Sri Lanka, usually for the best of motives. Inflation hits those least able to pay, and it seems simplest to control prices of necessities. A big gap develops between official prices, at which goods can scarcely be obtained, and what becomes the black market. A political campaign is then launched against those petty manufacturers and traders who appear to be the beneficiaries of this, who are denounced as speculators, arrested, and so on. Peasants too find it far more remunerative to sell in the second economy than at official prices to official purchasing agencies. This can be seen as a reason for imposing compulsory deliveries on them. Furthermore, in town and country, strict price control of necessities in inflationary times inevitably means that to produce and sell necessities is less remunerative than to produce and sell non-necessities. I recall that, in one such country, milk was unobtainable, but cream, which was not price controlled, could be had in plenty. Protests at this situation may be met by using socialist slogans to impose further limits on private enterprise, to impose production and delivery obligations on urban and rural cooperatives, to extend nationalization more and more. The negative consequences on everyday living can lead to outbursts by discontented citizens, which can be suppressed if, as in Cuba, the police and army are reliably supporting the government. An election can be fatal, as Jamaica showed in 1980. But quite apart from elections, which are rare, save in very tightly controlled forms, in most third world countries, the object of policy of a socialist government must surely be to improve the lot of the masses, to assimilate them more closely in political and economic life, and at the same time to accumulate and invest capital. This cannot be done, save at very heavy cost in terms of human welfare, if policies are adopted which disorganize or paralyze the usually very large petty producer and petty distributor sectors. Looking at the experience of a great variety of countries, ranging from Cuba and Vietnam through Angola to Algeria, Libya, Ghana, Tanzania, and many others, whose actions are influenced in varying degrees by socialist ideology or slogans, one is conscious of a mixture of motives. In some, the destruction at the earliest date of the petty bourgeoisie, which generates capitalism every day, every hour, every minute, as Lenin said, is a conscious aim. They are tolerated for a short while, and the disequilibria engendered by unsound price policies are viewed as a form of class struggle, the better and the quicker to get rid of noxious social elements. Such a policy has profound political implications, and is associated with Soviet-type despotic institutions and a compulsory vulgar Marxist ideology, to query which is a sure passport to prison or the local equivalent of Siberia. But there are cases in which this is not the objective. The governments in fact favor a mixed economy, being conscious of the economic and political difficulties which would otherwise ensue, but they are driven further and further into measures of control, nationalization, and repression. As indicated at the beginning of Part 4, this is what can happen also in a Western developed country as a result of similar price policies. It cannot be too strongly emphasized that this conflicts not only with the interests of small and medium-scale private enterprise of all sorts, but also with the growth and health of free cooperatives in town and country alike, since these flourish in a market environment and will wither if subjected to compulsory output plans and administrative allocation of inputs. This would be so in any economy, but, given the shortage of administrators, planners, statisticians, experience, the deleterious effects of centralization will be multiplied in almost any LDC. For arguments in favor of the spread of self-management, see Horvit's article Establishing Self-Governing Socialism in a Less Developed Country. Point 23. If socialism is seen as requiring industrialization, then obviously the requirements of capital accumulation will occupy a high priority. This must conflict with the aim of an immediate and substantial increase in consumption. From this standpoint, the demonstration effect, i.e. the example of better living in more prosperous lands, can be a serious obstacle, especially if opposition parties can exploit politically the desire for immediate benefits. Capital accumulation by the state presents certain political and economic problems of which one has to be conscious. If there are no big capitalists, and if land reform has removed the big landlords, the state must raise money, and this brings accumulation into the political realm directly and consciously. Savings, sacrifice, become visible, felt as such by the people. This too is closely connected with prices. The nationalist sector, state purchasing agencies for agricultural produce, and marketing agencies for export, must provide revenue. Of course, life is much simpler if one happens to be a member of OPEC and a major recipient of oil revenues. To take one example of a predictable dilemma in a country where agriculture occupies a large part of the population, pressure from the peasants for higher prices and from the urban population for cheap food can easily result in a very large budgetary subsidy to cover the difference, which is the very opposite of accumulation. Stalin's method of coping with this dilemma, by forcible collectivization plus compulsory deliveries at low prices, has a heavy cost in terms of production, not to mention its other disagreeable consequences. Appeals in the name of national development and socialist aims to defer current consumption would be essential, and would, one hopes, be rendered more acceptable by heavier taxes on high incomes and avoidance of conspicuous consumption. This is not to minimize the difficulties. They are bound to be severe, but not necessarily insuperable. In any event, the alternative, via the extreme inequalities that accompany the kind of route recommended by Milton Friedman and Hayek, can lead to social convulsions, rebellions, and repression. The choice is between difficult and perilous paths. There is no easy one. In many if not most third world countries it is unrealistic to expect to be able to govern effectively while observing democratic procedures. Unlike, say, in Scandinavia, it really can be a case of kto kogo, Lenin's who beats whom, with dangers of military pronunciamentos, assassination squads, and other highly undemocratic procedures on the part of the opposition. Here again there are wide variations between countries. Compare India with Salvador, and it would be quite pointless to generalize, while being aware of the political hazards that attend any advance towards laying socialist foundations. Part 5. Feasible Socialism. Some social political assumptions. At long last, it seems possible to pass to a picture of a possible socialism. Let me recapitulate. By possible or feasible I mean a state of affairs which could exist in some major part of the developed world within the lifetime of a child already conceived, without our having to make or accept implausible or far-fetched assumptions about society, human beings, and the economy. This means, surely, that we exclude abundance, in the sense of supply balancing demand at zero price, the disappearance of opportunity cost. We naturally assume that the state will exist, indeed it will have major politico-economic functions. The state cannot be run meaningfully by all its citizens, and so there is bound to be a division between governors and governed. Also ships will have captains, newspapers will have editors, factories will have managers, planning offices will have chiefs, and so there is bound to be the possibility of abuse of power, and therefore a necessity to devise institutions that minimize this danger. In this section I shall abstract from the problems of transition which were discussed earlier. Needless to say, there will be political and social obstacles to overcome and, in the course of overcoming them, many ideas, including my own, would doubtless be substantially modified. In no circumstances should the pages that follow be seen as some sort of blueprint, which would be quite beyond my powers and intentions. They are no more than a sketch, a tryout of a few ideas, related to the previous analysis of both practice and theory. As already indicated, there seems no point in imagining a society without contradictions, or some sort of final golden age of universal freedom, harmony, and prosperity. Technology changes rapidly, human needs evolve. It may even be that the elimination of certain tensions creates new conflicts, thus the absence of struggle and strife can lead to boredom, and boredom could be a source of social disorder. Some fanatics in the USSR in the early 1920s were so consistently opposed to all forms of competition that they campaigned against football, preferring communal gymnastic exercises, but eventually common sense did prevail. 1 If not even in games can there be winners or losers, some would surely find alternative kicks from drink or drugs. Political assumption, a multi-party democracy, with periodic elections to a parliament. The only known way to prevent the formation of parties is to ban them. The notion that several parties are needed only when there are separate social classes is clearly false. On the evils of an imposed one-party system it is hardly necessary to comment. Except in moments of crisis or civil war, parties must not be banned. If parties are not needed or wanted, they will wither away, and individual independents will be elected on personal merit. But this is not likely. The electorate needs to be presented with alternatives, including different economic policies, priorities, strategies, in an organized way. How else, except through parties, with perhaps occasional referendums on issues which lend themselves to this procedure? Should the parliament consist of professional politicians, or part-timers who have normal jobs in factory, office, or farm? The choice depends on what functions the parliament is to perform. Dogmatists unthinkingly opt for the worker from the bench, with frequent rotation and recall, and then imagine the elected assembly exercising the tightest control over everyday affairs, which is plainly impossible if its members' main occupations are outside the assembly. Or there could be a mixture, with a core of professionals who are members of standing committees who report to plenary sessions. Enterprises, markets, and competition. There have been surprisingly few attempts to sketch out a model of the kind that is being attempted here. Such intelligent Marxists as Rosa Luxemburg devoted considerable skill to discussing aspects of capitalism, and had much to say about the role of the working class in revolution, but she nowhere systematically discussed a socialist economy and how it might operate. Barone's critical remarks, referred to in Part 1, fell on deaf ears. Karl Kosky, considered in his day the orthodox Marxist, did little more than restate what appeared at the time to be the ideas of Marx and Engels on these questions. His ideas appeared in English in his book The Class Struggle, published in Chicago in 1910, and in numerous works in German. There is a succinct and clear exposition of these ideas in Salucki's book, already cited. Kosky interpreted Marx's not always clear statements about socialist productive relations as clearly implying what he called a single gigantic industrial concern in which the same principles would have to prevail as in any large industrial establishment, and that production would be for use, not for exchange, i.e. there would be no markets, no commodity production. He duly noted that socialist production is irreconcilable with the full freedom of labor, that is, with the freedom of the laborer to work when, where, and how he wills. So he seemed to anticipate the ideas on this subject of Trotsky and Bukharin. However, he believed in political democracy, and strongly opposed Trotsky and Bukharin, and particularly Lenin, when the Bolsheviks seized power. Lenin wrote a furious pamphlet to denounce the renegade Kosky, and Kosky would doubtless have strongly criticized Stalinist centralist planning had he lived to see it. But all in all it cannot be said that Kosky developed original ideas of his own on our subject. Another German socialist, Otto Neurath, discussed a socialist economy in a book, Wahlsozialisierung, but this too took the argument no further. Kosky's and Neurath's work was known to some at least of the participants in the seminar which discussed models of a non-market, moneyless socialist economy in Petrograd and Moscow in 1919-20. I mentioned these discussions, and the cul-de-sac into which they led, in Part 1 of this book. It is astonishing to note how very few other Marxists tackled these problems, at least until Oscar Lange, and indeed how few have tried to do so subsequently. In the USSR, the controversies of the 1920s concentrated understandably on the immediate issues of the time: primitive socialist accumulation, growth strategy, genetic versus teleological planning, apart from a debate on the law of value under socialism, in which, as we have seen, the majority took the view that it could not exist, without seriously discussing what would exist. The triumph of Stalinism snuffed out all serious theoretical discussion, and most of the participants also. I would not wish to denigrate the very interesting work of Dobb and of Dickinson, but they do not seem to me to have produced a coherent model of what a socialist economy might be like. Lerner's Economics of Control examined the possibilities of decentralization and reached conclusions broadly similar to Lange's. Barrow has already been discussed, and so has Sick. Salucki's ideas have had some influence on my presentation, and so have those of Bruss. But let us start, so to speak, from scratch, by asking some elementary and fundamental questions. How should production be organized? First of all, what categories of producers of goods and services should exist? What forms of property and means of production? Several ideas come together here. The first is the need for variety, and for opportunities for individual and group initiative. We must bear in mind the need to avoid or minimize the feeling of alienation, and take into account producers' preferences. As already argued, while consumer preferences, user needs, should certainly predominate in determining what to produce, the preferences of the workforce should play a major role in determining how it should be produced, bearing in mind the need for economy of resources and the technology available. Of course, in the real world how and what can overlap. Thus railwaymen may prefer not to run a late-night train, to the detriment of suburban theater-goers, and one then needs to reconcile conflicting interests. An important and highly relevant point was made by André Gortz. This relates to diseconomies of scale, from the standpoint of the producer, the worker. The bigger the unit in which he is working, the more he is likely to feel alienated, remote from management decisions, a minor cog in a big machine. He is surely right that this question of scale, rather than just ownership, can be decisive. From this standpoint, small is beautiful. Gortz, in his French book, quotes these words in English. They come, of course, from Schumacher. He goes a little too far, perhaps influenced by Ivan Illich, in his belief in do-it-yourself as the basis of producers' satisfaction. In his version, the state's industries should aim at providing the means for all kinds of domestic production for use, such as parts for home assembly of radios. No doubt such things are desirable, but many citizens are both unattracted by and incapable of technology in the home, so this can be one of the wide range of possibilities. Gortz is no fanatic. He well realizes that economies of scale exist too and cannot, for certain productive activities, be ignored save at prohibitive cost. He therefore accepts that some branches must continue to produce on a large scale: electricity generation, say, heavy chemicals, steel, oil, to name a few. His idea is that workers should take turns to work in such industries as these, and devote to them as few hours as modern technology makes possible, so as to fulfill themselves in small-scale activities. He does not make it clear how the small units are to interrelate. His approach implies a market, but he does not spell this out. I wrote to him to ask, but he did not reply. 2. Human beings vary greatly in the way they like to work. Some seek responsibility and are good organizers, others work better as individuals, still others are happiest in a small team, and so on. Technological economies of scale do indeed differ widely in different activities. Everyone benefits from large-scale generation of electricity. It would be idiotic to decree that every household fetch water from wells, or that pipelines be condemned as inappropriate labor-saving technology, when the only alternative is little men with buckets running across the desert. Gortz is right in his formulation: if large-scale offers only a modest saving in costs, One's predisposition should be to opt for small scale, on just the grounds that he advances. Let small is beautiful be an operational guideline in choice of techniques, to be preferred if cateris are almost paribus. But be it noted that small means a small number of workers, which may not imply labor-intensive techniques. Sometimes a small number can do the job only if highly labor-saving technology is used. The choice must depend on whether shortage of labor or unemployment is the main problem, and whether the labor that is saved is agreeable or disagreeable, skilled or repetitively boring. All the above implies the coexistence of a very wide variety of scale, technique and, consequently, of organization, indeed of production relations. Radoslav Salucky opts for what he calls social ownership, with means of production managed by those who make use of them, separated from the state. He does refer to the remnants of the yet non-socialized, which would be fully compatible with the socialist nature of the Model 3, but this seems to him to be a temporary, transitional arrangement. He appears to envisage an evolution towards one type of producing unit. In my view, it is possible and desirable to have several. But, in these and in other respects, it is essential to recall the assumptions of political democracy. The citizens can choose, for example, what sorts of private initiatives to encourage or to tolerate, the desirable forms of cooperatives, the extent of workers' participation in management, and much else besides. They can experiment, learn from experience, commit and correct errors. Successive generations may shift their predominant opinions and objectives. Nothing need be unchanging. Certainly nothing will be. Suppose that we have a legal structure which permits the following species. 1. State enterprises, centrally controlled and administered, hereinafter centralized state corporations. 2. State-owned, or socially owned, enterprises with full autonomy and a management responsible to the workforce, hereinafter socialized enterprises. 3. Cooperative enterprises. 4. Small-scale private enterprise, subject to clearly defined limits. 5. Individuals, e.g. freelance journalists, plumbers, artists. The first group would include banks and other credit institutions, and those sectors which by their nature operate in very large, closely interrelated units, or have a monopoly position, or both. The most obvious example is the electricity network. Wherever the actual power stations are located, it can only be the center that knows how much current is needed and which power stations should be feeding kilowatt-hours of electricity into the national grid. Neither the manager of one power station nor its workers should have any decision-making authority over electric power generation. Similarly, a rail network, large integrated steel works, oil and petrochemical complexes would seem functionally to be large and hierarchical. For example, North Sea or Alaskan oil require closely coordinated investment and production activities, involving a large number of different units, engaged in drilling, laying pipelines, pumping, maintaining oil rigs, erecting refineries, operating tankers, etc. Typically these are activities which, even in a capitalist market economy, are administered by large corporations, within which the links are those of subordination coordination, i.e. vertical and not, or as well as, horizontal. In most such instances it must be supposed that organizational and informational economies of scale are of great significance, offsetting the extra cost of corporation bureaucracies. As techniques and computational methods alter rapidly, we cannot be sure whether the sectors which are dominated by large corporations today will necessarily be so tomorrow. Also, we must bear in mind that some corporations are large because of the power it gives them over the market and not because of efficiency considerations. They sometimes take over by their financial power smaller units which operate quite efficiently. Nonetheless, it seems clear that in my model of feasible socialism there will be some very large corporations of this sort. Some of these will have a strong monopoly position. This could be due to the effects of technological economies of scale, or these may be public utilities, electricity, telephones, posts, public transport, and so on, which of their nature tend towards monopoly. In Part 4 I discussed the problems of this kind of nationalist industry, and these must be borne in mind in the present context too. The relative absence of competition opens the possibility of improving the measured performance at the expense of the customer, and this could be achieved just as well within a self-management model as by an autocratic director appointed from above. Salucki, in his book, quite rightly stresses the need for special arrangements in such cases. He recommends tripartite supervision, with management responsible to the state, the users, and the workforce. This seems an eminently sensible approach. Clearly there would have to be devised criteria of efficiency which take into full account social and economic externalities, and also systemic elements, as well as duty and purpose. Let no one suppose that this will be simple, or can be made simpler by some kind of socialist magic wand. Arguments and conflict there will be, because of both differences of interest and the ambiguities of many of the criteria. Cost-benefit analysis will help, but predictably not everyone will agree on the evaluation of cost or, especially, benefit. Thus I am writing these lines on a Hebridean island. The ship which serves the island operates at a loss. The islanders complain bitterly of heavy freight charges, and make the point that for them the ship is the equivalent of a road, or a bridge, on which profit and loss accounting should not, or need not, be applied. Those, like myself, who wish to preserve the viability of life in remote islands wholeheartedly concur. However, this implies a much larger transport subsidy, which has an opportunity cost. Other claimants on limited resources will be less sympathetic. In the end the decision will be political, and will not depend on the commercial judgment of the shipping line or the votes of the seamen who run the ships. Be it noted that shipping to remote small islands is almost inevitably a monopoly, since a ship large enough to brave Atlantic storms cannot be profitably duplicated, whereas the innumerable ferries which cross the English Channel can be separately and competitively operated. There is plenty of traffic to justify it. But let us return to the list of categories of producers. The big state-owned units could be described as constituting the commanding heights of large-scale industry and public utilities, plus finance. Some will be monopolists in their sphere, but it should not be an imposed monopoly. Thus if for any reason the state electricity grid fails in its duty to supply power at reasonable cost to all users, then it should be open to any group which thinks it can do better to generate its own. But even when there is no monopoly, it is hard to envisage giants of the size of a socialist DuPont, or Shell, being meaningfully self-managed by the workforce. Perhaps the best way to define a dividing line between the state centralist and the autonomous categories is by reference to the range of decisions on production which belong at the level of the production unit, as distinct from the corporation headquarters. It is worth dwelling on this point, which, at long last, is being seriously tackled in Western theory, for instance by O. Williamson. It is enough to quote the title of his book, Markets and Hierarchies, and one should also recall the pioneering work of R. H. Coase and G. B. Richardson. For Western Orthodox theories of the firm in fact provided no reason for the firm, as an organizing entity, to exist at all. To cite again the words of Shubik, there was no difference seen between General Motors and the corner ice cream store, or indeed between corporations and individuals. Very valuable ideas on this topic can be gleaned also from Cornye's book, Anti-Equilibrium, and from the ideas of Shackle and Lois. By point 5 there are good solid reasons why certain productive activities are very large-scale, and centralist. The manager of one factory within DuPont, or Imperial Chemical Industries, or Shell, may have little or no more autonomy in decision-making than his equivalent in the Soviet centralist planning system. Why is this so? And how many of the reasons would apply also to a realistically conceived socialist industrial economy? 1. Applying particularly to investments, may be the huge initial cost, which is only worth paying if there is some assurance that there will be no duplicatory competitive investment. The high cost of R&D is a similar point. In both, the firm is seeking to limit uncertainty, to be able to approach what amounts to ex-ante planning. Another reason, related to the above, is informational, To know what investments or output are needed may require the decision maker to be at the center. In some instances, oil and chemicals are obvious examples. The large firms are providing the inputs for their own processing and manufacturing, so that vertical integration is the best way to ensure the smooth provision of the necessary supplies. The above points must be distinguished from purely technological economies of scale. Obviously, if DuPont, for example, owns almost 100 factories and plants, its size cannot be ascribed to the need to produce its very varied output under one roof. To reduce uncertainty, to avoid wasteful duplication, to know in advance the user's requirements, to be confident of obtaining supplies of the needed specification, these are also reasonable objectives for socialist planning. We have seen that to try to include the whole economy in an all-embracing disaggregated central plan is impossible, self-defeating, inefficient, and also in my view undesirable on social and political grounds, just as it is impossible to internalize all externalities. One can only seek to identify sectors and types of decision in which external effects are likely to be substantial, so as to make the task of taking them into account administratively manageable without requiring the creation of a vast bureaucracy. Similarly, analysis of organizational alternatives can show us which are the sectors, the industries, the type of decision, where the cost of centralization exceeds the benefits, and cost here includes the alienation and frustration caused by remoteness of control, or where the cost of not decentralizing can be excessive, all this with a built-in preference for small scale. Such a preference, be it noted, is quite contrary to the Marxist tradition, as Gortz has correctly pointed out. If competition is present, and production decisions belong at the level at which production takes place, then there could be socialized enterprises with a major role in management for representatives of the workforce. Cooperative property and private property will be considered later. Before discussing the forms this could take, let us consider the role of competition in a model of socialism. The word has undesirable connotations to many a socialist, yet, as has already been stressed, it is inconceivable to imagine choice without competition among suppliers of goods and services. It may help if we examine these matters more closely, recalling the distinction made by Bolot-Surkovsky between benign and undesirable forms of competition. Let us take an example from culture and education. Only wild-eyed dogmatists, they exist, alas, can exclude it. Not every competent violinist will succeed in being accepted by the Scottish National Orchestra. It is inconceivable, outside fairy tales, that every university will be equally prestigious in all subjects, and so there will be competition to get in. Not everyone will win the school 1,500 meters race. Only a few of those who graduate in any subject will be found competent to teach it to students, and students need to be protected from incompetent would-be teachers. A theater competes for an audience with other theaters, by trying to be a better theater. A scientific research team will seek to attract funds which might be allocated to rival teams. It seems to me that all this, within reason, is benign. But it can become vicious. Thus we read of the Japanese children's educational rat race, which creates misery and drives some to suicide. It was reported that in an American medical school some students deliberately sabotaged experiments by other students, so as to surpass them in the highly competitive examinations. One cannot define the difference in law, but plainly it exists. A football team must strive to win, but to set out to cause serious injury to one's opponent's center forward is, to put it mildly, improper. All this has its economic and commercial parallels. In the Soviet-Russian language a distinction is made between competition, konkurentsiya, bad, and emulation, soravnovaniye, good. This does not correspond at all to the distinction which I am trying to make. One can cheat and perform vicious acts in the process of emulation as well as in competition, and competition for the favor of customers is most definitely konkurentsiya. Suppose that there are 16 or more firms, socialized and cooperative, engaged in providing some one good or service. Let it be wool cloth, toothpaste, ball bearings, holiday hotels, or whatever. They base their productive activities on negotiations with their customers. The latter can choose from whom to obtain the goods or services they require. All can obtain from their suppliers, whom they can choose, the inputs needed to make production possible. They have a built-in interest in satisfying the customer, and so no special measures are required to ensure this, apart from normal regulations about pure food, non-adulteration, correct labeling, etc. All benefit from this situation as customers, users. As already indicated, few producers actually like to suffer the consequences of competition. Ideally, we want people to seek our custom, while we face no obstacles in realizing the goods or services we wish to provide, freely choosing our own suppliers. However, having your cake and eating it is excluded by our realistic assumptions. It may be that most citizens will appreciate that others' choice is a precondition of the existence of their own. We would all hope that the motive of competitors would not be primarily monetary, they would take pride in being the best, just as in theater the kind of actors we most admire do not consider that they are in show business, and derive satisfaction from being able to play Macbeth with high professional skill, and therefore being chosen to do so in preference to others. Unlike the Soviet Academy, whose members receive immense material advantages, members of the British Academy and of the Royal Society receive precisely nothing, indeed pay a subscription. Shortly after the foundation of the Siberian branch of the Academy of Sciences, I met one of its founder members and asked him whether there was extra financial reward for those who moved to Novosibirsk. He replied, "We do not want the kind of people who would go there for that reason." Schumpeter's words are worth quoting again. In this and many other contexts, no social system can work that is based exclusively upon a network of free contracts, and in which everyone is supposed to be guided by nothing except his own, short-run, utilitarian ends. So self-interest alone is not enough. Similar considerations apply to prices. As Kornai correctly remarked, no one takes major decisions on the basis of price information alone. But we cannot assume that the mass of the population will act only for the satisfaction of succeeding, that there will not be a need for material incentives, and disincentives too. This theme we will take up when discussing incomes policies. What, then, is undesirable, wasteful competition, which socialists would wish to prevent, or at least to minimize? A whole number of examples can be cited. There are certain areas in which competition can have paradoxical, negative results. Thus, if there were 3 TV programs run by the same public service-oriented organization, there would be more choice for the viewer than if there were 3 competing networks, which tend to put on similar programs at peak hours. A single integrated service of public transport may make more sense than separate competing units. But what most socialists regard with distaste, and with reason, are massive advertising campaigns, especially for products almost indistinguishable except for name and label, where the advertising costs become a high proportion of the final selling price. What can be done about this? If it is easy to dispose of one's product, advertising is pointless, but then one does not have to bother about the customer either, as in all sellers' markets. Kornai has rightly stressed the desirability of a degree of difficulty in selling. Then the autonomous and competing firms will wish to persuade the customers to buy, to win goodwill by quality and reliability, and to send round brightly produced catalogs suggesting that blogs widgets are just what is needed. Newspapers would seek to attract readers, by publicly suggesting that this one should be read, naturally in the conviction that it is a good newspaper. It seems as impossible to ban this as to prevent a theater from putting up posters advertising its next play. It can be called informational advertising, and in part it is so. But it can degenerate into the more undesirable and wasteful phenomena, pseudo-product innovation and differentiation, excessive expenditure on garish packaging, and so on. Perhaps one could devise a regulation limiting such outlays, on the lines of the limit on election expenses imposed by a number of countries, and perhaps newspapers should be prevented from attracting readers by printing pictures of unclad blondes on page 3, or maybe socialist readers will have no need or desire for such pictures, who knows? Football teams will compete too, and again we must hope that they will do so without money prizes. We all know players who play their hearts out without expecting financial reward, but Soviet experience shows that football competitiveness which cannot be rewarded by open payment, there is no professionalism, is rewarded on the side by highly paid part-time work. Finally, there is competition for high political positions. Here again, Soviet Stalinist experience shows that it is possible to succeed by having your rivals executed on false charges, just as at a lower level ordinary citizens would denounce their neighbors to the secret police in the hope of acquiring their housing space. All this shows how the evil side of competition can show itself in all spheres, economic and non-economic, with or without a market. It also reminds us how difficult it is to adopt rules which securely prevent the wrong sort from emerging. It will be necessary to try. It is worth quoting an example which seems at first sight to be an argument against me. What of patents, inventions, technical progress? At least, so it will be said, where there is mutual cooperation there will be no commercial secrecy, all ideas will be freely available for use throughout the economy. If one has a market, with sectional interest prevailing over the general interest, then once again there will be obstacles erected to the diffusion of technology. There are two counter-arguments. One is the familiar one that, without the spur of competition, new technology might simply not be adopted, owing to routine and inertia, and because of the other reasons advanced above in discussing Soviet experience. The other is that to make technological information available is costly. If it is free, this means one is forbidden to charge for it, and so one does not bother to provide it. It turned out, in Hungarian experience, that such information circulated more freely if it could command a price. The dogmatist would reply, in a real socialism everyone would pass on useful information for love of his fellows. Again, let us hope so. The inventor of, say, penicillin would not restrict its use by patent. But let us not build an economic system on the assumption of high-minded altruism, no more than, in devising a constitutional structure, should we assume that no one would wish to abuse authority. Never let us forget that people have an almost infinite capacity for identifying the, never too clearly defined, general interest with their own. Socialized and cooperative enterprises would have managers appointed by an elected committee, responsible to this committee, or to a plenary meeting of the workforce if the numbers are small enough to make this possible. The division of functions between professional management, the committee, and the plenary sessions can be determined democratically by each unit in the light of its own experience, and its own mistakes. The principal differences between socialized and cooperative enterprises in a competitive environment would derive from the difference in property relations. In the former the means of production would not belong to the workers, and the state would have a residual responsibility for their use or misuse, or for debts incurred. We will discuss the problem of failures in a moment. Whereas a cooperative could freely dispose of its property, and freely decide to wind itself up. There would also be a difference in income distribution and in liability to tax, of this too more in a moment. In general one would suppose that cooperatives in manufacturing would tend to be relatively small. Finally we reach private enterprise. Presumably even the fanatical dogmatist would accept the existence of freelance writers, painters, and dressmakers. My own list would be longer. Indeed, there should be no list. If any activity, not actually a social bad in itself, can be fruitfully and profitably undertaken by any individual, this sets up the presumption of its legitimacy. Perhaps an earlier example could be reused here to illustrate the point. Water supply is a natural monopoly. If water flows from taps, private water carriers are an absurdity. So no law is needed to forbid them. But if for some reason the water supply becomes unreliable, this can create a situation in which private water carriers can make a living. This is indeed far-fetched, the example, not the water, but innumerable instances of a much more realistic character can be cited. Suppose that there appears to be an unsatisfied demand for a Peking cuisine restaurant, Fair Isle sweaters, a holiday booking agency, wedding dresses, car repairs, mushrooms, sailing dinghies, house decorating, barley, chocolate cake, or string quartets. Large state-managed undertakings are otherwise engaged. The smaller socialized or cooperative enterprises may or may not act. After all, it is absurd to assume that all opportunities are always taken, or that lack of enterprise cannot occur even in a competitive environment. Mistakes can take the form of inaction as well as incorrect action. Or perhaps an individual has devised some new and economic design or method of production. Why not let him or her go ahead, and produce privately for sale? So long as it is one individual, there would probably be no objection, except from dogmatists so extreme that they are out of sight, away on the extreme left. They may be blandly assuming that under their perfect socialism the associated producers will always provide whatever is needed in whatever are the needed quantities. But there would be also the possibility of a private entrepreneur actually employing a few people, which makes him an exploiter, insofar as he makes a profit out of their work. This is illegal in the USSR today. It is tolerated within defined limits in Hungary and Yugoslavia. I would suggest that, subject to limits, this should be allowed. Once again, it must be stressed that Marx believed that petty producers would become unnecessary in a socialist commonwealth, not that they be compulsorily liquidated by the police. Thus a family farm which may be producing efficiently could employ a few laborers, a restaurant might hire a cook and or some waiters, a couple of clerks could type letters for the holiday agency, a promoter could hire a hall and a string quartet, a repairman may prefer to work for a private garage, and so on. In each case, the entrepreneur works, organizes. Subject to what limits? As already suggested, this could be decided democratically in the light of circumstances and experience. The limit could be on numbers employed, or on the value of capital assets, and could be varied by sector. One possible rule might be that above this limit there be a choice, either to convert into a cooperative or to become a socialized enterprise, with proper compensation for the original entrepreneur. Is this a dangerous loophole for the restoration of capitalism? Not if the limits are observed. Is it a means of illegitimate enrichment? Not if the market and price mechanism are in working order. Obviously, if prices fixed by the state were too low, and shortages were endemic, the private sector could become excessively remunerative. Presumably a wise government would avoid this. But more later on prices, taxes, and incomes. Be it noted that there is no provision for any class of capitalists. Our small private entrepreneur works, even when employing a few others. There is then no unearned income, arising simply from ownership of capital or land. Marx justly noted that competition is apt to destroy competition. Adam Smith had observed a century earlier that businessmen may conspire together for their own benefit. It is by no means excluded that self-managed enterprises can form rings or cartels. Both under modern capitalism and in the contemporary Soviet system there is a strong tendency towards mergers. This would have to be resisted, save where the economies of scale are substantial, whereupon the sector might have to be added to the list of those centrally controlled and administered, to prevent misuse of monopoly power. What, then, of planning? The center, in this model, would have a number of vital functions. First, major investments would be its responsibility. Secondly, directly or through the banking system, the planners would endeavor to monitor decentralized investments, conscious of the need to avoid duplication and the financing of plainly unsound projects initiated locally. Thirdly, the center would play a direct and major role in administering such naturally central productive activities as electricity, oil, railways. Fourthly, there would be the vital task of setting the ground rules for the autonomous and free sectors, with reserve powers of intervention when things got out of balance, or socially undesirable developments were seen to occur. There would plainly also be functions connected with foreign trade. There would be drafts of longer-term plans, incorporating changes and improvements in techniques, working practices, living standards, which would be submitted to the elected assembly. It appears to me that the extent of the necessary planning would be greater than is allowed for by Solucky in his model. The difference is doubtless explained by his experiences in Czechoslovakia, and so by his anxiety to reduce the powers of the state to a minimum. Another way of defining the functions of the center would be as follows. In those sectors where externalities are likely to be significant, intervention is essential. It can take the form of regulations, e.g. measures to protect the environment from pollution, urban development, ugliness, subsidies, e.g. to public transport, research, the correction of regional imbalances, and so on. Secondly, there will be the quite basic task of determining the share of total GNP to devote to investment, as distinct from current consumption, and this in turn would affect the rules that are made to ensure adequate savings, either by way of taxation or through the use of retained profits of enterprises, or both. There will also be the far from easy task of combating inflationary excesses in distribution of personal income and in investments, ensuring as far as possible that the major investments that are made correspond to the expected future pattern of demand, i.e. that the prospective plans are balanced. The center would have a vital role, too, in ensuring a balance between present and future, where the time horizon of both management and labor is too short, as well it may be. The theory and practice of self-management suggest the danger of overemphasis on short-term gains, which it would be necessary to correct, in the name of the time preference of the community. Is the term vague and indefinable? Yes, but it makes even less sense today. Who could seriously claim that in the present inflation and uncertainty-ridden economy the actual rate of savings and investment represents a time preference of any meaningful sort? Finally, democratic vote could decide the boundary between the commercial or market sectors and those where goods and services could be provided free. Education, health, social security, including retraining grants for those made redundant by technical change, amenities of various kinds, public parks, museums, the list can be a long one. I suspect the voters of a future socialist society would not wish to make it too long, as they, unlike some people today, would appreciate that free goods and services need to be paid for, and that the longer the list the smaller can be the level of personal disposable income. If people like it that way, they could form latter-day communes, and pay each other just pocket money. In a less romantic context, when I joined the British Army I was issued with uniform, mess tin, blankets, palliasse, dinners, a tent was provided for me, and 7 others, to sleep in, and I received 1 shilling a day, after deductions. This was 1939, and I would have change from a bag of fish and chips and a half-pint of beer. My French fellow soldiers thought we were rather scandalously overpaid. I know the army is not a commune or a kibbutz. A minority, nonetheless, join it voluntarily in peacetime. They like having virtually all basic consumers' goods and services issued to them free. A minority also joins kibbutzim and communes. Let them do so by all means. But it is unrealistic to build a model in which the majority wish to live thus. So it must be supposed that the bulk of goods and services will be bought and sold, and therefore also the inputs they require. The bulk of current production and distribution would be within the decision-making competence of the producing units, which negotiate contracts with each other. These would naturally have to be enforceable. It cannot be open to a meeting of the workforce to decide by a majority not to observe delivery obligations. There would have to be a penalty. Mention of penalty leads us into a much-needed discussion of failure. In the Soviet system, one of the many difficulties in the way of enforcing obligations lies in the fact that fines, when levied, are paid out of public funds, penalize no individual, and represent a transfer of state money from one pocket to another. Then there is the equally familiar problem of socialist bankruptcy, or lack of it. Suppose investments made on credit from the state bank cannot be repaid because of a change in market conditions, inefficient operation, errors of judgment. Who is to be penalized, and how? In the utopian Marxist vision all is clear ex ante, the plan is faultless through perfect knowledge. In the real world, too, many decisions are meaningfully taken ex ante, as when one decides to build additional power stations or signs a long-term contract for the supply of iron ore, based very largely on quantitative, input-output type calculations. These may prove mistaken, but infallibility is not a typical human characteristic. However, the problem is more serious when autonomous units orientate themselves in a market environment. When groups of people are free to respond in a decentralized way to necessarily imperfect market signals, errors must happen quite frequently. Furthermore, competition implies not only winners but also losers. For competition to be possible at all, there has to be spare capacity. So the unsuccessful will be unable to ensure full employment of their material and human resources, they will have an excess of expenditure over receipts. Clearly, this is an inescapable consequence of freedom to act. Equally clearly, the punishment of error, and the reward of risk, will be major problems, major sources of controversy. Inevitably there will be claims for subsidies, sometimes justified. There will have to be devised a procedure for winding up the outright failures, or imposing a change of management as a precondition of meeting the debts. Procedures will naturally vary according to the different categories of ownership. Cooperative and private activities must be expected to bear the cost of their own mistakes. At the other end of the scale, the centrally run state sector is plainly the responsibility of government, which would determine the price policy to be followed, which could involve, for instance, large subsidies for deliberately loss-making public transport, or prices far in excess of costs for cigarettes. There is no reason whatever why the workers in these sectors should either gain or suffer from the condition of the profit and loss account. Efficiency criteria will not be easy to define, but we have seen that these difficulties exist already. The most awkward problem will arise in the case of those socialized enterprises in which management is responsible to the workforce. Let us consider two likely sets of circumstances. In one, management initiates a production and sales policy which turns out to be a failure. Why, the workers may well ask, should they suffer for this? Are they not entitled to the rate for the job? Alternatively, management's proposals are rejected by the workforce which votes for an alternative, and this is the cause of loss. Should not the workers then shoulder some of this loss? This raises important questions of income distribution and incomes policy, to be discussed in a moment. Yugoslav experience is very much to the point. Prices, profits, and theory of value. The logic of the proposed system naturally requires prices that balance supply and demand, that reflect cost and use value. This does not exclude subsidies whenever these are considered to be socially desirable, or where external economies are significant, public transport, vitamins for nursing mothers, perhaps housing, etc., and of course some items ought not to be priced at all, education, hospitals, parks, and so on. Just what is to be available free of charge is a matter of democratic political decision. As already suggested, it is likely that a large majority would not wish, for instance, to be fed free, suspecting that this would mean that they will be unable to choose the menu. Soviet and other experience proves conclusively that comprehensive price control is impossible to administer, that there are too many prices, many millions, as we have seen. To abandon price control altogether could plainly be wrong, given that there will be some industries centrally managed and in a semi-monopoly position. We return to the examples of electricity, oil, telephones, steel, railways, and others in the category of centralist state enterprises. Also, some basic agricultural products should be on the list of those prices subject to central control. It is surely no accident that this is the case in virtually every country today, regardless of system. However, the large majority of goods and services can only be effectively priced in the process of negotiation between supplier and customer, the bargain including detailed specifications, delivery dates, quality, and so on. We must naturally expect the producing enterprises to try to administer prices, and wholesale and retail organs would seek to obtain the markup they regard as proper, but in the absence of shortages and the presence of choice the buyers can refuse, can go elsewhere, can bargain. In other words, Competition should prevent abuse of producers' powers. The word profit is not always popular in socialist circles. Yet, if prices are economically meaningful, profits at micro level represent the difference between cost and result, between the efforts of the producers and the evaluation of this effort by the users. It is evident that, ceteris paribus, this difference should be larger rather than smaller, so long as the profit is not due to monopolistic price fixing, though of course in no economy is this a perfect measure. It is the appropriation of profits by capitalists which offends, not profit as such. Similarly, rent as an unearned income of landlords is objectionable, but differential rent must, as we shall see, enter into economic calculations also in a socialist economy. If profits appear to be excessive where there is no monopoly power, this may well be a reward for enterprise, efficiency, and anticipation, and the entry of other producers can force down the price by expanding supply. The Soviet economist Karagadov examined the role of profits in different systems with intelligence and imagination. He made one point which it is useful for us to take on board. He distinguished, rightly, between profits as a micro-criterion and the general level of profits in the economy. With a given level of wages and prices, provided prices correctly reflect supply and demand conditions, profitability is an appropriate criterion for efficiency, other things being equal, and abstracting from considerations of quality. If it goes up, then indeed this is a fair measure of the difference between cost, effort, and result. But this ceases to be true at macro level. At that level, incomes, wages, are no longer given, they are a variable. 6 If one imagines a model in which net investments are financed largely out of profits, the magnitude of profits desired would be directly influenced by the level of required savings. In no sense should these be maximized. The balance between consumption and investment, savings, is a political decision, and it would be no evidence of inefficiency if it were decided, by increasing wages, to reduce the level of profits and savings. Of course, if an increase in wages is accompanied by a simultaneous rise in investment and other state expenditures, then the total increase in demand could outrun supply, and the result would be inflation, balance of payments crises, shortages, and other unpleasant phenomena. One hopes, optimistically, that the democratically expressed desires of the citizens will not take the form of deciding to have the cake and eat it, to distribute more cake than actually exists. Such a danger can no more be eliminated than one can abolish the possibility that power can be abused. Institutional safeguards and political and economic education may, we hope, reduce the risk of such disagreeable occurrences. Prices, then, would play an active role in this sort of socialism. This follows from the role within it of market forces. It will be necessary to envisage the division of the economy into a controlled price sector and a freely negotiated price sector, this division more or less corresponding to the degree of centralization, and monopoly power, of management, with, to repeat, many exceptions for social and cultural reasons. What theory of value would correspond to this? It must be clear from earlier sections that the idea that value will not exist under socialism makes no sense. Marx's overemphasis on human effort, his downgrading of use value, should be corrected. Engels did on one occasion produce what appears to me to be the correct formulation, and this in criticizing Ricardo for defining value exclusively in terms of effort. Value is the relationship of production costs to use value. 7 But this was, so to speak, untypical, and most Marxist scholars reject this. But we should accept it. Value is the interaction of cost, of which the principal element is human effort, and the evaluation of this by the user, the consumer, i.e. the use value of what is produced. The difference between cost and the final selling price is the profit, or surplus. Overstress on marginal utility is as erroneous as its neglect. I know, of course, that for Marx a commodity had to have some use value, that for him useless goods had no value, but this is too crude a distinction. Obviously, some goods are more useful than others. But this has already been dealt with many pages back. Bruss has discussed these matters in a typically stimulating way. One of his subheadings reads, "Why the Socialist Revolution does not mean the end of political economy as a science." Obviously, he says, it is important under socialism to obtain a maximum effect from a given outlay or a given effect from a minimum outlay. While Marxian economics was not concerned with rational allocation under capitalism, under socialism economics must deal with these problems. As he says, this opens a wide area for the economic application of mathematics, cybernetics and other fields of knowledge. Unlike some earlier Marxists, Bruss can see that the overthrow of capitalism does not mean the removal of all socio-economic obstacles to and all contradictions in the development of the productive forces. Of great importance, as he rightly stresses, are organizational matters, choices of instruments. Happily, the view that there is one, and only one, form of economic mechanism appropriate to a socialist economy is now a thing of the past. Very much to the point is a critique of what he calls intellectual oligarchs by Mario Zanartu, a Chilean believer in self-governing socialism. For them, the only way to achieve social solidarity is through an eschatological convention. Part of the eschatological attitude of the intellectual oligarchs translates into a blanket rejection not only of capitalism but of many elements found in the economic structures out of which capitalism emerged. They tend to leave capitalism undefined, so it is easy for them to consider it to include such elements as the market and price system, free enterprise by citizens and groups, incentives to productive effort, competition to provide the best product, etc. They reject those elements with the same fervor as they reject capitalism, without realizing that they are independent of capitalism and are to be found, in different forms, in every economic system. They do not realize that supporting free enterprise subject to appropriate rules and limitations, means heeding the indications of individuals and groups as to what they perceive their needs to be. 9. There would be no exploitation, except in so far as a working owner-manager may be thought to be deriving additional income from his few employees. If this is exploitation, then I am exploiting the secretary whom I am employing to type this page. The disposal of the surplus would be for society to decide, and its scale would be related to the social and other expenditures that needed to be financed through the surplus, as distinct from direct taxes. Another relevant factor would be the level of total investments, and the part which would be financed by the enterprises themselves. The effect of profit on personal incomes I shall discuss in a moment. Marx, in his formulation of the law of value, related it to productive labor, and related productive labor to exploitation, that is, anyone exploited by a capitalist is productive, of surplus value. However, he made an exception of the sphere of circulation, buying and selling, which adds nothing to value. These distinctions would plainly be inappropriate for a socialist economy. Surely it would treat all socially useful human effort as productive labor, making an exception perhaps for those items, e.g. public administration, police, which could be regarded as a social cost, albeit a necessary one. A labor theory of value would be appropriate, in the general sense that, ceteris paribus, goods would exchange in rough proportion to the effort required to produce them, with market forces acting to connect use value, exchange value, and the expenditure of human labor. Physical capital assets would, of course, be seen as contributing to the process of production, but there would be no legitimation of income arising from owning them. The reward of labor would be seen to relate closely to its average productivity, and the degree of income differentiation would be properly regarded as a consequence of several factors: supply and demand for different kinds of labor, social policy, the need for incentives, compensation for heavy or disagreeable work. Someone might remember what Marx, and Mao, said about bourgeois right, and one must expect disputes on the subject of what constitutes excessive inequality. More of this in a moment. The transformation problem, of labor value into prices of production, would disappear, as an unnecessary and pointless detour. Obviously, labor itself would not be paid its value, in the sense of the amount necessary to cover the labor cost of its own production and reproduction. The amount it would be paid would be a function of the general level of productivity, with deductions, decided on by democratic means, for social services, pensions, investments, and so on. Such factors as scarce natural resources, fertile land, and land in the center of cities would be given the valuation appropriate to the process of calculating their most effective use. Whether oil-bearing land has value or is a gift of nature, whether a gift of nature can have value, is a point which is more metaphysical than real. Marx was concerned most of all with demonstrating the existence of exploitation, the nature of the surplus and its appropriation by owners of land and capital. Economics in the feasible socialism envisaged here would be much more concerned than was Marx with defining and discussing efficient allocation, calculation, and valuation. For purposes of efficient use of resources, it is evident that their relative scarcity is a relevant factor, most obviously so when the resources are non-reproducible, as with oil-bearing land. Time would also have to be taken explicitly into account. Clearly, a project completed in 5 years is preferable, ceteris paribus, to one completed in 8 years, even if the direct costs of the two are identical. So there would be interest rates as well as rent, but these would be payments to the state, not to private individuals, with, of course, exceptions, such as renting a room in an apartment, or interest on private savings. The history of economic thought would explain to puzzled citizens that there was a time when the very rich did no work, and that most economists found it quite natural and built their theories on such a basis. It would sound quite irrational to these citizens that the owners of, say, 10 hectares of London's West End could live a life of luxury and ease, and bequeath the same to their children, merely for authorizing, i.e. not preventing, others building on these acres. However, the 10 hectares would remain very valuable, and an appropriate rental should enter into any economic calculations involving their use. Let me give another example. Suppose that the number of people in Scotland wishing to fish for salmon in the rivers grossly exceeds the number of rivers and salmon available. At present, let us say, payment must be made to a duke for permission to fish, and this helps the said duke to be rich. Suppose one eliminates the duke. This makes no difference either to the desire of the citizens to fish or to the number of rivers and salmon in Scotland. So either the numbers who fish will be limited by a permit system, therefore there will be queues, string pulling, influence, etc., or a charge will be made. The charge may even be identical to that levied by the duke. Only now it is a rent which is used to cover social expenditures, not an individual's unearned income. It may be assumed that economic theory will also be concerned with optimal forms of organizational and decision-making structures, recognizing, as any sensible theory must, that what appears to be rational and advantageous depends in some degree on the area of responsibility, and knowledge, of the decision-maker. This can be allied with systems theory, and applied to the complex issues of centralization and decentralization. Much would need to be said on the role and limitations of the computer. The possibilities of technical progress in this area are vast and unpredictable. Externalities would require to be incorporated in the body of theory, and not treated as exceptions. And since money will exist, there will need to be monetary theory, with the possibility of a socialist monetarism. An inevitable consequence of democratic freedom is the existence of pressure groups whose total demands, for higher incomes, social services, investment, etc., might exceed the resources available. The socialist economy is not guaranteed against oversupply of paper money, wrote a Soviet economist. 10 But enough of speculating about the possible content of future socialist economics textbooks. Division of labor, wage differentials, and self-management. The utopian nature of Marx's vision of a universal man has been expounded and rejected earlier. However, underlying it are some ideas important for any socialist. No doubt specialisms will persist. The lecturer in Italian is unlikely to be able to teach Spanish, let alone repair teeth, drive heavy lorries, maintain jet engines, be a part-time architect, or milk cows. We must abandon any idea of doing without a horizontal division of labor. However, there must be an attempt to widen opportunities for change of job, changes of specialization, for those who wish it. Boredom and routine are not social goods. The fullest educational opportunities for youth must be accompanied by generous retraining schemes, including higher education for mature students who have previously repaired teeth, driven heavy lorries, and so on. But of course people vary widely in aptitude, ambition, and talents. Activities which I would find boring give others great satisfaction, and vice versa. One can and should encourage changes of job and career, but these are bound to have their limits. More difficult is the problem of the vertical division of labor. One must first of all identify the functional necessities of subordination in industry and elsewhere. Why must a ship have a captain, a newspaper an editor, a steel works a manager? Why must someone be in charge of a building site, of an airport, of a school, of a planning office? Which of these functions requires special qualifications and experience? As anyone who has ever worked under inefficient superiors will bear witness, there is such a thing as managerial, controlling skill, a knack for personal relationship as well as specialist knowledge, a desire for and ability to carry responsibility. How far is this consistent with rotation? Which should be the elective jobs? On balance, it does seem likely that most human beings will continue to prefer to avoid responsibility and be glad to accept, appoint, elect, others to carry it. How many university professors wish to be vice-chancellors? The likelihood of a shorter working week, and the widespread encouragement of technical and cultural hobbies, do-it-yourself, may well incline many workers to devote their surplus energy outside the job rather than to participate actively in it, especially if to do so requires hours of homework, familiarity with accounts, and so on. So the most likely outcome is a mixture of election and appointment, with the objective necessity of hierarchy duly reflected in the existence of hierarchy. There will be government, there will be managers in charge of electricity, oil, steel, and railways, the state planning office will have a chief, who will have deputies, and so on. It will be of vital importance to limit official powers and prevent abuses. The elected assembly would have a key function here, as would a free press. How much inequality should be tolerated, and how should this be related to hierarchical position? The first point to make is that income differentials, a species of labor market, are the only known alternative to direction of labor. Here it is essential to avoid a mental muddle. Some might say that within a commune, or a good kibbutz, one can have full equality and rotation in jobs, everyone takes turn at unskilled work such as washing dishes. But this cannot be generalized over the whole of society, partly because it is only workable with small numbers of people who know each other and can meet together daily, and partly because such communes would attract only the enthusiasts who like this sort of life. Trotsky in 1920 envisaged the necessity of direction of labor until such time as people achieved such a high level of social consciousness that they would voluntarily go where society needed them. As argued earlier, this is far-fetched indeed, being based not only on the totally unselfish man, but also on the naive notion that the good of society can be so defined that any citizen can identify it and identify his or her own role within it. A complex, large society with a division of labor makes this impossible. So we should envisage the degree of inequality which is necessary to elicit the necessary effort by free human beings. Actual wage scales would therefore be influenced by supply of, and demand for, specific kinds of labor. How much differentiation would this require? A great deal must depend on relative scarcities in relation to need, on the general standard of living and on human attitudes. There seems no good reason to make some individuals many times richer than others in order to obtain the necessary incentive effect. In our societies today some pleasant and honorable jobs are, by convention, paid very well. There is no reason why a university professor should necessarily earn more than a garbage collector. Few professors indeed would wish to earn more by turning their efforts into garbage collection. Adam Smith noted, 200 years ago, that curates have an expensive education, but earn less than a journeyman stonemason. One must take into account the belief of most workers on income differentials, and also the almost universal view that a senior officer in any field should earn more than his juniors. Again, we cannot and should not anticipate the extent of the need for differentials or the state of democratic opinion on the subject. What we should anticipate is the requirement of an incomes policy with appropriate wage and salary scales, and that this will be a thorny and difficult subject, because of the absence of any objective point of reference, other than a labor market. Would a 2:1 or a 3:1 ratio between highest and lowest paid adults be sufficient? In a relatively prosperous society in which the minimum wage assures a reasonable standard of comfort, this does not seem a fantastic prospect. One can also envisage that piece rate payments would be reduced to a minimum. Even in today's USA they are largely unnecessary to ensure reasonable effort. To secure acceptance of an incomes policy, of limits on incomes, has proved to be very difficult, especially where trade unions, pursuing sectional interests, make it their business to demand higher incomes and threaten strike action. Can we hope that the trade unions and government will act together, to devise and help enforce an incomes policy? There would be no large fortunes obtained by those not working. Indeed, there would be no large fortunes at all. A limited bonus scheme linked with profit would be desirable in the socialized, competitive, sector, to provide a material interest for participation in management, despite the probability that this would cause friction. There would, however, be some individuals whose incomes would be in effect uncontrolled, members of cooperatives of all kinds, in town and country, and the small private farmers and other entrepreneurs plus individual craftsmen and professionals. However, the cooperative and small private enterprises take greater risks, can lose as well as win, and in any event it should be possible to limit their take-home pay through the use of the market mechanism, and also by progressive taxation. Would this be sufficient to keep trade union militancy within bounds? It is by no means certain. There would be danger of inflationary wage claims, especially given the commitment to reasonably full employment. There would also be the problem posed by the external world. With comparisons made, some group might find that similar people were better off in another country. However, identification of possible sources of conflict does not imply that they are incapable of resolution. A question mark will stand before the role of trade unions. Where virtually everyone is working, where there are no capitalist employers, what task are they to perform? Living standards will not rise through militant wage demands. The distribution of the GNP between individual consumption and various other purposes, investment, social services, etc., will be for the elected assembly to decide. Yet the freedom to organize, and in the last resort the right to strike, are human freedoms that matter. There would no doubt be some extremists who would be encouraging strikes in the name of an imaginary real socialism, labeling the mixture recommended here as state capitalism or worse. One hopes that good sense will prevail. The right to have free trade unions is an indispensable part of the precautions against abuse of power and illegitimate privilege. But in the modern complex world the ruthless use of union power can do very serious damage to their fellow citizens. Among the important innovations to which they, and the management, will have to adjust is work sharing, if technical progress is of a massively labor-saving kind. Reverting to labor's role in managerial decisions in socialized enterprises, one must recall two negative aspects of Yugoslav experience. One is the interest of the workers in not expanding the labor force, at a time of serious unemployment, because to do so could reduce their incomes. The other is the lack of long-term interest of the workers in their enterprise, because it is in fact not theirs. They derive no benefit from working for it once they leave it, having no shares to sell. There are possible remedies. One is to have a clearly determined wage rate for the job, this not being a function, as it is in Yugoslavia, of the net revenue of the firm. A modest bonus based on profits should then reduce or eliminate the opposition to additions to the labor force. The second problem is more difficult. The word shareholder would cause hackles to rise. Yet some kind of length of service bonus, linked with the long-term level of profits or the value of basic assets, could be paid to a worker who retires or transfers elsewhere. See the example of Mondragon, p. 219 below. The important point is by trial and error to devise a pattern of personal interest which would incline the workforce to support economically, and socially, efficient decisions. The question then arises, again, of how to penalize those who consciously and democratically take wrong decisions. Several possibilities occur. One is to provide that if the elected committee overrules the management and a loss results, the workforce suffer a limited deduction from their pay packets, proportionate to the limited bonus to which they would be entitled in the event of success. How large should this be? Would what is called in Russian the 13th month be sufficient? Is more needed to overcome risk aversion? Of course, ideally one wishes to create a model in which the material and moral interest of the subunit is always in conformity with the interest of all of society, but in a complex and interrelated economy this must be seen as an optimum optimorum, devoutly to be wished but seldom attainable. We know from Soviet, and indeed all other, experience how easy it is inadvertently to create situations in which the pursuit of local interest by labor and management causes conflicts and contradictions. Cooperatives would, being genuine, be managed by their members. As already indicated, losses or windfall gains would be borne or enjoyed by them, subject to tax or, where socially desirable, a subsidy. It is worth mentioning that intermediate categories are also possible. For example, in Hungary today small shops and cafes which belong to the state are leased to private operators. Obviously in these instances the revenue of the leaseholder depends on what remains after payment of the lease and other costs, and if this amount proves excessive the charge can be increased. This is a possible approach to agriculture in a country without an established small peasant class. For example, in Great Britain the large majority of farmers pay rent to landlords. If the land were nationalised, the state would levy a charge, rental, lease, on the family or the cooperative, which would operate the farm. This rental could be differentiated in accordance with the fertility and situation of the land. This would be essential to avoid giving an undeserved bonus to whomsoever happened to be operating in a geographically favorable environment. Where peasants actually own the land, their expropriation would present acute political problems, and the problem would need to be dealt with by differential taxation. There is now a sizable literature on labor-managed enterprises, to which some reference was made earlier in discussing Yugoslav experience. The interested reader would find particularly useful the Penguin Book of Readings, Self-Management, edited by Jaroslav Vanek. Since a number of serious theorists call into question the rather more positive views of Vanek himself, and since their analyses could apply both to the self-managed socialized enterprises and to cooperatives, we must take note of them, as well as of the actual experiences of Yugoslavia. In the feasible socialism here imagined, a major part of output of goods and services would come from these two kinds of enterprises. So it should be a cause for concern if they are inherently inefficient, or we could identify the specific causes of inefficiency and see if they can be removed without damage to the basic principles of self-management. It must be recalled that some of the work on the subject is at a high level of abstraction. It is none the worse for that, of course. A certain lack of realism is a legitimate price to pay for theoretical rigor. But one must never forget the extent of the abstraction that has been made from a necessarily complex reality. To give one relevant example, Domar has shown that a change in the assumptions concerning supply of labor to a self-managed cooperative totally alters its formal, theoretical, response to a rise in price and or a change in tax. He was referring towards perfectly logical conclusion, on his assumptions, that a price rise could lead to the paradoxical effect of making a self-managed enterprise reduce employment and output. 11 There are other reasons too why this outcome is improbable. One is the effect of competition, real, not perfect competition. Imagine 10 self-managed enterprises, all producing only widgets, all trying to expand their share of the market, that is, they have the possibility to produce more than they are actually able to sell, a not unrealistic assumption which must underlie genuine competition. Suppose the price of widgets rises. While it is possible that in the very short run the dividend for working members could rise if a given firm produced less with fewer workers, is this likely, bearing in mind the following points? A. There are indivisibilities in processes of production, process specialization, etc. Labor is not homogeneous. B. Self-managed units are usually unwilling, sometimes by their rules unable, to dismiss fellow workers. C. More important, what of goodwill? Customers once lost may never be regained, and, after all, prices which rise today may fall tomorrow. Some at least of the 9 assumed competitors will not be so foolish as to miss the opportunity. Some at least, having spare capacity, may be at the stage of increasing returns, falling costs per unit. D. In the unlikely event of all 10 producers deciding to increase net revenue per worker by reducing output when prices rise, what is to prevent new entrants from starting to produce widgets? Of course the existing producers know this and would wish to avoid it, which would affect their actions. The possibility that existing firms would fail to respond to a price rise, and simply add to their net revenues, cannot be ruled out, even in real capitalism, given the existence of human inertia and informal rings of various kinds. The entry of new firms is an important corrective to such practices, and will be important also in the sort of socialism here envisaged. It would also play a role in reducing the danger of unemployment. Procedures for the setting up of new social and cooperative enterprises must therefore be devised. Bank credits would play a major role in financing these starts, and here the state plan can exercise an important influence. Regional problems, labor supply, forecast of future requirements, environmental considerations can and should influence the decisions. But this still leaves unsettled the issue of who actually undertakes the task of starting a new firm. For the Central East state sector the picture is clear enough: the central planners, the central body which runs the industry, corresponding to the National Coal Board in Britain, or the Ministry of Electric Power Stations in the Soviet Union, make the calculations, take the initiative, create the enterprise. At the other end, so to speak, the picture is also fairly clear: cooperative enterprises, or petty private businesses, are set up on the initiative of the individuals or groups concerned, with or without direct encouragement from the public authorities. But what of socialized enterprises? One can imagine a range of possibilities. One is conversion of some of the larger cooperative enterprises. Other initiatives should be encouraged. According to the Yugoslav rules, any public body, institution, social organization, or group of citizens may take the initiative. Enterprises can also merge and divide. Central planners might also act, and have the choice of granting credits for the expansion of an existing firm or to set up a new one. Mindful of the need for competition, they might prefer the latter. A manager would have to be appointed pro tem, and contracts signed with building firms, suppliers of machinery, and so on. These procedural problems seem unlikely to be insuperable and need not detain us. More difficult will be the task of devising operational criteria which encourage the efficient use of resources. Though some of the missile location envisaged by Ward is probably a result of some unreal assumptions, it remains important to study carefully his theoretical analyses, as well as those of Domar, Mead, Bergson and, of course, the work of Jaroslav Vanek, whose own attitude can be seen in the subtitle of his book of readings, Economic Liberation of Man, as well as Yugoslav experience, though bearing in mind how far the practice in Yugoslavia has been inconsistent with its own model. To discuss all this in full requires another book, not a few paragraphs, so what follows must be seen as no more than a few thoughts, in a constructive spirit, on a difficult subject. How can one combine self-management with efficient use of resources, while avoiding excesses of inequality? An interesting case is Mondragon, in Spain. 12 This is a very large cooperative conglomerate, and worker members who join must make a sizable capital contribution, which earns a rate of interest and which is repayable when they leave, subject to a modest deduction, but indexed to the rate of inflation. Management is elected. Income differentials are decided by the workforce, apparently after much argument. Interestingly enough, there are wage and salary scales, i.e. the reward of labor is not a residual, there is, therefore, a profit margin. The wage scales are related to those paid by good private employers in the given sector. The major part of the profits are used for investment and for reserves, but a portion is shared out among the workforce. We cannot concern ourselves here with the detailed history and problems of Mondragon. It may be that it has become too big to be an effective cooperative. However, it suggests certain possibilities. Thus a contribution to capital from each worker member, in Mondragon a major part of this may be lent to the worker by the cooperative itself, to be repaid out of earnings, makes the member materially interested in the longer-term welfare of the firm. The amount returned to him, her, when he, she, leaves could be varied by length of service and include an extra amount related to the profits made. Equality in this respect is assured at Mondragon by making every worker's contribution equal, i.e. the minimum is also the maximum. Of course, some capital is raised externally, through credits from the banks. Such an arrangement best suits cooperative enterprises, but in socialized self-managed enterprises too there could be some scheme which makes reward for long service relate to accumulated profits and/or increase in the value of the enterprise's capital. The essential points seem to me to be the need to link the worker's material incentives with the longer-term health of the enterprise, i.e. to make him or her interested also in investment, to provide a stake in the future, and this is integrally linked with the existence of a wage, i.e. a rate for the job, without which the very concept profit ceases to have a statistical meaning. If the entire net income, after paying for inputs, taxes, etc., is divided among the workforce, there is no profit as such, yet there ought to be. Which in no way prevents the existence of profit-related bonuses. In Mondragon, according to a friendly but critical survey, the combination of participation in decision-making with respect of organization of work and the distribution of earnings, narrow differences and fixed wages, of an extensive program of education and on-the-job training, of a high degree of security of employment, and of a financial stake in the ownership of their own cooperative factory, adds up to a system of collective incentives which is not found in private enterprise, which partly explains why performance in the cooperatives has achieved such a high degree of efficiency. 13. True, their evidence shows that only a small minority actively participate, but it also shows that the bulk of the workforce appreciate highly their right to participate. Let us be realistic, if everyone wanted to speak at general meetings, there would be no time available for anything else. Nonetheless, we should also heed the warning of Mihajlo Markovic. One of the greatest dangers for self-management is the formation of a small oligarchic group made up of managers, heads of administration and political functionaries, which tend to assume full control over the workers' council. 14. It is noteworthy that the large Mondragon complex is divided up for effective management purposes into smaller units, thus avoiding or reducing the danger of alienation of the workforce through scale and remoteness. The manufacturing units operate in a competitive market environment, and the wage rates are based upon those in existence in analogous private industry in that part of Spain. Evidently, this experience is worth very careful study. The level of incomes in state, socialized and cooperative enterprises should not vary greatly, to avoid social stress. In Hungary the higher incomes earned in cooperatives did cause friction. It seems reasonable to expect national wage negotiations and a national wage scale for the state and socialized sectors, but cooperatives of their nature must have greater freedom to make their own decisions in this respect. Excessive differentiation could be reduced by a progressive tax, on individuals or on enterprises. There could be rental, lease, or lump sum payments designed to avoid differentiation due to natural advantages. This could apply particularly to land and minerals. For example, rent or tax levied on farms, whether state, cooperative, or individual, would be varied in accordance with a land valuation survey, cadastre, as indeed is now the case in several countries. The same could apply to shops favorably located in a central area. There would be much room for experiment. The problem, of course, would be to avoid discouraging efficiency and enterprise, as would certainly occur if taxes, leases, rents, were such as to penalize success. But this can hardly be said to be insuperable. Finally, we must expect any meaningful self-management to alter the worker's frequently passive or negative attitude to work. Textbooks on economics usually ignore this factor. Labor, if not treated as homogeneous, is distinguished only by speciality. Yet men and women can work well or badly, can try consciously to minimize effort or take pride in their work. In arguing that the labor-managed system appears to be superior by far, judged on strictly economic criteria, to any other economic system in existence, 15 Yaroslav Vanek makes many points, but the one concerning attitudes, morale, and avoidance of conflict, seems to me particularly important. In this connection, it seems necessary again to stress the importance of scale. Small is beautiful. A recent illustration of this from Soviet agricultural experience is the so-called Bizneryadnwayi Zivino, or autonomous work team. It turns out that a group of 7 or 8 peasants, left to themselves to organize their own work, can greatly increase productivity, and need not be supervised, in contrast with much larger units. There is a moral here. Of course, I do not suggest that 7 or 8 is some optimal magic number. But it may well be found that even a good organizational scheme with a cast of thousands would produce disappointing results. Investments and growth. Investments would be divided into 2 parts, those of structural significance, usually involving either the creation of new productive units or the very substantial expansion of existing ones, and those which represent an adjustment to changing demand, or to new techniques. The latter would be the responsibility of management, cleared as required with the elected committee, and the necessary finance would be obtained either from retained profits, and reserves based upon past profits, or from credits from the state banking system. Exceptionally, there could be a budgetary grant, where the activity carries with it large external economies or is seen as a social must. It would be the task of the bank, in conjunction with the central planners, to keep a watch on the level of credits and also their destination. One must avoid generating inflationary excess demand for investment goods and building labor, and also avoid a situation in which the same investment opportunity is perceived by many managements. For example, suppose there is clear need for expanding the output of typewriters, there could be wasteful duplication and triplication of this apparently profitable investment, and it might be necessary to grant the credit to the firm which promised to be most efficient and refuse it to the other applicants. As for big, structurally significant investments, these would be the major responsibility of the central planners. Given that we are discussing an industrialist, developed country, there is no need to assume that high growth rates would be a high priority. Since scarcity will be a fact, there will be pressure to provide more material goods, housing, social services, and so on, but that is not the same as a drive to achieve a radical structural transformation in a short space of time. Such a drive may indeed prove inconsistent with reliance on the market mechanism. A large part of investments would therefore be of the adjustment to demand sort. It is plainly essential, within a controlled market environment, that firms, state, social, cooperative, have the means to make such adjustments, for otherwise the profits they make would serve no rational purpose. If, for example, demand increases for anything, from microchips to potato chips, the price would rise and so would profits. The function of this rise in price and profits in a market economy is to stimulate additional production, which, unless there is already spare capacity, requires investments. If this result does not follow, the mechanism would be failing to work, and the existing enterprises would be making excess profits to no social or economic purpose. Indeed, it would be necessary to have a species of socialist antitrust legislation. In these sectors in which competition is desired and desirable, a watch would have to be kept to prevent the creation of informal rings or cartels, agreements not to expand or not to compete. One way of combating such a tendency is to encourage, by credits on favorable terms, etc., the creation of new productive units in the sector concerned, another important function of central planners in a socialist market. Experience points to the danger of investment cycles. A fundamentalist objection to the whole of the conception advanced in the preceding pages would stress this. The absence of comprehensive planning, the role of market forces, would introduce elements of anarchy, of uncontrollable zigzags, booms and slumps. Markets provide, imperfect, information about what has already happened. Did not someone use as a parallel a driver who looks out of the rear window at the road behind him? The criticism has some point. However, imperfect information is a fact also if planning is highly centralist, and the model here put forward places in the centrally planned categories those large investments, in such sectors as energy, steel, heavy chemicals, for which information about future requirements is best collected and analyzed at the center. Besides, as we have seen, investment cycles also occur in centralist, non-market economies. It will indeed be a difficult task for the center to steer the rest of the economy by remote control, without detailed orders, avoiding mass unemployment and inflation, difficult, but surely not impossible. It will have at its disposal such weapons as credit policy, the setting up, or the encouragement of setting up, of production units, control over prices in the centrally managed sectors, the drawing up and enforcement of ground rules on profit disposal, income distribution and taxation. True, the greater the freedom allowed to enterprises or to individual citizens, the greater the risk that some undesirable act might be committed. Thus it seems easier to control incomes if the state and only the state employs labor than if the worker can choose to work for a cooperative or for himself. It may also seem easier to avoid duplication, to ensure economies of scale, if there are no separate autonomous production units with the right to decide what they should be producing and how. Yet Soviet experience does not altogether support these assertions. Even if the state is the only employer, different state institutions can compete for labor in a seller's market and bid away good workers from each other, and uncertainty of supply leads to self-supply, to duplication on a quite massive scale, to the detriment of economies of scale based on specialization. There is no magic wand. Total control is impossible. The effort to achieve universal planning by an all-knowing center produces results that no one actually desires, not even the center. Total control is also unworkable, and certainly cannot be seen as a socialist solution. One must agree with Thomas and Logan when, writing in the context of the Mondragon experiment, they argue that at the meso and macro levels, a strong planning agency is essential as otherwise a self-managed economy could not function. Phenomena such as the entrance and exit of firms, and the adjustment processes of capital intensity, can only be realized by careful planning and institutional support. 16 Also correct is the following opinion of Tinbergen: it is highly improbable that the proponents of a laissez-faire theory of self-management are right. It can be convincingly shown that in an optimum order some tasks must be performed in a centralist way and cannot therefore be left to the lowest levels. One should seek the level which minimizes external effects. 17 So what must be sought is a workable compromise between centralization, self-management and local initiative. Some Soviet economists, in examining critically their own system, have written intelligently on theories of complex organizations, within which the subunits are free to take certain categories of decisions. They seem to devise an optimal decision-making structure. Ideally, one wishes to have a situation in which the perceived interest of individuals and groups always conforms to the general interest. For reasons examined already, this is an unattainable ideal, just as it is also impossible for some central body to examine every decision in the light of the general interest, i.e. to internalize all externalities. The complications are just too great, the possibilities to consider far too numerous. The perception of interest is inevitably affected by the situation within a complex society of various individuals and groups. The best that can be done, in the field of investment as in others, is to identify in advance the kind of problem or decision which will have significant external effects, that is, effects, positive or negative, beyond the knowledge or responsibility of those directly involved. In those cases in which the cost of internalizing, i.e. reference to higher authority, is unlikely to exceed the benefit, freedom to decide on the spot can and should be limited. Cost here includes also frustration and delay. Foreign trade. There will, of course, be foreign trade. Either some of the world will not be socialist, or there will be separate socialist countries, though naturally a union of several socialist countries would be both possible and desirable, or a socialist common market with close cooperation and perhaps a common currency. One would hope that the clumsy state monopoly of foreign trade of the Soviet type would be unnecessary, but, yet again, the only known alternative is a market, i.e. exchange, and since multilateral trade has evident advantages over bilateral barter, this would seem to imply currency convertibility, and the right of economic units to buy and sell across borders. This in turn means realistic prices and exchange rates. It means also that an individual citizen wishing to travel abroad, or a productive or wholesaling enterprise, will be able to acquire foreign currency without necessarily seeking permission from some government office. Internal and foreign trade prices in tradable goods would be mutually consistent. Prices would emerge partly as a result of bargaining over specific deals, partly as a result of international price agreements for specific important commodities. The Marxist tradition is not altogether clear about foreign trade, and it is unfortunate that Marx died before he wrote a promised volume on the subject. Koski believed that the substitution of production for sale by production for use would require a degree of national self-sufficiency and autarky, for how could market exchange dominate relations between states if it had been eliminated within a national economy? 18 He certainly believed that he was in the orthodox line of Marx and Engels in asserting this. I am here asserting the converse. Given that market exchange will play a major role within socialist states, it must do so also in their foreign trade relations, a major role, but not necessarily a dominant one. Long-term international commodity agreements have been mentioned already. Naturally, as in all forms of exchange, there will be bargaining about prices, with the seller trying to obtain the best possible price. Familiar, and sometimes convincing, arguments will be advanced for protection. Another possible source of conflict would arise if, as is quite possible, some non-reproducible natural resources gradually become physically scarce. We cannot assume that socialist countries will always maintain amicable relations, in circumstances which could give rise to quarrels over access to, say, irrigation water, iron ore, or oil fields. One does not eliminate this danger by substituting any other method for purchase and sale. Koski's maximization of autarky is in fact the only alternative to relations based upon exchange. Unfortunately, it is simply not the case that capitalism alone is the source of international conflict. One must do one's best to spread the ideology of internationalism, and increase economic and social contacts between peoples, increase interdependence. Autarky is surely a pissolar. The dogmatist's alternative would be either a world socialist commonwealth with production directly for use, which implies a degree of centralization which is surely undesirable as well as impracticable, or perhaps some quite imaginary model of abundance in which the comrades in West Africa freely decide to supply cocoa and bananas in just the right quantities to the comrades in Western Europe for sheer love of humanity, without the requirement of any quid pro quo. No unequal exchange, because no exchange. Not a very likely story, to put it mildly. The economic role of democratic politics. It is an essential part of socialist beliefs that there be a real form of economic democracy, that people can influence affairs in their capacities as producers and consumers. It is by this standard, among others, that the Soviet model can be judged and found wanting. To influence the pattern of production by their behavior as buyers is surely the most genuinely democratic way to give power to consumers. There is no direct political alternative. There being hundreds of thousands of different kinds of goods and services in infinite permutations and combinations, A political voting process is impracticable, a ballot paper incorporating microeconomic consumer choice unthinkable. Majority votes are in any event undesirable as well as unsuitable. What of minority rights in matters of consumption? Is it proper for the citizens of a town or a country to vote by a 3-to-1 majority in favor of not providing anything, from string quartets to pumpernickel, which happens to be a minority taste? How can one measure the intensity of desire for anything other than by discovering how much of other things one is prepared to give up to obtain it, i.e., what price is one prepared to pay? With an acceptable distribution of income, and in the absence of large unearned incomes, no better method for arriving at consumer choice is known than that of allowing the consumer to choose, and, save on far-fetched assumptions of abundance, this means choosing by using his or her purchasing power, by buying in shops, what Soviet reformers call voting with the ruble. The shops, in turn, must then have the means of obtaining the goods their customers wish to purchase. There is not and cannot be anything anti-socialist in the notion that the citizens should seek to satisfy their varied needs and tastes to the fullest extent consistent with the productive capacity of society and the welfare of their fellow citizens, i.e., avoiding pollution and other species of external diseconomies. We have surely established by experience as well as by logical analysis the impossibility of incorporating the fully disaggregated needs of millions of people into a comprehensive, and comprehensible, plan. We have tried to draw the distinction earlier between relative and absolute scarcity. Higher prices and other material stimuli can elicit additional supplies of reproducible goods. However, if what the future holds is an extension of the experience of absolute shortage, as exemplified by fish in the North Sea, then society, by its votes, could opt for a rationing scheme for such products, as a temporary measure at least. This would be a restriction of choice, of course, but might find its justification in the principle of fairness in distribution under conditions when the supply effect of higher prices would be insignificant. One has reasonable hopes that such conditions would not be frequently encountered. Democratic votes, including referendums, could be utilized to determine, or choose between, broad priorities, to devote more investment resources to, say, retail distribution, public transport, rural clinics, nursery schools, the mass production of deep freezers, or to launch an investigation into the malfunctioning of any branch of the economy. Representatives of users would be given an important function, alongside those of the producers and the state, in the top management echelon of the centralist nationalist industries. These actions are quite different from imagining a democratic vote to reduce, or increase, the output of brown boots or to allocate, or not allocate, sulfuric acid to a given user. The democratically elected assembly would adopt, amend, choose between, internally consistent perspective plans for the economy as a whole when these were laid before it. Such plans would, of course, be at a high level of aggregation, and would have their primary effect on the pattern of major investments in the next plan period. Such high-level discussions and decisions would directly touch only a small proportion of the workforce. Participation is most meaningful at a much lower level, i.e. at the workplace. It is useful again to recall Bruss's correct argument that workers can effectively hope to participate only at the level at which effective decisions are in fact taken, and that a centralist or marketless planning model leaves little to be decided at the level of the enterprise. The larger the group, the more difficult it will be for individuals to identify with distant structures that transcend the horizon of their own work organization. To quote Thomas and Logan. 19 Vertical subordination must, where possible, be replaced by horizontal links, i.e. by negotiated contracts, agreements, with suppliers and customers. This, it must be insisted, is a precondition both of consumer preference and of producers' preference being satisfied, assuming that customers and producers both wish to have some effective influence on their everyday lives. The dogmatist evades this issue by seeking a non-existent species of direct economic political democracy, in which society decides, in which labor is directly social, i.e. is consciously applied by society for the satisfaction of its wants, without the detour of market and value relations. It will be recalled that Bettelheim criticized the Yugoslav model because the market, not the producers, determines what is produced. However, it is clear that someone, some institution, has to tell the producers about what the users require. If that someone is not the impersonal market mechanism, it can only be a hierarchical superior. There are horizontal links, market, there are vertical links, hierarchy. What other dimension is there? Of course, the producers are also consumers, and vice versa, but an inescapable division of labor and of function imply that this is so only at the top of an all-inclusive hierarchical pyramid. In the competitive socialized ownership sector, and in cooperatives, the workforce would receive encouragement to participate, to attend meetings, to stand for committees, to put forward proposals, to help elect the working management. Not all would be interested, since some would pay greater attention to hobbies outside the work process, and have every right to do so. The smaller the numbers engaged in a given productive unit, the more likely would be the effective feeling of participation, of belonging. Intuitively, we surely would all agree that it would be far easier in a group of 50 than in one of 5,000. Individuals would be free to change their jobs, to acquire a different specialization, to switch from working for the state to working in a cooperative or on their own account. The concept of producers' preferences is a useful one to keep in mind, alongside that of consumers' preferences. Is it socialism? Let me recapitulate. The society outlined in the preceding pages has the following features. A. The predominance of state, social, and cooperative property, and the absence of any large-scale private ownership of the means of production. B. Conscious planning by an authority responsible to an elected assembly of major investments of structural significance. C. Central management of current microeconomic affairs confined to sectors, and to type of decision, where informational, technological, and organizational economies of scale, and the presence of major externalities, render this indispensable. D. A preference for small scale, as a means of maximizing participation and a sense of belonging. Outside centralist or monopolist sectors, and the limited area of private enterprise, management should be responsible to the workforce. E. Current output and distribution of goods and services should whenever possible be determined by negotiations between the parties concerned. There should be explicit recognition that this implies and requires competition, a precondition for choice. F. Workers should be free to choose the nature of their employment and given every opportunity to change their specialization. If they prefer it, they could opt for work in cooperatives, or on their own account, for instance in a family farm, workshop, or service agency. G. As an unlimited market mechanism would in due course destroy itself, and create intolerable social inequalities, the state would have vital functions in determining income policies, levying taxes and differential rents, intervening to restrain monopoly power, and generally setting the ground rules and limits of a competitive market. Some sectors, education, health, etc., would naturally be exempt from market-type criteria. H. It is recognized that a degree of material inequality is a precondition for avoiding administrative direction of labor, but moral incentives would be encouraged and inequalities consciously limited. The duty to provide work would override considerations of micro-profitability. I. The distinction between governors and governed, managers and managed, cannot realistically be eliminated, but great care must be taken to devise barriers to abuse of power and the maximum possible democratic consultation. The most serious problem, observed Barrow in his writing on socialism, is the reconciliation of partial and general interest. Point 20. This is correct, and applies also to the model outlined here. It is only in fairy tales that people live happily ever after, it is only in utopia that all agree, in a pseudo-utopia all are made to agree. It is nonsense to assert that fundamental disagreements occur only because of private ownership of the means of production. The assumption of relative scarcity, and thus of opportunity cost, is enough to ensure the certainty of some conflict. The state, its democratic institutions, will be there to resolve disputes, to settle competing claims on resources, but trade union and other interest groups, regional, or national in a socialist federation of several nations, could make trouble, and in particular cause an overcommitment of resources, excessive incomes, inflation. Some may regard all this, and the presence of markets and competition, as showing that the proposed model is not viable, or not socialist, or both at once. They would doubtless wax sarcastic about socialism in one country. On this last point, I would again stress that a socialist federation, common market, economic community, would be highly desirable, perhaps even essential, certainly for medium-sized, let alone small, countries. But to define socialism as necessarily worldwide, to dismiss any other kind, is to depart from the realm of the feasible within the time scale of the present exercise. In the longer run, one world is a possibility, and it may be that the destructive powers of nuclear weapons are such that the survival into the next century of sovereign states make the survival into the next century of the human race somewhat less than probable. All that is put forward here is the notion that a state or group of states with a legitimate claim to call themselves socialist will be undertaking foreign trade. Conclusion. I hope that, in presenting a feasible form of socialism, I have nowhere slipped into romantic utopianism, have made no far-fetched economic or psychological assumptions. Is the resulting picture attractive? Is it desirable? This is very much a matter of opinion. For some its lack of romanticism is a serious defect. Socialism is for them a substitute religion, worth dying for. The picture presented here is prosaic, with an emphasis on practical matters. Outside one of Paris's numerous universities, among the graffiti, was one which read, "A basse la vie quotidienne," which could be translated as "down with weekdays." Obviously my doctrines could not satisfy its author. But then nothing practical could. People will still be buying and selling, and consumerism is not excluded. I share with the millenarians a distaste for the excesses of conspicuous consumption, or keeping up with the Joneses, but this is not an attitude that outsiders can impose, either by decree or by assumption. We all hope that thievery and fraud will wither away, but we should realistically assume that locksmiths and auditors will still have functions to perform, and police too. Jealousy is not a noble virtue, but some individuals will probably be jealous of the achievements of others, whether in bed or in the council chamber. Unless one naively supposes that drunkenness is due to private ownership of the means of production and advertising by the liquor trade, some individuals will presumably continue to drink to excess, to mark success or to console themselves for failure, much though I regret this. An imperfect world cannot be rendered perfect because we wish it so, and the assumption of original sin is, alas, a more realistic basis for organizing society than the assumption of a noble savage deformed by the institutions of capitalism and the state. It is clear that the role of the state will be very great, as owner, as planner, as enforcer of social and economic priorities. The assumption of democracy makes its task more difficult, not easier, since a variety of inconsistent objectives will be reflected in political parties and the propaganda they will undertake. One hopes that an educated and mature electorate will support governments which will keep the economy in balance, avoiding inflationary excess and unemployment, allowing the market to function but not letting it get out of hand. The danger one foresees is not one of a vote to restore capitalism. There was no mass movement of this sort even in countries where the Soviet-type system was intensely unpopular, for instance, Poland or Czechoslovakia. The danger is more one of so-political an economy, especially in income and price policy and in investment, that the resultant stresses and strains will lead to economic crisis, which could disrupt both the economic and the political balance. However, both in the economy and in politics there is an inescapable price to pay for freedom to act. People may act wrongly, just as, if there is no censorship, we may be sure that some false, objectionable, and misleading matter will get published, and our hope that the citizens will be adult enough to reject rubbish may or may not be disappointed. Is the socialism here pictured preferable to capitalism, or to the imperfect and mixed system that now exists? Would it attract the opprobrium of critics such as Hayek or Friedman? Is it a stage on the road to serfdom? In my view, it would provide better opportunities for more people to influence their own lives and working conditions, reduce the dangers of unemployment and of civil strife, provide sufficient encouragement to enterprise and innovation, and give some attention to the quality of life. Of course, it guarantees none of these things. Nothing can. People can vote for triviality, watch soap operas on television, leave litter at beauty spots. Conflicts of interest can go too far and threaten stability. But at least the socialism here presented should minimize class struggle, provide the institutional setting for tolerable and tolerant living, at reasonable material standards, with a feasible degree of consumer sovereignty and a wide choice of activities for the citizens. Would an economic optimum be assured? Of course not. The possibility of economic calculation will be present, but freedom of choice involves both uncertainty and the risk of error. Compared with the inflation, exchange rate fluctuations, zigzags in interest rates, unemployment, of what passes today for capitalism, decision-makers might well have better means for being right more often. Mistakes will happen, contradictions will show themselves, rebels will demand change, conservatives will resist, history will neither end nor begin. Economists, philosophers, social scientists of different schools, will be assured of full employment. Unless, of course, a nuclear holocaust puts a stop to it all, and to us all too. Permanent revolution can be a disaster, as China's Cultural Revolution has shown. It disorganizes, impoverishes, confuses. But permanent vigilance, permanent reform, will surely be a must. On this happy note, it is appropriate to end this excursion into a feasible, possible future. Many of the propositions put forward here are open to challenge, and I hope they will be challenged. This is a kind of long, too long, discussion paper, intended to provoke both socialists and anti-socialists, provoke them into some hard thinking about the possible, about alternatives. If it succeeds in this, the author will be satisfied. Appendix 1, on contradiction. Contradictions in feasible socialism are inevitable and will have to be tolerated, indeed are even sometimes to be welcomed, or so I have argued. Some readers of Karl Popper will not agree. Popper of course admits, indeed emphasizes, that in a sense contradictions are fruitful, or fertile, or productive of progress, but only so long as we are determined not to put up with contradictions, in other words, never accept a contradiction. If we change this attitude, and decide to put up with contradictions, then contradictions must at once lose any kind of fertility. If one were to accept contradictions, then one would have to give up any kind of scientific activity. Am I guilty of an offense, then, by Popperian standards? I do not think so, though perhaps my choice of words, or, dare I say it, his choice of words and examples, may not be clear and unambiguous. Popper is perfectly right when the contradiction of which he speaks takes the form of statements such as "he was here on November 1, 1938 and he was not here on November 1, 1938. It should be possible to prove that one of these statements is true, or false. Similarly, phlogiston either was or was not a valid scientific concept. The contradictions I have in mind are inherent in institutional arrangements, indeed in the human condition itself. Freedom for me to do what I like can, sometimes does, contradict, is inconsistent with, the freedom of others. My desire to park my car where it suits me best contradicts the desire of others to park there, or to drive unimpeded down that lane, this being a special case of the more general contradiction between individual and social interests. The concentration of decision-making power in the hands of those who have wide-ranging responsibilities facilitates the internalizing of externalities, the apprehension of wide-ranging consequences, but the lack of vision of micro-detail can produce perverse results in practice. Conversely, placing decision-making power at lower levels ensures closer reflection of micro-detail, a greater sense of participation, but at the cost of not seeing some possibly important external consequences of one's acts. Popper would, I am sure, agree with all that I have just written, but might attach a different label to these matters. He might well also agree that these are difficulties, conflicts, problems, or whatever, that we must expect to live with in the real world. Of course we will try to resolve them, try to find some suitable, or less inconvenient, way of organizing car parking, limiting potentially harmful individual actions, devise some approach to an optimum balance between centralization and decentralization. But this is not at all the same as unambiguously determining whether X was in some place on November 1, 1938, or the correctness of the theory of relativity, for that matter. As I write these words I see a motorcyclist passing with the following words on his jacket: helmets yes, compulsion no. He believes that those who wish to risk injury to themselves should be free to do so, while the law says you must wear helmets, because injuries impose costs on others. Again, this is a contradiction between an individual and society which cannot be resolved as if it were a physical fact or scientific theory. Popper would probably classify these as ethical choices, which in a sense they are. But contradictions can arise out of ideas grounded in durable differences of view or of interest. There is also the important distinction between, so to speak, levels of contradiction. Thus problems arising out of centralization/decentralization will probably always be with us, but specific issues within this general category, for example, the location of major investment decisions for the oil industry, can be and are decided, resolved. Similarly, one particular car must be parked, even though problems arising from car parking remain, as do contradictions between individual and social desiderata. In other words, one must indeed try to resolve any specific contradictions, but certain types or species of tension, causes of dispute, will nonetheless remain in any conceivable form of society. Popper is more likely in fact to object to the whole notion of attempting to move towards another kind of society. He is a believer in piecemeal reform, in avoiding blueprints of a future world. It is enough, he asserts, to try to resolve the many pressing problems which now face us, one by one. I have a good deal of sympathy for this view. Yet purely empirical reactions to immediate issues, a refusal to have any sort of strategic objectives, surely have considerable limitations in the unsettled and dangerous world of today. Down with utopias, agreed. But if some aspects of a system fail to work satisfactorily, surely it is proper at least to consider changing the system. This is so where partial reform is self-defeating. Consider, for example, centralist planning of the Soviet type. It has an inner logic: the center acquires information as to needs, issues instructions as to what to produce and for whom, ensures that the means to obey these instructions are provided. As we know, this way of doing things is in many respects ineffective. A cautious piecemeal reformer, let us call him Popperavic, proposes a change: let enterprises in certain industries acquire their inputs by freely purchasing them, instead of having them allocated by the center. The system rejects this, as a human being might reject an alien implant. The apparently desirable freedom to purchase is in conflict with the rest of the planning system, because the suppliers are not free to purchase their inputs, because these suppliers would give priority to those deliveries which are still planned by the center, because the price system is inappropriate and gives the wrong signals, and so on. As has been pointed out, reform comes in packages. An economic reform story relates how the Warsaw Traffic Control Department sent a delegation to London to study London's apparently superior traffic flows. They reported that the only difference in the regulations was that traffic in London, unlike Warsaw, kept on the left. So, believing in piecemeal reform, they decreed that, for an experimental period, a third of the traffic in Warsaw should keep to the left. Note, Appendix 1. 1K Popper, Conjectures and Refutations, London, Routledge and Kegan Paul, 1963, pages 316 to 17. Appendix 2, 2 Critiques. Let us now imagine the reaction of a reviewer, writing in an imaginary journal which we will call the Revolutionary Worker. I have never heard of one with that title, and hastily apologize to its editor if by any chance it exists. Let us further imagine that the reviewer is a serious, committed, intelligent dogmatist, and that he would not be satisfied with mere denunciation. He will not speculate on how much the author was paid by the CIA, or assert that the ideas expressed are indistinguishable from those of the Chicago School. In other words, he proposes to launch a serious attack. Along what lines? One could be called definitional. What is being described here is a possible transitional society, but socialism it is not. I could anticipate that this would be Bettelheim's position, for instance. He was present when I read a paper in Paris putting forward some of the ideas expressed here, and his comment was, yes, indeed, the problems described would certainly arise on the morrow of the seizure of power. I replied that they would, in my view, be still there after the morrow too. Did they arise in the USSR, would they arise elsewhere, because of relative backwardness? Or because the class struggle was not waged with sufficient vigor? Surely the answer in both cases must be no. Economic development, industrial growth, lead to a big increase in complexity, in the number of interconnections, in the range of products, in specialization, in division of labor. One must anticipate a major criticism: socialism and the market are incompatible. This view was that of Marx himself, and of Trotsky, Lenin and Bukharin. It is the opinion of Sweezy, Bettelheim and Mondale. The three last named are willing to admit that market relations and money cannot just be abolished, that for a time they are needed, but this would be a time of transition. The disagreement here would center on the possibility of overcoming the obstacles to the elimination of market relations without creating in the process a large, powerful, economically inefficient, and socially dangerous bureaucratic hierarchy. That Soviet-type planning is associated with such a hierarchy, and that it is both inefficient and undesirable, would be accepted, indeed stressed by Sweezy, Bettelheim and Mondale. Point 1. So my disagreement with their position rests on the view, defended at length in the preceding pages, that no way exists to avoid the dominant role of the bureaucracy unless one reduces the functions which give it power. To do so without granting autonomy to productive units and therefore without commodity production and markets, is impossible. Equally impossible is to envisage participation, self-management in any meaningful form, unless this is linked with autonomy of the production units in which people work. No, my imaginary critic will assert, this shows lack of understanding of industrial democracy. The associated producers will decide. They are the consumers too, so of course they will decide with the needs of fellow citizens in mind. Soviet experience, he may say, is irrelevant, because of the existence of an exploiting elite, lack of true democracy, and so on. I can only continue to deplore the use of loose slogan phraseology as a substitute for serious analysis. The real dogmatists would reject this reference to serious analysis as unimaginative empiricism. Revolutionary praxis will show the way. What way? They do not know, and seem to have no particular interest in finding out. The intelligent dogmatist would then direct his fire on weaknesses and inadequacies which certainly do exist in the market mechanism. He would refer to dangers of unemployment, of cyclical fluctuations, of excessive inequalities of income. He would note the growth of large corporations in capitalist countries, within which market relations are replaced by administrative subordination. He might note the advances and great potentialities of computerization, the microchip. Markets mean competition, and its negative features are there for all to see. Many effective critical points can be made along this line, without, unfortunately, grappling with the real question, which is, what alternative is there, what is being proposed? In any case, what is here advocated is not an untrammeled free market. A major role exists for planning. That strains and contradictions would arise on the boundary line between plan and market, between central and local decisions, is indeed predictable, and quite unavoidable, as unavoidable as the fact that the interest and desires of one individual or group might conflict with those of others. If one were to define socialism in such a way that these conflicts and contradictions would not, could not, exist, then we are, in my opinion, back to utopia. Such a world appears to me inconceivable even beyond the time scale set here. Inconceivable and undesirable. What boredom, if we never argued. Yes, the producer is also the consumer. But not, as a rule, of his or her own products. Radoslav Salucky pointed out the dilemma. In the centralist marketless economy, since every working man is simultaneously both a producer and a consumer, his economic essence is split in two parts. As a producer he reacts through his material interest in the targets of the plan, while as a consumer he tries to satisfy his material needs and interests through his effective demand. Because of the many complexities and contradictions inherent in the marketless system, if as a producer he meets effective demand expressed by him as a consumer, he would behave against his interest as a producer. Point 2. How, in practical terms, can one overcome this contradiction, in the absence of a market? The dogmatist critic must also clarify his attitude to autonomous small-scale activities. He may say that they will be uneconomic, and point to the elimination of small corner shops by supermarkets in the USA, plus other instances of the concentration of capital. One would reply, yes, it may be so, but it is not a matter of legislation, or of extra economic coercion. Supermarkets did indeed displace the American corner shop, through competition. Socialist supermarkets might do the same. But one should not send the police to arrest the corner shopkeeper for trading, if he were filling gaps in state and socialized trade, and finds this profitable because these gaps exist. Of course, it is possible to assume that under socialism there will be no gaps. Ex-ante planning with perfect information and perfect motivation will take care of all needs. This is no more, and no less, far-fetched than some other assumptions made in orthodox economics. It still remains far-fetched and question-begging. There is indeed no need to consider how to identify and correct error, if error can be removed from the scene by assumption. The notion of scarcity also might be attacked, and the possibility of meaningful abundance defended. That the present world wastes resources, not least on piling up armaments, is undeniable. But can anyone seriously assume the elimination of opportunity cost, the unrestricted availability of all that people can reasonably want at zero price? Wants do expand, and not only because of advertising. Indeed, the socialists' very proper aim to improve the quality of life sets up additional demands for resources. The critic may resurrect the notion of a new man or new woman, socialized, devoted to the common good. The trouble is that there is a link between this concept and that of abundance. In making choices between mutually exclusive alternatives, an unambiguous common good is operationally undefinable. Nor is there any approach along this line to the question of how to calculate, how to measure cost, how to relate it to result, and no attempt ever seems to be made to consider who is to perform these very necessary tasks, or how a decision once made is to be implemented. Again and again one must stress that three conditions must be met before anything can be done: information, what it is best to do, and how best to do it; motivation, why bother to do it; and means. None of us, however well-meaning and however much we love our fellow citizens, can have more than a fraction of the vast range of information about economic and technological alternative courses of action. With the best of motives, we cannot act unless the means to do so can be acquired. These could have alternative uses, and in a non-market system they would have to be administratively allocated by somebody, aware of what these might be. The non-market system advocated by the left-wing critic is more hierarchical, more bureaucratic, more dangerous in the power it gives to the state and its high officials, than almost any conceivable alternative. Yet a likely critical line of attack would be to denounce me for imagining a socialism with a continuing distinction between rulers and ruled, that is, a vertical division of labor. There would have to be, a socialist organization theory, concerned with the process of decision-making at various levels. The existence of levels, and so of the need for some hierarchy, are simple facts of life. Thus, while a cargo ship will have within it a division of labor, which includes a captain and a chief engineer, it is evident that neither of these skilled individuals, or the crew, can possibly know where their ship should go. A shipping group, with someone in charge of it, would have the information about cargoes and the movements of other ships. Equally surely some responsible individual, who will not rotate annually, will be in charge of the electricity grid, and someone will have to plan the construction and replacement of power stations, consider alternative locations and generation techniques, and so on. The people, or the associated workers, can no more do this than I can sing Wotan in Wagner's Ring. Actually, this is a poor parallel. For I could sing Wotan, though very badly. The slogan statement that they can do so is quite literally meaningless, and this has nothing to do with the intelligence or motives of individuals. What I have tried to set out is a system in which the greatest possible amount of decision-making authority is devolved from the center, in which hierarchies are multiple and so not all-pervasive, in which individuals or groups can opt out of the nationalist sector if they prefer it, ensuring a reasonable degree of choice for people both as consumers and as producers. At all levels, the relationship between the organizers and the organized is indeed to be as democratic as the real situation allows. Macro plans would be approved by the elected parliament or assembly, and there would be self-management at micro level, though competition is needed to ensure automatic responsibility to customers, to avoid the otherwise dangerous pursuit of sectional interest by abuse of monopoly power, and to ensure consumer choice. Policy with regard to income differentials, privileges, and tax rates would be determined by democratic voting procedures, as would pensions and other social service expenditures. Abuses of power would be publicized by a free press. Political theory would naturally drop the inherently incorrect notion of the withering away of the state, and devote attention to the necessary separation of powers, checks and balances, countervailing powers, since eternal vigilance would indeed be necessary to minimize abuses that power over others makes possible. But in the last analysis, the intelligent dogmatist reviewer would simply have to rely on faith in the ultimate realization of Marx's dream of a just, conflict-less, worldwide society of equal citizens, who have conquered scarcity and who build the good life together without money, acquisitiveness, or rivalry. To me this smacks of religion, a kind of sophisticated cargo cult. I am not by nature a religious man, and interpret praxis as having a great deal to do with practice. Hence my concern with feasible socialism, and the constraint of feasibility predetermines one's definition of socialism and leads to a conscious rejection of romantic utopias. My critic will disagree. So be it. One must also envisage an attack from a quite different quarter. One might see Lord Harris sharpening his sword at the Institute of Economic Affairs. Socialism is to be rejected, and a reasonable-sounding version is to be more vigorously condemned, since, it will be argued, it would surely degenerate into centralist tyranny, would in the end be the road to serfdom, as Hayek would certainly say, even though I would be credited with the good intention of avoiding such an outcome. Praise for private enterprise would be accompanied by warnings of dire consequences of an enlargement of the role of the state. Workers' self-management would be seen as ineffective, with references to Yugoslav experience and also to the attitudes and behavior of trade unions, in Great Britain especially, where their negative attitude to technical progress and productivity is notorious. We might be reminded, and correctly reminded, of how the dockers succeeded in wrecking the port of London, and they are well on the way to destroying Liverpool too. Private enterprise would be extolled, its absence deplored. The many difficulties and contradictions which could certainly exist, and have been mentioned in this book, would be strongly emphasized, particularly the problems of risk capital, of reward for success and penalizing of failure. There would be little enterprise, innovation would be resisted. Limitations on higher incomes would destroy incentives, discourage initiative, cause talent to emigrate. The mix between plan and market, the limitations on the latter, would not work, would be inconsistent with efficiency. And so on. My reply would be along the following lines. In an age of giant corporations, the number of individuals who have the opportunity of showing enterprise, of participating in decision-making, is modest and declining. It may well be that, in the scheme here put forward, their number will actually increase. Perhaps a genuine private enterprise competitive economy does have some advantages over this so-called feasible socialism, but what we actually have is very far removed from such an economy, for reasons which lie deep within the nature of the system. The tendency towards mergers, towards huge and potentially irresponsible multinationals, is as strong as ever, antitrust legislation notwithstanding. Inflation and unemployment are not conducive to efficient resource utilization. The combination of monetarism, powerful interest groups, among employers and unions, and modern technology could soon put a quarter of the labor force on the streets. As for the behavior of the labor force, and of trade unions, this is indeed a vitally important question, but the evidence is not all one way. True, dockers did very seriously damage British ports, to the benefit of Rotterdam and Hamburg, but there were unions also in Rotterdam and Hamburg, proving that not all need be as myopic, and, frankly, stupidly conservative, as the British variety. It is possible that the blind pursuit of sectional interest will wreck a socialist economy, but it could wreck a capitalist economy too. Perhaps demands for higher wages would be less insistent if there were not constantly before the public eye some very rich individuals who did no work, or whose earnings were offensively disproportionate to the work they did do. The danger of some sort of populist tyranny cannot be ruled out, but Hitler rose to power in a capitalist state, and the economic system here proposed is far removed from the one which facilitated the rise of Stalinism. I would then return to the sort of arguments with which this book began. Is the world of feasible socialism, even if feasible, in fact desirable? Opinions are bound to differ on this. Are there some alternatives which are more attractive, and are not utopian? The Marxist vision is not more utopian than perfect competition. It may well be so. Critics, forward. You have nothing to lose but the chains that bind you to conventional thinking. Notes, Appendix 2. 1. See Paul Sweezy and Charles Bettelheim's discussion in numerous issues of Monthly Review and their other works, and the last chapters of E. Mondale, Marxist Economic Theory, London, Inc. Links, 1968. Of course, they do not agree in their evaluation of other aspects of Soviet experience. 2. R. Salucki, Marxism, Socialism and Freedom, London, Macmillan, 1979, p. 39. Appendix 3, A Note on Utopia. The terms utopia and utopian have been used pejoratively here, and applied to Marx's vision of socialism and to the ideas of some new leftists. Some readers may be moved to protest, and their protest could be based on a different interpretation of the meaning of the word. It could be argued that all new ideas are utopian when first put forward, because, when first put forward, they could not be applied in practice. Thus, for instance, votes for women could be seen as a utopian notion in 1900. It is utopian, in this sense, to imagine British trade unions modernizing their obsolete structures, or the Swiss altering their immigration laws, or the Soviet government today allowing an opposition candidate at an election. So interpreted, a hostile attitude to utopianism equals unimaginative conservatism. As the old academic satire put it, nothing must ever be done for the first time. This, however, is not my meaning. Nor was it Marx's. When he contrasted socialism utopian with socialism scientific, he clearly had in mind that the former was some sort of idle dream, not based upon an analysis of realistically envisageable alternatives to an existing situation. Of course, as he said, the point is to change it, but man is not free to devise any world of his own imagining. Some things will be impossible. However, even in 1900 women's franchise could not be and was not regarded as impossible, though it could not then be introduced. The proposal to make management responsible to an elected committee of workers may be undesirable, may be rejected, but it is not utopian. What would be utopian is to assume that such a committee would be concerned only for the common good, or that there would be no conflicts with other groups of citizens. Evidently, opinions can differ as to what should be regarded as impossible. Thus the lion shall lie down with the lamb makes sense only in the context of supernatural religion, or unless one heavily drugs the lion. But the line between realizable ideals and idle dreams is not always easy to draw. Agnes Heller, in her interesting book One notes Marx's silence on the rather important question of how everyone, the associated producers, can take the necessary economic decisions, and remarks that this is no accident, because in his opinion the category of interest will be irrelevant to the society of the future, that there will therefore be no group interest or conflict of interest. She goes on to cite Ernst Bloch's view that there are fertile and infertile utopias. There are many respects, she goes on, in which Marx's ideas on the society of associated producers are utopian. When measured against our own today and our own possibilities for action, these are none the less fertile. He established a norm against which we can measure the reality and value of our ideas. The Polish thinker Bienkowski wrote, "Let us not reject the utopian Marxist vision, perhaps one day commodities and money will disappear too," though of course he strongly criticizes naive ultra-leftists who desire shortcuts. I remain unconvinced. As argued already, while of course recognizing the role and desirability of ideals, some of these utopian notions create dangerous illusion, confuse the mind. Let me illustrate with an example. A society without crime is a noble and worthy aim, and we should indeed strive to eliminate crime, and to look at data on murder, rape, and burglary as deplorable instances of failure measured against the proper ideal, unattainable but the goal, which is constituted by their absence, and so long as they exist, no one would assert that we can do without police, locksmiths, etc. However, the notion of society without conflict, in which, to cite Agnes Heller again, every individual strives for the same thing, every individual expresses the needs of all other individuals and it cannot be otherwise, is impossible, and even undesirable, in my view, and anyone holding such a belief about socialism is bound to be misled, and dangerously misled. A belief that crime can be eradicated can lead to action designed to eradicate crime, and such action, though unlikely to be wholly successful, can have positive effects. The belief that under socialism there would be unanimity is not just false, the only action it can give rise to is the eradication of dissent, the imposition of unanimity. Similarly, the utopian view that power would not be abused, or that there would indeed be no power, no state, no need for bodies to mediate between individuals, groups, and society, no function for specialists in management of any kind, actively prevents consideration of necessary means to prevent the abuse of necessary power, or of the institutional arrangements which could enlarge the area of genuine mass participation in decision-making. Marx's notion that capitalism can and must be replaced by a return to archaic types of communal ownership, in one of his draft replies to Vera Zasulich, very properly leads Dora Sturman to exclaim that this represents an industrialist primitivism, which is older and simpler than any existing forms, including the most backward. And this movement backwards, is presented, in all propaganda agitational output of Marxism, as a movement forward. 3. Why did Marx appear to be advocating the archaic, and he even wrote, "One should not be afraid of the word archaic." Clearly this is because he held that primitive society was united and classless, with of course no division of labor, money, commodity production, or alienation. Marx and Engels considered that the main task of mankind is to return to the lost primitive communist ideals on a new technological basis, not on a communal but on a worldwide scale. 4 Bienkowski no doubt had the same point in mind when he wrote, "Nearly all utopias, no matter how scientifically based, in their depiction of the future are unconscious dreams of a return to paradise. All of them aim, in one way or the other, to put an end to history, to plunge its processes again into an organic fusion of the individual and society. 5. It is my contention that this kind of utopian thinking must actively mislead, must direct along irrelevant or dangerous roads, anyone who takes it seriously. Many have done so. Many still do so. It is no trivial matter. Perhaps Bloch could be rephrased: there are harmless and harmful utopias.